This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised. The stage for the first time, and you don't want to miss this one, folks. Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of VCT Americas Kickoff, coming at you live from the Riot Games Arena in Los Angeles, California. Of course, the current person yelling at you is Golden Boy. I'm joined here at the desk by Mimi and Ender, and we are going to have some fun today with 2 more opening matches. But let's go ahead and dive into what happened yesterday, because there was a lot of pressure opening matches, especially for EG and Loud, starting off the season, starting off the year. Expectations, you know, in relative.
I mean, expectations were quite low for Loud, and I think they exceeded them this game. EG had great opportunities. They were up in both of these maps, but in both of them, Loud mounted some impressive comebacks off of big performances from players like Cow and Zine, and managed to pull off that first win on stage.
Yeah, it was really impressive. And then, of course, we get into the second series where it was the Asuna show. I mean, 100 Thieves played 0 games of Neon in 2024, and in their debut, Asuna is piloting that agent, and his movement, the way he was pathing his way into sites, was just
made it seem like it was pre-patch.
Yeah, and MIBR was playing like this new comp with the Breach and the Tejo, which has looked pretty good on other maps, but I think the Neon just completely circumvented it. Asuna was just running past every piece of utility, absolutely owning MIBR. So a tough start for them. It wasn't the Brazilian team we expected, but one of them did get a win to start off the season.
Golden Boy, should 100 Thieves fans get excited, do you think?
Ooh, I don't know.
Is it too early?
Is it time to escape
I'm gonna
the
keep it
shadow
a
of doom?
$150 with all you 100 Thieves fans at home. Just chill. Just wait like maybe week 6. You know what I mean?
Fair,
and then we'll see what
Week
happens.
6? That's like
there.
all the way in stage 1.
I'll give it to you from there.
now.
I'll give it to you from there. You know, I don't want to set any negative vibes out there. You know what I mean? But folks, this is a double elimination bracket. All right, and what that means is it's quite simple. You lose, you get another opportunity, right? So the teams that took L's yesterday, EG as well as MIBR, will have another opportunity to fight their way to be one of the 2 teams that represents this region at Masters Bangkok.
However, you're going to have to win 5 straight games to get to Masters Bangkok. Only 2 slots for America. It's real tough.
You know who did that last year, though? Sentinels instantly went lower bracket because they played the maximum amount of games possible, and they won the whole thing. So sometimes these early tournaments, getting the most reps is actually a big win.
Yeah, very true. The tournament format in general, right, allows you to be able to like just take your time. Look at like week in, week out. You know, you have your week matches. That's one thing. But when you have this tournament environment, the stakes are higher, the pressure's high, and you know you can make some diamonds.
Yeah, it's like take as much time as you want, just don't lose twice in a row.
Exactly. That's the name of the game. All right, well, you know what? Speaking of games, we got a new segment here. It's our Pulsar Flick of the Week. It's not a game, actually, just a segment. But this one comes courtesy of EG's Nature. And look, someone's got to check this guy's PC, because look at the shot.
It's nasty.
He's still moving.
Look at that. Oh, yeah, that never happened
He was
to me.
just running and gunning. Kind of awesome.
Gotta love it.
Was that a phantom moment? I don't know what gun. I didn't see it.
Look, at the end of the day, a kill's a kill.
That's real.
A kill's a kill.
Don't ask too many questions.
A shove. It doesn't matter.
That kill was maybe a little disingenuous, but I think you do have to give flowers to Nature, because he was playing really well, especially that map 1. Like, individually, having incredible moments. I think a lot of people are really sleeping on how good the core of EG that got kept from last year is, and really underrating those guys, but Nature proved how good he is. Just need to get the win now.
He was doing that all last year as well. I remember, like, especially on Lotus, like, his lurking ability was really, really nice. So this guy's got the mechanics, he's got the game sense. I like his stuff. Yeah,
looking forward to seeing what happens with that squad throughout the season. But for now, though, let's go ahead and set our sights on today's first matchup and talk about Furia. This is a team that has struggled quite a bit last year, but they made some roster moves and played very well in the offseason. They took part in the Tichinha Invitational. There were some crazy moments that this team was able to bring us. It really feels like, just like with MIBR, Mimi, we're seeing revitalization from Furia.
Yeah, I mean, they weren't just a part of it. They were running the show. They won the Tichinha Invitational without even dropping a series against some good competition. They were playing teams like 2G, like Loud were there, Crew, and I mean, this was such a good debut for this squad. Honestly, people had such low stocks for coming out of last season, but I think they've put something together with a lot more potential now.
For me, Furia is going to be the biggest turnaround team of the year, I think, looking at 24 to 25 coming in here. I think so. I really.
That's a crazy
I
thing.
think what Heat is going to do with this roster is going to be really, really impressive.
Yeah, I mean, Heat was just lights out last year on Crew. He went from a player that was kind of known for like having some moments, being a bit of a hothead, to being known as like this incredible team player who's a top initiator and one of the best individual fraggers in the league. It was such a turnaround for him, and he's hoping to bring that energy to Furia now as well.
Yeah, it's super exciting for Furia. The stacks are high.
But
we gotta, this is a big but, all right? And I ain't talking about me, all right? Because here's the deal. We're not going to be seeing this squad today, unfortunately, thanks to visa issues. Instead, we have a roster full of subs, but this actually is kind of exciting as well because we're seeing some, if you watch Challengers, you're seeing some familiar faces.
Obviously, you have to be sad for the Furia boys not getting to debut, but this is such a sick match. For those that don't know, this is the core of the Challengers team, Turtle Troop, that was playing all last year, and it was a good team, right? They were one of the top 2 teams. Some could debate the best of the regular season, but unfortunately, Weeded got diagnosed with cancer. They had some tough times in playoffs and couldn't make it to Ascension. So now they're here playing against the team who went and won Ascension, and it almost feels like an Ascension game that we were robbed of last year.
It's like a chance to, get back out on that stage and say, actually, we deserved that thing. And even for some of these guys, right, like Stellar and Jake coming back to the Americas stage with a chance to play here. Penny, you'd remember from Masters Reykjavik all the way back in the day, so with version 1, in case anyone was wondering. So a lot of these players are just household names. They just haven't had an extended stint here in VCT Americas.
And you know what these subs tell me as well, I mean, for Furia, right? Because you have such a strong team. You have an opportunity to go to Bangkok. I think that, smart to just go and pick up a core and then try and just do something so that this way, last minute, you can try and pull off a dub so that when your team comes in, they're set up for success.
Yeah, and I think it's really easy when you see a situation like this to be like, okay, we'll pull in whoever, we'll get some content creators, but they're clearly taking this really seriously with the players they're grabbing. This is a team that has practiced and played together before, that has a lot to prove. You're a Challengers player, you get to play on the Americas stage. If you play well this tournament, you can really improve your chances of maybe getting on an Americas team in the future.
I'm just really disappointed they didn't go and get like 2020 Sentinels or something. Make the Shroud Sentinels
wild
again.
It would have been wild. It would have been wild. But look, as luck would have it, though, our casters are actually quite familiar with this squad. So let's actually go ahead and check in with Uber and Wyatt. What can people be expecting from Turtle Troop? I mean, Furia.
Turtle Troop.
Yeah, look, don't blame me for getting it mixed up. I mean, this team, obviously, in Challengers, they weren't all on the same roster. They were YFP and Turtle Troop, actually. And these guys mixed around a whole bunch. I think the only player that wasn't on YFP at some point is Ada, who's a player I'm particularly excited to see play. Really solid Sentinel, and was someone in, 2023 that was, hyped up to be someone to really watch, someone to take the next step into T1. He has the nerdiest Deadlock lineups I've ever seen.
His Deadlock was so good that it defined the meta in Challengers last year. Every team started playing Deadlock after they were crushing everyone on Ascent with it, to the extent that even a team like Fnatic in EU started running their comp here. So it can't be understated how much influence they actually had on the scene, despite being a Challengers team last year. Across the board, all of their players had excellent maps. They were one of the top teams the entire year. Mimi touched on the unfortunate circumstances that resulted in them not actually making it to Ascension, but this is pretty much the most legit squad you could get to fill in right now. All these players really stepped it up in 2024.
And when we had a team that was so dedicated, Weeded was undergoing treatment as he was playing, at the same time. Really incredible story from this team. It was that TSM run towards the end, I think, of Challengers that ended up knocking them out of contention, and obviously some changes, but this is an exciting team. These guys, despite having been on different teams at times this year, have all played together. They know each other really, really well. It's about the best foot you can put forward for the unascended NA Challengers contingent.
Thank you so much for that, fellas. Yeah, well, let's go ahead and continue the conversation for Furia and really hone in on two individuals who, if you watch VCT, you're quite familiar with. Stellar and Jake, no strangers to the stage. Stellar was IGL for 100 Thieves, got Jake played for C9. They're back.
And both of them got cut by their Americas team. Stellar, after that 2023 year, got cut for the 100 Thieves rebuild, and it was the same for Jake, getting cut from Cloud9 after kickoff. So for these two guys, after being told, hey, you're not worth it to play on our Americas team, you're gonna have to go down and play in Challengers, they have a really big chance to prove themselves today.
And about as good a first game that you could possibly have here up against an equally untested on this stage 2G.
Yeah, no, I think that also is something that needs to be highlighted because 2G, yes, they're coming into this one as, you know, I would say a statistical favorite given the circumstances, but like when you look at the situation at hand, you're like, this is their debut game. You know, pressure's on for those guys. But we'll cover 2G and more in just a little bit. For now, though, let's send it over to Riv, who's got some words with Stellar and Jake.
I am in the Furia practice room right now, hanging out with none other than Stellar and Jake as they represent Furia this week. We got some YFP, we got some Turtle Troop in the back. Jake, I got to ask you, coming in for a game like this to represent a team, does it feel like a lot of pressure, or does it kind of feel like the pressure's off and you're just going to go out there and play?
I feel like the pressure's off for us. I mean, 2G have something to prove more than us. I feel like if they lose to us, it'd be kind of rough for them. So I think we're just going to go out there and play, and we're all great players, so I feel like we'll win.
Awesome. And Stellar, you've had basically little time to prep for this. What have you been able to do so you guys can represent Furia out there on the VCT stage?
Who's laughing back there? We've been playing here and there. I mean, we're banking on a lot of the chemistry that we've had on Turtle Troop and obviously YFP between a bunch of us. So we kind of already have that chemistry natural and through playtime. So we're banking on that.
Awesome. Well, guys, good luck in the games. Good to see you again. Back to you.
Thank you so much for that, Riv. Now, everyone had their money on M80 becoming VCT America's 12th squad, but it was actually an underdog squad from Brazil that managed to win it all. Let's go ahead and take a look at 2G.
Dapple cross there in spawn, but TSM have seen all of this. I know Spikes are going to be coming from. Oh, puts them in the microwave. He melts them. 4 down to Spikes. That is absolutely putrid. Allow them to creep up to here, and Zaf is going to be the one that has to stand to attention here. 1, 2 is good. And yes, the third is there as well. Zaf makes a mincemeat of TSM, and Silence
down A.
deals with the interlopers at the front door.
Can play its role and let's play the toll. And there's no force him out to get the kick though.
Ooh, even just right behind the wingman, it doesn't matter. Does manage enemy remains to just fight this one back. Dude, Silence is rolling, ripping right now. A Blacklight flawless, and it's one player that did the majority of the work here.
They find Luis up top of 410 with the Viper's Pit going up. That is a huge first blood. They're not ready for that spam angle, I guess, but Spike this time is ready to stand and deliver. Make it 5! What an ace for 2G!
So there you can see the story of 2G and how they got to this moment. It is now time for you all, VCT Americas fans, to get your first look at 2Game Esports. And this squad literally peaked at the best time because now they got long-term jobs. So congratulations to those guys.
I mean, even within that Ascension tournament, like them running away with that whole thing was a shocker. Like they weren't even coming in as heavy favorites into the tournament.
Yeah, I was going to ask, was anyone even talking about these guys going in?
And especially after the round robin, because they went 2-3 in the round robin. M80 was undefeated, but they really heated up in playoffs.
They were close games, but this was a number 2 seed from Brazil. No one saw them coming out and winning this, but that's the thing about Ascension. You just have to peak for that one tournament, and then you get your slot. But looking at the here and now, I think you really have to put emphasis on how brutal this year's format is. You don't get 2 years as an Ascension team guaranteed. You only get 1. You have to be making it to champs, being the top placing Ascension team to have a chance to stay in. So it's really performance oriented if they want to stay in the league. And that has to start today.
It has to start today, but it's not without its other share of challenges for 2Z because the up and coming, superstar prospect of Spike is only 17 years old. So he can't actually play with the team until after his birthday on June 2nd.
But it's in June. That's not too far away. So really, I think
when you look at our schedule, it kind of is. Sure. Like that's kickoff. That's stage 1 gone already.
But that's why I'm saying that they need to be good in stage 1, in kickoff, and get things set off on the right foot to buy time for Spike to come of age and join the league.
Well, something that really stuck out to me in that interview that Riv did earlier with Jake was when he said, they're the ones that actually got to prove something here because this is their slot. We're just here for the day, to do the thing. So I agree, there is a lot of pressure on those guys here.
And remember, it's not just coming to play in the league. For Brazilian players, it is moving thousands of miles away from home to a different country. Yep. The organization having to set up in Los Angeles. It is a huge risk for these players to be here and be competing. So winning is absolutely critical for an Ascension team like this.
Yeah, could not agree more. But for more on today's matchup, let's actually go ahead and send it over to Doug, who's standing by with a very special guest.
Thank you so much, GB. Yeah, I'm joined by resident expert on all things Brazilian VALORANT, Tishinha. Brother, it's so good to have you join us. I got to get your thoughts on MIBR, what happened yesterday, because they did not look nearly as good as I thought they would.
First of all, thank you so much for having me here, Doug. Thank you so much, everyone in the Americas. MIBR surprised me, but negatively, you know? I think that MIBR had like a good proposal, but they didn't play like the proposal, like they should play. They're trying to do stuff that the comp didn't allow, so that was the problem. And I was hoping that the aim, the crosshair, the aim of the players were better in the first game, but I don't know if they were shaky, if they were nervous, what happened, but they were not that good in the aim as well. So I think that it was the problem.
It was a rough start, still plenty of year, not just in kickoff, but for the rest of the year, and hopefully an opportunity to get better. Let's talk about the other two Brazilian teams that will be joining us on the stage today. You've got 2G, you've got Furia. I want to start with Furia. Give me your general thoughts on them, your expectations going into the season.
I think that Furia have a really good roster when they hire like Heat. He was playing so well last year on crew. So I think that Furia has a really good roster. They can be the best Brazilian team. Finally, Furia has like the best roster that they have ever had, like in the last 2 years. So my expectations are so high for Furia this year, and I think they can represent Brazil. And we have like other teams representing Brazil on Champions, another than Loud, you know. So I have high expectations on Furia, and I believe they can do like a really good year.
Yeah, I think Heat was a fascinating addition. I was really excited to see him join the fold. You mentioned it, how good he was on crew. And then on the other side of things, and I want to spend a little bit more time here because I think 2G is just a new roster. You had them playing in your invitational tournament a couple months ago, which was incredibly well done, by the way. What are your general impressions on the team just to start?
First of all, 2G was a team that no one expected here in Brazil to go so well in the first year. They got third on the two splits on the challengers, but then they did a boot camp, and when they came back in the Ascension, they were like another team. Like they were different. They were playing so well. Spike, Silence, everyone was playing so well. So my expectations are not that high as I have from Furia, but I really expect that 2G enjoys the moment, enjoy the opportunity, that they can learn a lot in this kickoff for the rest of the year, and then we can see like a better 2G in Split 1 and Split 2. I think that kickoff is going to be just the first experience for the team. They are a really good team. I think they can go further, but I think that kickoff is now just the first experience, you know?
Sure. You mentioned a player that everybody's been talking about, but people don't really know a ton of. Spike, this young phenom who's still not even old enough to compete, but again, you've had the opportunity to watch him play. What is it that makes him so special in your eyes?
Bro, I played like tournaments 2 years ago. He had 15 years. He destroyed me with Neon, playing Neon and Bucky. He destroyed me. He destroyed everyone here in Brazil on ranked games, on tournaments, like DP tournaments. And then everyone was looking for him, and 2G got him. I think that what not everyone knows is, besides his aim, besides his like a golden kid, he talks too much. He's in the middle of the game. He's calling like the right calls. So he's like this golden kid that had a great future, and I think that when he made 18 years, he will play definitely. He has to play. He has to be the main player.
I believe his birthday is in July, and a couple of people have that that date, circled on their calendar. Tishinha, thank you so much for joining us. Good luck with the rest of the co-streams. I know you've got a lot of VALORANT to watch. GB, back to you.
Thank you so much for that, Doug. Thank you, Tishinha, as well. Now, 2G had to pull out all the stops to make it to VCT Americas. And here's actually a pivotal moment when everything changed. After falling to the 9-3 curse in the semifinal loss to All Knights, Zap rallied the troops. Check this out.
Hoje você tava pra baixo, nego. Tá ligado? Eu não quero você pra baixo. Quero vocês pra cima, alegre, sorrindo, perdendo, a gente tá sorrindo. Quando a gente tá perdendo e a gente tá meio abalado, a gente só vai perdendo. Se a gente tá perdendo e ainda tá sorrindo, tá brincando, tá tudo bem, tá todo mundo leve, as decisões são mais tomadas mais rápido, mais fácil. Aquela ult só foi um azar. Eu não fiquei bravo, porque eu vi que a porta fechou na hora, tá ligado? Então não tem problema pra mim, tá ligado? Não tem problema. Eu tomei a ult do Brim, deu tudo errado. Foda-se, o cara deu um tô, gastou a ult pra matar você. Foda-se, tá ligado? Vem cá, dá um abraço seu tio aqui. Não quero você pra baixo não, pô. Você é meu filhote, mas tem que estar alegre, sorrindo. Assim que você ajuda o time,
Lembra que o Samir falou, Paiquinho, o campeão não ganha todas não.
Pô, isso aqui foi pra gente acordar, negão. A gente precisava disso, a gente precisava dessa derrota, tá ligado?
Tem que estar com a mentalidade de campeão menos perdendo.
Isso, pô. Você não viu não, seu tio lá, mano, quebrando todo mundo. Então, pô, é isso, caralho. Tá ligado? Confiança, mano. Tá bom? Fica, mano, reseta essa cabeça. Se precisar, vai lá, lava o rosto. Você é um insano, velho. Uma partida não te define não, tá?
Não.
Presta atenção nisso. Ninguém tá ligando que você pinou, você ainda é o Spike, mano. Entendeu? Olha pra mim aqui. Ó, o seu Spike, pô. Tá ligado? Os caras têm medo de você, pô. Então, mano, é isso, velho. É jogo muito mais mental, tá vendo? A gente não pode deixar isso entrar na gente, mano. A gente não pode perder e daí continuar perdendo, tá ligado? Meus pontos de hoje.
That's what leaders do. That's what leaders do right there. That made me a fan of him. All right, Zap, we're going to become best friends this year. I can't wait. Get to know you.
And I mean, for context on that moment, right? They went from losing that game to turn things around, win Ascension, and earn their spot here. When you are thinking about this team, it is all about Zap. Because not only is he that clear leader out of the game that you saw in that clip, but he is making excellent calls as the IGL when they're playing. And on top of that, is going out and top fragging the Ascension final.
Yeah, just absolutely insane. What really shocks me about a guy like Zap is how consistently he is able to perform. Like, it doesn't feel like this guy ever has a bad game where he's down negative, even though he's doing all the calling and everything. He's not always the top fragger for the team, but he can be, and he's never going to be the reason why 2G have a loss.
So Spike's not here, but they do have Zap, and that's really the biggest reason I still have faith in this 2G team to have potential in the league, right? He can put a squad together that can win. He's proved that with the guys in Ascension. They may have a sub now, but they still have that core and that proven track record around this leader.
No, incredible stuff. And were you going to add anything else?
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to say, too, that you have to, even though people have been a little bit down on 2G, I think, when I listen to Plat Chat, I know they put 2G a little bit low. You're caught in the act. But truthfully, so many teams take big steps back at the start of a year because you have tons of new players, you have new ideas, you don't know what your style of game is yet. Even though they have lost Spike, they still have that core that you're saying. They're going to come in and do a lot better from the get-go than I think people are giving them credit for.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead and hear from the man himself because Zap is standing by with Rib. Maybe you can do zip, zap, zop.
I'm hanging out in the 2G practice room. Awesome to be able to say that. I'm with Zap. I got a quick question for you. How have you been able to set up the team here for the big stage debut of 2G?
We have been practicing a lot, so I guess we will do what we have to do, you know? Just play our game, be happy, and that's it.
I love it. Short and sweet. I can feel the energy in here. These guys want to get out and play. Best of luck today in the games. See you out there.
All right. Well, hey, and you love to hear, right? If you keep that energy up, I just like the way that he talked about the game there when he spoke to Spike, when he was like, hey, it happens. You got brim ulted. Hey, they used the brim ult on you. That's a good thing, right? Like those little things, I think, really push someone from being just like a good captain to being a true leader.
I think he's going to do a good job of taking some of that pressure off the players today and letting them just remember that they're playing the same game they did in Ascension, the same game they did back in Challengers.
Yeah, it's very rare that I'm as shocked by a leader that's sort of like stepping onto our stage for the first time, but Zap has truly proven his ability, and I just can't wait to see what he can do this time.
Yeah, same. I'm super excited for it. But now that Zap is officially part of VCT Americas, we wanted to give him the ultimate test, a fun game called What's in the Box? What's in the box? What's in the box?
E aí galera, eu sou o Zap e eu vou jogar o que tá dentro da caixa. Tô um pouco nervoso agora, mas vamos lá, né? Vamos ver o que tem aqui. Oh, é gelado. E é meio mole. Parece ser aquelas bolinhas que você coloca na planta pra hidratar a planta, mano. Oh gosh, I have no idea, bro. Tá, agora vamos ver o que tem na segunda caixa aqui, né? Vou devagar. Ó, já vi que tá num... Ah, mano. Ah, esse aqui é uva. É uva, pra mim isso aqui é uva. Ah, mano. Tá, agora vamos pra terceira caixa. Vamos ver o que tem aqui dentro também. Opa, esse aqui é safe, hein? Ah, é um bichinho. Parece um coelho. Um coelho? Tem umas orelhinhas. É uma bola de um coelho. Essa... Tem a ver com Valorant? O alarme Bo da Killjoy? Não. Ah, é o bichinho do Gecko, então. Com a orelhinha, bichinho que tem orelhinha. É o... Ou é a Dizzy ou a Moshi. Eu vou chutar a Dizzy. Ah! E a última caixa. Vamos lá. Opa. Aqui já senti... Ué, é só uma fruta. Essa fruta não tem no meu Brasil, eu acho, hein? Não, uma pitaia. Vocês podem me falar a cor disso aqui, gente? Não, né? Eu vou na pitaia. Eu acho que é uma fruta, mas eu não vou saber qual que é. Eu vou na pitaia agora. Caraca, seu rato. Eu acho que pra rapaziada que mora aqui, às vezes vai ser mais fácil, né? Lá no Brasil, eu nunca imaginei que alguém me dá um saco de macarrão gelado, tá ligado? Então, tipo, é um pouco difícil. Mas, acho que eu mandei bem ali numas ali. Errei a mostra que eu podia ter acertado, mas de resto foi tranquilo.
Oh, well, welcome to America's Zap. And if you thought the cold bag of spaghetti was weird, wait until you see the rest of the year. In any case, though, now the 2025 season has just started, and look, anything is possible, guys, right? And it's a special time, okay? So let's celebrate and let's preserve the moment. Let's live in the here and now, and we're gonna make a time capsule. That's right, that's how I pronounce it. Now, we've got a secure capsule here that Mimi is showing off, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna drop some items and make predictions for 2025. And
How
then
is that living in the here and now, Golden Boy? Making predictions?
I'm just reading the thing.
Okay.
Okay. And we're gonna put the stuff in there, and then at the end of the year, we're gonna see how wrong we are. But good news, folks, you guys can participate as well. Just go ahead and share. What do you think's gonna happen this year? But I'll start first, though.
Okay.
For me, I'm gonna go with my boy Jogamo, because I believe he will be the Stage 2 MVP. I think this guy is going straight to the moon. He is gonna have one hell of a season. He's on the perfect lineup for him to get activated to be that like world beater. I think this is Jogamo's year again.
I literally agree 100%.
Real. Yeah, I would have said the same thing.
I went that way because I felt like it was a hot take.
I felt that way because I watched this clip.
To be fair, he had a really rough start compared to his actual ability to last year. Started heating up at the end with, you know, the silly Bucky nonsense ace. But I really do think the Bucky is nonsense, and you can.
To
so
commemorate,
what are you going to put
though,
in the box?
I'm going to put a picture of Jogamo's beautiful cat Mango at the end of the year, and hopefully Jog signs it for me at the end. All right, there you go.
And we'll just know that means Jaws
in the
winning
box.
MVP.
Jog's winning MVP.
Okay.
All right.
There it is.
Am I up?
You're up, Mimi.
Mine is about the Rookie of the Year. So I did this prediction like a week ago, and I said that Cortesia will be the Rookie of the Year because I was so high on this guy after watching the Tashinya Invitational and some of his games back in Challengers. MIBR's first game was rough, but I will not let that color my prediction because this is about the entire year. This guy's mechanics are out of the world. He looks so precise in his shooting. His game IQ, the way he's anchoring sights as Cypher is always on point. And this is a tough category because you have guys like Mada, like Verno making their debut, and I almost faltered. I almost switched to one of those guys, but I'm standing by my initial reaction, and I'm saying that Cortesia, end of the year,
Just a
you're the
picture of
Rookie of the Year.
No cat?
No, it's just him.
He can't be Rookie of the Year if he doesn't have a cat. Sorry.
He might have a cat.
Well, then put the cat in the
You
box.
want me to like draw a cat with
All right, go.
You know
What do you got, Ender?
I'm going with the easiest prediction of all time. G2 are winning champions.
Wow.
Just straight up.
You know, I was going to make that one, and then Kurt told me I couldn't.
Yeah,
so
that's
now I know
because
why.
I picked it already, and it's because they got Jogmo. I'm telling you, Jogmo on this team is going to make one of the most lethal teams in the history of Valorant. If this G2 roster had Jaw last year, they would have won Champions 2024. If they have Jaw next year, they're going to Champions 2026. So naturally
it makes
they're
sense.
going to
They'll
win
win
this year too.
2025 because it'll be in the middle. Okay, so the cat's been drawn, and what are you putting inside to commemorate G2's
I've got like G2 shades because they're always wearing those.
Are those actually the type of shades?
The really
they have?
large shades. So yeah, we're gonna drop those in there.
All right.
Now, we have a little bit of time here. Let's go through maybe one or two.
It was not just us who did it. So I have a good bit of cue cards here from things. We'll see the predictions for today, and I'm going to read off some of these.
Hit us.
Let's do Baby Bay. NRG Verno will be the Rookie of the Year. It was 50-50
That
for
makes
me.
sense.
That's a real
Okay,
one.
hey, he predicted energy.
You know, I respect that. Van Silly. All of the Brazilian teams will be top 6 in Americas by the end of Stage 2.
Whoa.
That one's crazy, I would
That's
say.
out of this world.
I would say that's ridiculous. Even.
But Loud did win yesterday, so maybe
That's
they're
true.
better than we think.
Give me one more quick.
Liz, one of the players will have shaved their head. 100% guarantee.
All right,
got some
folks. Well, our teams are ready to go. We're going to put everything into the capsule. Check it out at the end of the season. But it's now time. Day 2 of VCT Americas kicks off right now.
Look at me. Who am I? Who am I to challenge you on the big stage? To stand in the way of your dreams? You've never seen anyone like me. And just hope you'll never have to see anyone else like me. My future is certain. Yours is not. I'm fighting for the trophy. You're fighting for second place. Now look at me. Who am I to judge their performance? To hold them accountable? Well, I don't need to be on the team to be a part of the team. To be heard across the world. To care about winning as much as they do. Look at me. Who am I? Better yet, who are we? We are the showstoppers. Something you can't ignore. We don't crack under pressure. No, we bring the pressure. When the competition comes calling, we always answer. It's showtime. There's no turning back now.
Os campeões do Ascension são do Brasil. Make some noise, façam muito barulho para Tio Game.
And they want to make a statement. A definitive victory here for this Ascension squad could be massive for them, and they have the tools to make it happen despite them missing one pivotal piece.
Look, all I'm saying is the other team that promoted from Ascension, the Inverse G2, did so well last year. We've got deep, deep talent here in the Americas region. 2G are going to come out hotter than people expect.
These guys made a huge upset happen in Ascension from the number 2 seed in Brazil to now the 12th team in VCT Americas. Trying to show how much Brazil can do, how deep that talent pool goes.
Oh yeah, indeed it is. Brazil has talent for days, but they're going to have a challenge ahead of them, one that they weren't quite expecting coming into Americas.
E do outro lado, para tentar estragar essa estreia, make some noise, façam muito barulho para Fúria.
And now it's going to be Furia's time to make their way out. But the thing is, these are players you've seen before. These are not the Furia players like NW Zera that you've come to know and love that, you know, really become prevalent on these rosters. It's a new look for the team because of circumstances outside of their control. But this is going to be a fantastic matchup.
It absolutely is. This is the Ascension game that very well could have been robbed from us. That Turtle Troop core top 2 in the regular season, couldn't make it in playoffs. Now a chance to show how good they are against, well, the best Challengers team from last year.
Look, this game today is just the ultimate advertisement for Challengers and Ascension.
Go watch
in
Challengers.
Americas. Literally, watch this. If you like what you see, there's so much more VALORANT throughout the weeks between the actual VCT Americas schedule, and you're going to see these guys playing in that this year.
There's some real redemption arcs on that team. Jake, you know, last time he was here wearing a C9 jersey, now making a re-debut on that VCT Americas stage. It's the same thing for Stellar. He was IGLing for 100 Thieves, now made it back here with the Challenger squad.
Yeah, and you know, for the other guys on the squad as well, big opportunity for them to really, really impress us all. But we'll see, of course, as both teams, are starting to get ready. They'll get set up, and then we'll see where we're going for the maps. That one's going to be fascinating too, because you know it's a completely different look.
Absolutely. Wyatt was talking about how innovative that this Turtle Troop squad was with that deadlock last year in Challengers, with a new meta patch, with a new agent coming in. I'm really excited to see what they've cooked up.
I'm going to start punching tables. 3 series we've played, 3 times a Brazilian team has banned Fracture. What is going on?
They don't want to play it, man. You know, lay off of them.
So sad. It's so sad. I just want to see our teams innovate on that map, but realistically, we're going to be going into some pretty standard maps here between the 2 teams, which is, you know, going to leave us on very familiar territory for the squad.
Do you feel like this is something that benefits 2G or Furia more, given the circumstances?
I would say 2G because they played together as a larger core for longer, and these are all maps I believe that were in the pool when they were, you know, going on that Ascension run.
I mean, the thing is that is, you can almost say the exact same thing about the Turtle Troop core, right? 3 of them together.
Yeah,
now some of them are playing on YFP. But these guys are all like part of the same friend group, playing the same stuff.
Yes.
And Zap coming out the gate with the Tejo, a Vice in the mix too. Okay, this comp is sick.
Yeah, this is really cool. So it's Yoru, like we've seen a lot more getting played over on Haven, but I want to talk about the Vise because I think it is super powerful, especially after the nerfs to the other Sentinel agents in the pool.
Yep.
The Vise wall, the stall you have in that agent, as well as that ult for overwhelming sights, it's really good.
Different agents paired up, but it's a mirror on the Tejo Breach. That combination is so strong for a lot of the basics of Haven. Taking a lobby control, fighting for retakes. Your execs are super powerful, and ult orb management, getting those power ults online is critical for both these teams.
Maps are locked in, agents are ready to go. Riot Games Arena, why don't you make some noise and send it over to your casters? It's Uber and Wyatt for the call.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. The Sacred Timeline is never going to be the same. Who would have thought 2G make it through Ascension in the fashion they did and don't even get to be the underdog in their debut game in VCT? What is happening? This is a match for the tier 2 sommeliers out there, you know what I'm saying?
It really is. This feels like a Challengers All-Star, just a little match on the side for fun. It's crazy. I'm excited to see this. Our year of casting Challengers could not have prepared us any better for this matchup that has come out of thin air. I'm so excited to see this Turtle Troop core on the stage, returning faces that we've seen at the top of 4 and in VCT Americas. And then this 2G debut, man. They lit up that Ascension tournament. It was unexpected, and goddamn were they impressive.
We're going to be jumping in Haven first here. A new look comp for 2G in the past. They played pretty standard with the Astra. This is something very, very different. Back to the Omen. And of course, they've got a real different look here. The Yoru, the Tejo for Zap.
It says a lot about what these pro teams think of Tejo, considering he's been in the game for 9 days, and you see 2 in the server.
All right, Furia already inched their way up mid here. Some exchange of util through the middle of the map, and also some of that Vice util expanded in towards Garage.
Adder is definitely no slouch with the mechanics. He has that beautiful, crispy aim. Lurking right now through Garage as the rest of the squad explode into B. Site is vacant.
They've got another on the clock, though. Surely, at this point, 2G starting to make their way towards Fury, of course, to have a trip, and it's not in a position to spot this out, but they've heard it now. Pressure coming in from mid-window. Zap trying to bring them to bear, at least with that Ghost, but Furia not settled on the site just yet, but inside the smoke, it's Cabrera bringing B-Dog down. Jake from back side trying to turn around and get this recover, but the spike is loose, and it's up to Penny. 1v4. Clone noted as he passes by, and Penny never had a fighting chance.
2G took so much control on that A extremity, pushing all the way out, and it allowed the rest of the team, that trio towards the C site, to remain positioned on that side of the map, dig their heels in, anchor effectively while those flankers came in. Zap did so much damage while they were, but they as in Furia were pivoting through garage there. A clean first round for the newcomers.
Furia had unfettered access to the B site, but they didn't want to end there for some reason why. They had it smoked out, they were in there.
Yeah, they had that garage control. They just weren't expecting that flank all the way coming through A, right? So they figured that a C pivot would be more effective than it actually would have been. More players drawn away from that location.
Penny, gotta be caught inside this slow and damaging field. Nothing you can do about that. Cabrera able to capitalize, but Penny steps up, takes the damage and the fight out of there, able to apply some pressure from C Long. And now 2G have to find him from the backside.
Those timings were fantastic. Penny is weak, trying to press forward though with an SMG recover, get close range with the Stinger where it thrives.
Spike planted.
It's about time to go in here. Stealth drone had a crack at it now. Prize wants to retake control of Garage here, but Silence is already down. It's up to Zap and Prize to get themselves out of this situation. The former falls. Stella's able to find him with the Sheriff, and Prize is going to walk headlong into this one. And has the weapon, and he has the idea. Furia, fight back.
Some real value there from the post-mortem smoke, from Jake running the Clove. Haven't seen a ton of Clove here and there. Some value extracted though by that additional smoke ability.
This goes here.
And Furia with a well-timed pinch through Long and Garage. Penny catching Gobert on the reload. And all of a sudden the momentum torn away from 2G.
A stack here for 2G. Only Gobera setting up a Razor Vine inside Garage, the loose end here.
Yeah, no reason not to take a bit of a gamble. And we're going to see a hell of a lot of explosive towards this A lobby. Defensively, that Tejo getting it down insta should be pretty free, but you can timing it as the attackers. You can beat those missiles to the punch, get ahead of them at times, especially with a jet.
Yeah, you'd have to tailwind through that. B-Dog spots now, multiple players from 2G looking to challenge there from Sewer. Apply a flashpoint, and that's enough to force 2G away, but already there's pressure on the side for Furia. They've come from A main and they've wrapped around. Penny with the rifle, able to tear shreds off them. And that's 2G's resistance now neutralized essentially on this A side, up to Gobera with nothing but a Sheriff to try and salvage something.
Christy mentioned it on the desk. If you hearken all the way back to the early days of Valorant, the first international LAN, Penny was in attendance with V1 as a duelist. He was one of the better duelists in America at the time, and since then had swapped his role a couple times, but coming into the 2024 season, he had posted publicly about, you know, the struggles he had on the role swap, that he's locking in, he's playing duelist, he's focused up, and his career has been rejuvenated. He's been slowly climbing, you know, back to that higher echelon in American Valorant. He was already stepping it up here, he's looking good.
I mean, the only team that was really able to deal with them in Stage 3 challenges was Extra and Poppin on Rankers, that ridiculous swipe stack group. Yeah, Furia, we don't talk about that too much, but an interesting time. 2 rounds here for Furia. Still bringing, of course, the Bulldog through. Full buy now for 2G. A lot of that util here.
Look at the cash already on the Furia side, given they won that kill round, right? I mean, Patter's almost at 9K.
LZ pushing out pretty deep here on C-Long. Just going to embed himself in Cubby by the looks of things. That Razor Vine will stop Penny for the time being. Looks like they're trying to pave the way. Stella there with a salvo to get them in.
It's a lot of presence from Furia into Garage. The rest of the team just containing elsewhere. A minute on the clock. 2G have a lot of focus on these extremities, though. Look at LZ pushing even further. It's going to meet the tripwire. Does he dare teleport past it? Likely not.
Fault line there to set up Gobera. Nothing found from it. He's more than happy to sit over to C-Long now that he knows LT's got so much control. Essentially, Furia are being funneled in towards B.
At the same time, though, it's so scary for 2G. Well, Silence picks up a kill. Stellar down over towards A, where some presence is being shown by Furia as the rest of the team try to breach into this B site. They use the little jump forward to trigger the shear, but that's going to waste even more time. 20 seconds on the clock. They've got to make a move.
That Razor Vine there, and also gets smoked out. Here's the TP over that tripwire now. Furia are on a clock. They've got to be quick hitting this side, and Zap's able to shut them down. Solo play here at B. Zap only goes 1 for 1 for the time being. Addo's made his way through A, though. Silence hears this, waiting. Well, that could have been scary. But Addo eventually falls, and here is the post plant set up now.
question is, what is B-Dog going to do? He's going through Garage. He's going to, or rather, Penny is going to have to help B-Dog at some point here.
Big damage there from LZ, but B-Dog takes the... Oh my goodness, B-Dog! Statuesque in and out of the server, and Penny finishes the job. Hello, Furia.
The B-Dog has been a really dynamic player in the Challengers of the Tier 2 scene for a long time. A guy that people have certainly looked at in the community. Like, well, how has he not really gotten a chance on a top-tier team? At a time, a Duelist main, now an Initiator main, has really played it all and has been consistent for years. This is genuinely the first time he's had a chance on stage to show his prowess.
And like you said, having been in that Tier 2 rotation for a long, long time, rock solid anchor here in that post plant for Furia. Oh, that's got to feel good winning that gun round here.
This is a serious snowball for Furia. Economy out of control, close to a ton of ultimates that they'll be able to bring into the subsequent round here. I'm going to imagine they should win, obviously, since 2G are on the eco. And then 2G's economy will hang in the balance for round 6, and they're going to have to deal with Taeho-Wald, Rolling Thunder. Furia could really run away with this game early.
LZ is still asking for a lot over towards C Long, though, and gets some damage on towards Ada. Mostly just armor. Furia now have made their way all the way down A Long, as opposed to lingering in lobby for so much of the previous round.
2G have completely given up this A side, and as the smokes go down, I mean, just hellfire of utility. Side is absolutely free.
On this map, though, the retake for the defenders of the A side is painful. It's really difficult. That being said, if you can get your Taeho in position to clear some of these corners before you advance, maybe that gives you an easier time of it.
Yeah, you can get those guided salvos into Graffiti, the position where we're seeing Penny out right now, force a player out into the open, maybe clear people out of hell. And then, you know, when you have that breach utility in tandem, you can expose players.
Guided salvo, not quite enough shots though to really put pressure on the attackers here. But Estelle, my goodness, okay. That happened very quickly as 4 players from 2G had to come down from heaven.
Yeah, the weaker weaponry is ultimately their downfall, but a little teaser, a taste of what we're going to see from both teams at points when they're going to retake that A site. It's tough to be entrenched in some of those close positions. You are going to get forced out into the open.
Yeah, smoke timing not quite giving what they were hoping for there. Stellar eventually is able just to step up through it, and now we come into a very interesting round.
I know, I'm crazy.
I mean,
the chillest man alive.
Say it like you mean it, at least. We have 8 ultimates in this next round of Valorant, Wyatt. Timeout calls here by 2G.
I've been watching Stellar and Valorant for about 4 years straight, yet to see him show emotion. Perhaps today, if they get a cheeky little win, it'll be the first time. This round is going to be explosive. 2G calling the timeout. They need to stabilize. Economy is on the line here. They're going to have 4 ultimates to play with. We'll throw the Omen ultimate out the window. Sure. They've got 3 big ults to play with when we get back into this. Furia have them as well. This is going to be crucial for 2G to hang around in this game. This is potentially the point where they could completely crumble. Furia could run away with this first half.
Potentially very volatile round with 2 iterations of Armageddon on the field, plus a Rolling Thunder from B-Dog. So a lot of space clearing ultimates here from these blast initiators.
And I gotta say, I love how Furia have been working the map. 2G have been relegated to holding such passive positions because the lurks for Furia have really been fearless. Adder is taking liberties. He's taking space at will. They're inserting Penny so deep into Garage on multiple rounds, and 2G are forced to play such passive angles to pick up players running, like Penny running through Garage. So I'd like to see them be a bit more steadfast fighting forward at times.
2G have been trying to take that space C long wire, but it hasn't really resulted in anything for them. It's been LZ trying to be audacious, but limited activity for 2G early in these rounds of defense. The shield will activate here. This could be dangerous. Ada has to duck out of the way as that Arc Rose pops off. But no pressure on that Cypher after the fact.
Penny, he's got the Blade Storm getting in deep into the B site. A lot of space gained.
Nothing to see here. This time, Furia are actually going to settle on B after taking control.
2G are playing for retake here. Bear in mind they have an Armageddon and the Steel Garden to try and rob Furia of some of their primary weapons.
You can see just, how the setup here is for Zap. He is sitting behind the B site, theoretically ready to set that ultimate up. Here's the Steel Guard now. He's going to force Penny right away. Knives are out still, though. Silence thinking about where to emerge from this dimensional drift, and here comes the salvo. The knives, though. That's Maladroit from Penny. No connections there. Jake, though, at least from longer range is able to bring one down, and Adder's there with the spray. Here comes the Armageddon, and Zap has to take this into his own hands. Stella takes his own teammate down with his Teo ultimate. But it's up to Gobera now. No chance of really getting a defuse here. He's forced away to save his gun, and Furia put another on the board.
Oh, that is disastrous for 2G. We spoke about it in the timeout, how crucial this round was for them. A loss here would result in ultimates expended and economy broken. And that is exactly the case.
Backbreaking. Oh my, that is brutal. A lot happened there, so let's go back over it, Wyatt.
It was cool to see Penny using the Blade Storm in that round. Didn't come to fruition, didn't get any kills, but popping it because of that inevitable Steel Guard. And yeah, that is a testament to how much damage that ult does. Now, I can't blame myself nor Mimi, but she's killed me in ranked with that like 4 times in the last week. It does a lot of damage to your teammates.
Still, Fury are able to have something like that happen and still comfortably win the round. Keep 2 guns, that economy burgeoning right now. We are into the 7th round, and Fury have 5 of the last 6.
2G want to control A, they're entrenched. Right. That one rifle saved over from the prior round, paying dividends early on.
That's just divine intervention. That timing there for Gobera, he had his back turned initially.
Gobera has to be the super sub for this team. He is the man coming in to replace Spike. So much hype around that young star from Brazil. Oh my God, Adder is so sick with the aim, man.
And here's that neural theft as well. This is going to lay the rest of the plans for the defenders a little bare. Still Fury a little battered coming into this. Adder does find that kill, but takes a ton of damage and awkward. Stella's out on the fault line. Pricey sees that on the other side of the boxes here. Flashes himself through. Omen smoke to break up the site a little bit more now. And Price is getting deep. Adder's gone down, and 2G now have a massive advantage, albeit not in weaponry. So still need to stick this landing. No spike plant yet. Stella's fallen. Beto is the one with the payload. Trying to find his way to grab around the side. If he can, that's a second. Oh my B-Dog! Close but no cigar for the breach.
Oh my God, that transfer was disgusting. Filthy. Oh my God. What an effort to bring that back.
And Gobera looks offended by what happened.
That is nasty work from B-Dog. Again, those in the past who have wondered, why is he not on the tier 1 team? Why is he not given has not been given a shot at some point?
I mean, like his crosshair out when he was flashed. Gotta feel good though for B-Dog.
And it does keep the 2G economy reasonably low despite that round win, despite an eco round win where typically your economy can, flip. It can get really strong. They weren't able to save rifles.
This is much more proactive for the defenders inside Garage. They want to see a commitment here, and they're going to get it. Gobera sat in the corner. Easy as you like. That's 3 for the super stand-in. Silence doesn't have to commit on this C side of the map. The damage is already done. He gate crashes out and lets Big Brother Zap get involved for his pound of flesh.
That's not ready.
And it's up to B-Dog, the almost hero of the last round, to hold onto his weapon if he can.
We'll see if this is going to be one of those moments where as soon as one of your players, while you're down and out, starts going crazy, starts getting the multi-kills, everybody starts to get amped up a little bit. They begin to feel it too. Silence was able to get that initial kill with the Operator. Was a lethal player for this 2G team in Ascension. And funny enough, in Silence history, I had to quadruple check this. He's played 16 different agents and officials. None of them have been Yoru.
Okay.
I feel like I need to check it again because that seems false that he's played everything, but has just never played Yoru. We'll get the fact checkers on that, but I'm pretty sure this is
so far looking pretty good here. And again, now they don't have to sneak LZ all the way down C-Long if they don't want to. They can passively hold that with the op, like we saw before, and get off the angle with a gate crash if things don't quite go the way you want them to. Furia, timeout called here. Makes sense, they've lost the last 2 rounds in a row. Have a chance here to buy up and be competitive once more.
And it's all due to Gobera, 9-5 now on the board. Top fragging the server, at least at the moment, those prior 2 rounds. He has put 2G right back in position to make this little mini comeback, get back in the game in their first half.
And it's something to maybe look forward to in the future on the side of 2G. Zap, for me, feels like the Brazilian incarnation of Boostio. He was, at Ascension, always out of his seat, always talking smack,
talking smack, but
he was.
I'm
telling you,
to the same. I don't think anyone's talking smack to the same
that
level.
guy.
Of
I mean,
Boostio,
he saved the money at the venue by not needing a chair. He
definitely stands as much as Boostio. When they play, they're going to have a standoff. They should play with standing desks. Matter of fact, both of them.
Oh, that should be good. But yeah, very, very happy to talk some smack. But this is a game where 2G are locked in. Like I said, they don't even have the privilege of being the underdog in their debut. Then they come out here like, guys, hey, we really need to make a statement. And I think losing to the last minute, super sub NA Challengers roster, probably not the prescribed option.
Yeah. Again, this is pretty much the best super sub NA roster you could throw together to get here.
There are Sim fans in shambles. What have you done?
Silence forced off by that clove smoke. Pretty standard early to deny that deep sight line that a defender could post up on long. That is the case for Silence, who definitely has to do a lot of fragging for this team with Spike missing. Though this is a very well-rounded roster, I will say. They all had their individual moments of brilliance when we saw them go on that Ascension run to qualify here. Silence was definitely often at the top of the board, though, especially when he gets on that jet.
The raise bar might be an issue here. Yeah, Penny and Jake just have to linger around the extremities of it right now, but we're able to clear the arc rows out. So slowed up Fury here. Look at the pressure straight down out of B main. They're going for it here, but LC and Gabera get caught out because B-Dog is sat back in a safe spot.
Prize is so worried now. He knows that he could be getting split. There could be a player coming back with C, but again, it's just Penny through Garage.
Timing.
They have controlled this area of the map round after round.
I love that. Yeah, Stella sitting back on that now. Silence does at least get his one and pulls out of the side.
And all of a sudden, this is doable.
Spike planted.
Of note, Prize is one orb away from that Rolling Thunder. If he finds the kill, he could pop that and win the round.
Yeah, fire it off straight away. You imagine he has to go for it. He got the kill.
And there it is.
Here it is. Rolling Thunder coming through the side, and Silence looks to capitalize. Penny drops down, stuffed up, but this has gone all wrong. Stella now has to clutch it out. Okay, he's sitting on, of course, the salvo. Flashed out with Silence, though, looking to try and take the fight, and Stella will succeed. It's about as close as it gets, folks.
The chillest man alive holds his nerve.
Guys, I'm crazy.
Hopefully we get another hot mic from Stellar, but really, this guy has been fantastic in Tier 2. He was a part of that 100 Thieves core when they were rebuilding post, I mean, this is a long time ago now, but post that like Hiko and Ethan era. 100 Thieves went on a run for a while. Doesn't even say a word. They were getting better and better, and then they had that tough 2023 in Americas, and since then, he's really been stepping it up in Challengers. They had a great 2024.
Pretty heavy fighting here over towards A lobby already. Silence able to win it out. Cyber Cage not enough to protect Adder. They just sprayed him down. Despite that, Furia not really put off the idea of applying further pressure to this A side. Stella, yeah, look, hailed for his calling, but that 2023 roster really looked like they struggled in the mid-rounds very often.
Now with Adder down, Furia are going to have to be so concerned about an inevitable flank coming from A lobby. 2G should be able to exploit that on the retake. They have Silence with a dimensional drift to get information on these Furia positions, and then you could send in the guided salvos right on top of with his pings. You could get the stun from the fault line there, the Steel Garden. This should be a good retake for them.
Can they put it together quickly enough? Look at Penny getting ahead of it. Straight over towards Zap, but is traded out ultimately. Silence sees everything he needs to now. Fault line set up by his vision on the side, and Jake gets brought down by it. Love that from 2G. That is a brutal site to retake, but they had everything they needed to see the setup there from Furia. Silence for 3. Sees it all with that drift.
Silence is beginning to come to life for this squad too.
Can we talk about how hard that is to do? To retake that side without that level of utility?
Oh yeah, it certainly can be. The counter utility from the attacking team once they have the spike down can be really good. I like that proactivity from Furia. They know they needed to even something up, and that stun did connect. Penny got the first, but was immediately traded out. That was Gobera who found that kill. Okay, that's ridiculous. I believe both players were stunned because he pinged it out and then the fault line came through from Prize, but pretty crazy kill to get regardless.
And I think there was like a Rolling Thunder that came through. He had the gate crash out to not be stunned again.
It was some madness. Furia are still in the lead, but man, 2G are clawing back, and here's an opportunity to get 5 for the first time in this game. Aside from when 2G won the pistol, Furia are on a bad buy.
Hit the B side here because your weaponry is a lot weaker. 2G seem to have a feel for this already. Okay, Salvo's clearing corners. Cabrera, though, again, not noticed. Again, looking to try and find multi-kills. It's going to be Price instead that gets the job done. That's going to take the wind out of Furia's sails, indeed. Ada gets deep on this side, but eventually has to fight against LZ. And he's underarmed.
That's just a nice little display of the utility that comes through from Tejo, especially in tandem with the breach. Those fast hits, if those guided salvos are still up, even if the concuss is still there to launch at that choke point, you're just cooked. And on an eco round where you have less HP, good game, GG, it's a wrap.
Oh, I love the timing there. Also, some of that counter util defensively was coming out. Yeah, Faith feeling a little better now. Definitely some nerves to shake off, I think, coming into a game like this. Last round of the half here, 2G trail by 1.
You have Stellar with that Armageddon ready to go. Steel Garden has been active for Gobera for a bit, hasn't had an opportunity to use it. Surely is just going to rip that at some point in this round. No reason to not. And it's actually LZ with the op, and it's Silence with an Outlaw.
Okay, not quite what LZ was hoping for. Still wants to post up on that line pretty aggressively. As we smoked out, that Razor Vine will be activated now just to buy a little bit of time as the smokes plume from the attackers. And Furia want to pull back here for a moment. Still a minute to work with.
Yeah, they want to pull back. They committed multiple smokes from Jake, so they're going to have to slow down here for a little bit.
Is this a pump fake?
It is really concerning, though, that they are all on light armor. Silence has the Outlaw. They're still going to have to deal with LZ's op, which they at least knew was on A prior. Could have repositioned by now for sure.
They're going to re-hit this B site, but a lot of that regenerable utility is going to start to come back online. Armageddon available for Stellar. This gives 2G the time to really find an impactful Steel Garden potentially. Into the site they go. Okay, Salva's trying to clear the front. Penny's already in again. Seems to be ahead of the tempo most of the time and catches Zap out. Yet his back turn, but had an aftershock in his face anyway. Gobera sees no action though, realizes that this is a full B commitment, nothing through Garage. Ada's just holding onto it so no one wraps around. Here's a Steel Garden though. Primary weapons put away here for the attackers, and 2G have to capitalize here. Look how close Furia are playing so they can still get value out of those pistols. Eventually that time's out though, and Jake is waiting with the rifle. Blade Storm there for Penny is good, and Furia hold it down.
That was some big value from the Armageddon with Stellar. Was saving that just as the Steel Garden popped. Used that to completely deny those two players and see Link from getting into the site. By then they had their rifles back. They had the crossfires set up. 2G made a good run at it, getting back into this game, keeping things close. After Furia were on tear for those first 6 rounds or so. Still retaining that lead, but it is small as it's been so far in the map.
Yeah. Means that this pistol coming up in the second half is going to be pretty darn impactful. We'll give you guys at home a chance to take a breath, and when we return, we'll see the second half of this first matchup between 2G in their debut against Furia in their debut. NA Challengers, baby, it's all happening.
Ooh, stuck paying for that old phone? Don't be. You know, at Verizon, we'll pay off your phone. And you'll get iPhone 16 on us. That's a value of up to $1,600, only on Verizon.
Well, a bunch of rounds strung together by Fury there in that first half. Started to make them look like there was a risk they'd run away with the game, but 2G, Wyatt demonstrate the same resilience we saw in Ascension, the same resilience that got them here in the first place, and then keep it close at halftime.
And that comeback began with their substitute for arguably their best player who is too young to play right now. Gobert filling in. He found that 2K on an eco round, and that's where things were beginning to get wrangled out of Furia's control. That subsequent round, he got a 3-piece as well. So massive credit to him. He really brought 2G back into this.
They're great variations in positioning on defense through Garage and in the B side. But 2G on the attack side now. Okay.
Yeah, and all the while the teleport was set over at C where the real hit is going to come in for 2G. So Silence is met up with the rest of the squad. Wow, Furia, they are flooding it fast. The whole team is here.
Yeah, they don't want to get caught outside this side. They've actually been able to get in. Sat inside this smoke here, but 2G have called a cancel on this fast C hit now. But they have no map control anywhere else. Okay, LZ just going to fight this one. Stella gives in to his primal instincts and goes down.
That is really tough now for Furia. Looks like they want to re-push again. They're just ready to fight mid.
I mean, Gobert is, again, set up to punish something like this. There's a crossfire in the making. Gobert just takes the fight. B-Dog's in deep trouble, bleeding out behind the boxes. And Penny trying through mid-window to make something happen, but Furia just seem like they don't want to sit still.
They were certainly fearless or a little bit antsy, however you would describe it. They certainly decided to walk at 2G. They got into C so quickly, but that was a great read from Zap to cancel the push. Had they actually gone for that C execute, they probably would have been cooked. Furia were there with some pace.
2G have had to play against All Knights on this map. I think they're conditioned for teams that like to run at them on defense.
That is a very, very fair point. All right, in the first half, 2G, they won the pistol and then immediately got eco'd. Let's see if that unfortunate fate awaits them here or if things will continue to stabilize for them.
They still want to push up. Look at them. So adamant about asking the question of 2G early in the round, and Penny has gotten pretty deep. Straight up mid-window, nothing really to spot this out. In fact, it's 2G expecting something from the A side of the map. Gobert, though, does punish the peek out of Garage.
That was just a little jiggle one-tap, it looked like. Penny, it's an opportunity for the kill, but Bryce is a little bit too fast, running around with the Stinger, and 2G clean things up.
Well, and here's it all, but there's no chance of getting a weapon upgrade here. He's going to be forced back from the doorway. Still able to find one, but it was just out of left, and eventually he's wall-banged into oblivion. 2G had the right weapons to deal with a push-up there from Furia.
They've carried 4 over. A couple Stingers, so they're going to want to close the gap on this execute. Whatever they have plans to go for here. And you have to think as a series goes on, as it gets deeper and deeper, as there are more rounds played, 2G are the real team here with a ton of experience. You have to imagine they have a deeper playbook, that they can go the distance in a game against Furia, who at a point might just be resorting to the raw fundamentals, the raw gunplay.
Gobert continuing to look good here in the second half. A player who was in a team relegated from Brazilian Challengers last season. He's come alive. Oh, I like this. Okay, LC, that's pretty darn deep.
Takes
a hit there.
Hell of a lot of damage with their own missiles. Has to back up. The spray damage is so dangerous, but at least inserted here, it's forced the Furia players back, holding some more passive angles.
Thanks, regen shield topped him up a little bit now. B-Dog starting to get a little hungry. Wants to push into this now. This is to slow down the attackers. That salvo thrown out from the back of B. Penny again creeps up.
Definitely going to have to at least get his. You do have B-Dog rotating close, though. Could have some supportive utility. Off Penny's contact, a fault line can come through, and
there won't be a crossfire.
Maybe that'll be enough for him to get 2.
Up to Penny. 1, 2. The timing's not quite there, and LZ finds him.
That is rapid from LZ.
And that's a fault line that really doesn't get anything. Nobody else is there to capitalize. That is a big investment to make in Penny with that rifle, and it has been handed over to LZ.
If he doesn't hit that shot at that speed, he's more than likely going down. The stun is about to pop onto him.
could have been even worse. Might not have just been LZ. Multiple players caught inside that fault line, but here we go. Tripwire going to be set up here on that C site. It's going to slow them down a little bit, and Adder still wants to play forward. Flash comes in, Paranoia connects, but Adder's inside the smoke, and he sees LZ coming. Now wants to wrap. Gubera is there, brought down. Adder is all over the site here. Some players have snuck into the backside, though, and Zap wants to wrap back around. Now the 1 versus 2, but yeah, not much to be done here. Time not on his side.
Stellar just had enough utility, had the guided salvos ready to further delay. When the clock dwindles that much and you're playing against these agents, it's nearly impossible to stick the plant. Furia really planks the win con at the very end. Oh, that is a filthy shot.
Just been too long. Too late hitting the side. Eventually they are disrupted. All right.
Good little two-piece from Adder there as well. Able to swing onto Gobert and win that second duel. High impact kill.
Dangerous. Both those 2G players ultimately stunned up by the fault line, but it was a feint from Furia. They'd never looked to capitalize, really.
Penny playing forward, but does opt to retreat. Has 2 teammates
Careful there.
ready to go. It's B-Dog and Stellar that are on that A site. Brunt to the utility they've got. Here comes a stealth drone actually from Stellar. It's pretty far away, but it has a long duration. Even from all the way back there towards spawn, he's able to get some decent information into sewer.
And if you walk it backwards at your opponent, it doesn't ping them. They don't know it's coming.
That's the secret Riv tech.
It's the Rivington Bisland tech. Oh. Playing that corner, of course, right there is Penny. Jump spot attempt there for Stellar. He's trying to get a Q at least to send this spot line off. Smokes are coming in, so this is be as good a time as any. Silence is in though. Dimensional Drift yielding a decent amount of information about where the entrenched defenders are playing from. Silence, though, doesn't want to emerge on the side itself. He'll play back. Stellar finding his first.
The problem is, again, Furia, they are so fast at flooding into the site together that 2G know they have to run, but in the meantime, Adder controlling mid, takes down Silence, just creeping through the cages.
So easy to cross. Both cages use it now. It's messy. Zap steps in. Gobera, at least, he's able to trade. He's 17-9 right now, but it's going to take more than that this round, I feel. At 2 versus 4, Furia will allow the plant and play for the post.
Look at this. Penny is coming from long. There are going to be multiple angles that Furia want to crunch these 2 players with. I like that they're pressing forward, though. They want to try to isolate somebody, but B-Dog is so ready for this. Look at his position.
They're running out of garage, though. It's an opportunity there for Prize. Just one. Gobera has to stand up here. Jake with AD strafe is good enough. Furia extend their lead to 2.
Especially when you have that speed with the Clove. Well done from Furia, just getting into the site in time. Again, 2G, they're playing these pretty slow rounds. The clock has been their enemy 2 in a row now. And you do have to credit their opposition, though, for forcing them down to that low time. They know that if they hit the A site, they're cooked. They have to rotate off. Adder's ready.
Fucking go.
Again, the most mild excitement from these guys, but
listen, it's not how you say it, it's what you say. You know what I mean?
that's a fair point.
I mean, I'm glad you brought that up. Pick Me Up actually pretty insane for Clove in that it makes your strafing that much more effective.
It's so obnoxious.
Really hard to
try
hit him.
It's so obnoxious, and all of a sudden they've got a ton of health to fight you with too.
Like, how do you hit him? So annoying.
Timeout called here from 2G, who are going to be putting all the cash on the line here. Does Furia regain this lead? Close to some ultimates are 2G as well. We'll see if they try to put a little emphasis on getting an orb here. Gobera one away from that Steel Garden, and Zap is close to the Armageddon 2.
Last time we saw Steel Garden, it sort of actually timed out before 2G were able to capitalize because of some utility coming the way of Furia that delayed.
It definitely can be tough to get much value from the Steel Garden, especially with Penny playing ahead of it by saving his Blade Storms for when it's used.
Does not turn that off.
From him. Yeah, just a good way to negate that.
I don't think he's going to turn that off. Is KO suppression. Or I guess the Stealth Drone suppression could do it. Either way. Speculative at best. Round 17 is coming at you, folks. Furia have that 2-round lead here, and Ping's already going straight up the guts.
And in the meantime, you have the Furia side on defense. It looks like they want to control towards A. That standard stun line from B-Dog.
Okay, again, a lot of those salvos exchanged in A lobby there.
Yeah, and look, so B-Dog is pressing up all the way A long, and that's allowing this early rotate towards B. Trio of Furia players await this hit.
They're being funneled in. Furia had a read on this round. They kind of knew it becoming the B direction. Silence gets deep though, and Stella just flashed out. Couldn't do a darn thing about it, but Jake and B-Dog are inside the site, and they are holding it down. The anchoring is supreme. B-Dog found 3 in the end, and it's down to Cabrera. His own Razorvine about to expire in front of him, and he needs to find a plant, and he has the time.
Has the ultimate too.
He lets it go straight away. Oh, the weapons still out for Penny. The Steel Garden not quite in effect quickly enough.
Furia really have a read on where these hits are coming in on. You have to give credit to Stellar IGLing the squad right now. They get that early A control. Penny's pressed all the way through. He's already flanking through window as the rest of the team are anchoring the site.
And he's been doing this. He's been doing this all game. Getting up as close as, even on that eco round, I think after losing the pistol, they had 2 players in mid-window on defense. Trying to be audacious here and also just kind of eliminate some of the possibilities for 2G to make it easier to get all your players ready to receive these hits.
Going to be on that bad buy. They have a hero rifle in the hands of Zap, their IGL. Gobera with the Guardian. Still a 20 bomb right now for him.
Drone is down.
Stealth drone sees that the Omen has TP'd across. Stella thought about the salvo there.
And that long A, B-Dog is ready to take this initial fight. Dash away, has Stellar to try and swing for the trade as well. Oh, crisp as ever. Tries to pick up Sewer now with the rest of 2G. Wait him, it is risky. He knows he needs to run.
And he just gave it a shoulder peek. Stella wise enough not to fully commit to picking up that line.
Concuss there too from him.
Here comes Penny wrapping around, shot the clone in the end. 2G are on this A side, but they're taking their time. There's a smoke in their way. They're going to emerge, flash themselves through it here. I like the idea there from Stella that are tucked next to the box, but it was spotted out by LZ, and a quick sheriff shot rings out. Awkward spot for B-Dog, but they've interrupted the plant, and the smoke set up for Jake is perfect. They're able to get onto the site. Not dead yet, pop it. It wasn't even needed. That is stunning from Furia.
Really playing it to that Clove ultimate. Jake knows he can just send it. If he gets one,
the greatest decoy.
And he comes right back to life and is serving as a distraction too. The speed from Furia is so impressive for, I mean, again, yes, this is the core of a team that competed all of Challengers 2024. So that is of significance, but it is still a pug team to some extent being thrown together. The first sign of excitement from these guys.
You want to be excited. That's a big round to win. Now, though, 2G able to buy back. We've got Armageddons on both sides. LZ there, this time fakes the TP. He's trying to condition something at A, but no one's really biting.
Armageddon in the hands of Zap. 2G IGL. Slower for Furia right now, or by slower, I mean more passive. They haven't pressed up for that A-long control, and their C-side, they haven't been as expeditious going towards long as 2G were when they were on the defensive half. They were pressed in deep very often. Gobera just getting inserted into Cubby.
Zap does not reveal B-Dog with his stealth drone. He himself was pinged out, though, so B-Dog knew just to bide his time. It's a massive pick off the Tejo off the map. He had the Armageddon.
That's the ultimate removed off the table.
This is the round you want it in, Wyatt.
It's the round you wanted, and especially because Furia have two significant ultimates, Rolling Thunder, Armageddon of their own. 2G's economy on the line.
Here.
They're inching up now. Adder on the line, knows this is coming. This has been called out to him by Penny, who's giving a bit of space this round instead. Timing, it's pretty good. That's going to be one for Adder. A second, here's a Rolling Thunder coming through. Prize is affected by it entirely. Adder gets his two. Jake's going to be there to throw down. It's up to Gobera, 2G. They had to win this round to stay truly competitive in this map. And now there's a smoky between him and the Spike.
They have 12 seconds, painfully dwindling off the clock as Gobera is just forced to save a rifle to the next round. We've seen him be a hero in this situation already. He did it in the first half. That's how he got back in. Oh, no, he will not. Double swing from Furia to rob him of the only hope 2G may have had in this round.
This is 2G's map pick. They chose this map.
It's just painful, but you can't be anything but impressed by this Furia squad, man. Look at this tsunami of utility flooding through the B site. You're getting stunned into the Armageddon damage. Oh my god, man. Brutality.
All right, Silence does at least have the dimensional drift.
Who's next?
Information game. That's where 2G are favored in a round like this. Straight away, Silence is going to go in. What can he glean? A lot. A lot. Players sitting backside here. He's going to meddle with them a little bit by throwing those flashes in. And he wanted to commit, but Anna brings him down. He's ready for it. Up against the smoke. Anna finds yet another one. Finally, his moment in the sun. A chance to show what he's made of here on the international stage. That was close. Oh, my shot. Oh, howdy. 1 versus 1, Stella. To right the wrongs of the past.
Both IGLs.
Zap here living dangerously, gives it a tickle. No stick of the spike yet, and Stella is wise to it. Doesn't show himself again. He's already anticipating a rotate off of C.
And the longer this goes, both these Taehos should be cycling those guiding salvos as well.
In we go. Tentatively, Zap knows the game rests on this play.
And he did just get that signature ability back.
Guided salvo in a post-plant especially
30 seconds left.
to dissuade Stella from stepping up. Zap has to commit to this now. 25 seconds left, and here comes Stella.
Spike planted.
Both Taehos with their salvos available. It's a game of chicken! But Stella has his dinner! And that'll be Furia, shockingly, from NA Challengers with Love to take the first map in this series. Haven is a 13-7.
The 2G's pick ripped away from them by the NA Challengers side that Furia had recruited here. I mean, you've got the 5 Brazilian players watching this like, hey, thanks for winning, but can you guys be a little less good?
But you tone it down.
Tone it down. You can win, but a little bit closer. You know, I mean, my God, they looked electric, man. That was some sickening defensive play.
And I want to tell you, this wasn't even the quote-unquote best team in NA Challengers, let alone, obviously, a team that didn't even make it to Ascension. That is the depth of talent we have waiting in Tier 2. And that is what so many teams in VCT Americas have been leveraging this year, digging into those reserves in Tier 2, whether it's been in Brazil, in North America. So many incredible players to choose from, and they're being put on full display right now, but we've got more to come. We're stepping away, but up next, Golden Boy and the analyst desk are going to break down this ridiculous map number 1.
Red Bull gives you wings.
E aí, eu sou o Zap, capitão, e esse é meu time, a 2Game. O primeiro é o Prize, o mais consistente em todos os aspectos do meu time, e esse aí é meu irmão, não tem jeito. Logo depois vem o Silas, esse é o coração da equipe, esse aí é nosso irmãozinho mais novo, não tem jeito também. Em seguida tem o LZ, nosso controlador, ele é nosso porto seguro. E por último, o Gobeira, nosso sentinela, muita mira, não dá pra entrar no bombe dele.
And there you just got reintroduced rather, to 2Game 2G, but unfortunately for them, they got introduced to this Furia roster that really did not let up at all. Mimi, they walk away with a 13-7 win.
You told me Furia was beating 2G today. I totally believe you, but not that it was this roster, all the way from NA Challengers, proving just how good they are in that first match.
And they got off to an absolute tear in this game as well, stealing away that second round after losing Pistol. They then put together a string of rounds to jump out to an early lead. And I want to look at this Chaos run. There are 8 ults that are used in this retake. We've got Teo, we've got Breach. It's absolute insanity coming through here, because Silent sort of scouts out everything and then has this follow-up Teo utility trying to get 2G to come in on the retake, using that ult as well to keep the players back. But then it's Jake and Adder from downtown making it all happen, Mimi.
And you heard in that initial interview with Stellar, he thought the strength of this team was the coordination between the players, from playing together on Turtle Troop, on YFP, on rosters before that. And I felt like that really showed through in the chaotic moments of this game. This is 2025 Valorant across the board. 18 ultimates every round.
Does anyone know what's happening? There's a Breach ult comboed with a Teo ult in that.
We're gonna need a breakdown.
No, everyone has seen the clip where it's Cadril reacting to like the B post plant or the B take on Bind, where it's Viper's ult, Harbor ult, Brimstone ult, Raze ult.
It's only gotten
no
more
idea
chaotic since then.
My question to Cadril is, if you watch that round, is Valorant easier to understand in 2025 or is it harder?
But what's crazy is that despite that chaos, I think that Furia did such a good job still setting up the right crossfire, still playing together, swinging off each other. It was really innate in the way that they were playing. And I think in particular on defense, their site anchors did such a good job of navigating around that utility. Jake almost always had a site smoke for the anchor, and they did a great job of finding that one gap in the util, getting their kill, and buying so much time for the rest of the team to rotate in and use their own crazy volley of utility to close out the round on these flood retakes.
There were also a lot of rounds where they were sort of pushing up on the extremities. In the pistol round, they got punished for that walking down into long, but Penny consistently was challenging down A or down C, and what it allowed them to do was heavier stack on other sides of the map, and even when he was pushed up forward, there was still Breach utility ready to play off that guy.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead, though, and shine a light on one of the, top performers coming out of that map, right? Gobeira, even though Silence had a few moments where he was really
he was the guy
showing up.
the first half.
For sure. But Gobeira definitely stepped up for him, even though it ended up in an L, though, Ender. Gobeira certainly put up numbers.
Clearly the aim is good, but I was impressed by how many different good spots he found himself in, whether it was like playing behind a box with a teammate baiting from up in window, navigating that C side especially. He was really finding these different angles and repositioning after smokes go down, after flashes go down, and still finding ways to get a couple of free kills, shooting players in the back of the head, and still convert for an extra third.
And Wyatt and Uber were mentioning on this cast, right? He was on a Brazilian Challengers team that got relegated. He wasn't like a top prospect coming out of the region, but 2G brought him into the fold to sub in, and filling into the big shoes of Spike is that missing player on the roster. He did an excellent job on that Vice, map 1.
It's tough too, because there's a few rounds like towards the end there where he's in the 1v2 on B site and he drops down the ultimate, and if it just comes in a quarter of a second faster, Penny's gun goes offline, he wins that round. They're much closer, maybe they get some momentum
maybe changes.
Look, he was pulling out all the stops and just barely missed it in a couple of those rounds.
One thing is for certain, though, that I've pulled away from this is the depth of talent in the Challengers division is insane. If that is what we've been treated to, and that's just match 1. But for now, though, let's go ahead and hear from the coach on the other side of the field for 2G to hear what they have to say going into map 2.
I am joined by Faith Zor for a quick word between the two maps. It was a pistol round that went your way, and then the map got a little shaky for your pick. What have you talked to the team about, and how are you feeling about Lotus?
Yeah, we're doing fine. We kind of had a misplay at Garage at the 1-0, right? So that's kind of snowballed then for the next 3-4 rounds, and that kind of makes it hard. But we're doing fine. We kind of had a slow start, but yeah, we're going to be fine. Yeah, we are good.
All right, Faith Zor, hope to see it. Good luck.
Thank you.
I think Faith said they're going to be fine. They're going to be fine. He has faith. Oh, come on, maybe that. You get one. You know, I would have said the joke otherwise, so I'm proud of you. I've taught you well. But let's talk about what he was discussing there, the snowball, how like one round kind of just really led to destruction. And granted, there's always going to be a mess of other things at play, but we do know Valorant to be quite a snowbally game if those things don't go your way.
When you're playing comps like this that have a ton of power ultimates, those chaos rounds, like the one we were highlighting, are the ones that really matter, because when those big tools are being invested, you have to win the rounds. And critically, almost every time we had one of those big swing rounds in play, Fury was taking things home. They just did better at navigating those late rounds in the chaos.
It's true, and I'm honestly a little bit more concerned for 2G heading into the second game. Our GOAT stats guy just hit me up and said that Fury won 73% of the actual buy rounds in that game. So while, yes, it felt like a very close game, it might not actually have been that close in those pure rifle v rifle rounds as we might have thought.
Yeah, all right. Well, folks, we're going to have so much more to talk about, but we got some game to cover. So let's jump into map 2. But for now, though, we're going to take a quick break, and when we return, we continue the series.
I tell you, they came out of absolutely nowhere, but Furia, they came straight from NA Challengers, baby. I'm not going to stop bigging them up. That first map, exciting one to start with and very back and forth, but it was Furia with this standing roster that triumphed. Now we're heading on to Lotus, a map that comes back into the pool wide recently. We've seen a ton of this like double blast initiator setup, like a lot of Teho and Breach here. Might expect to see that continue. Both teams really trending in that direction.
We've already seen it on Lotus in this tournament. We've already seen it on Lotus in Europe in the past week as well. So would not be shocked to see that again. We know how strong Breach is on this map. That has always been the case. That early control, the fights towards Rubble being so important, and that agent thrives there. So certainly expecting to see that, and likely not a Yoru for Silence again, but probably back to Raze where he has thrived. He was very good on that agent during the Ascension run. Yeah, and there it is.
Okay.
And we've got the Teo Breach again, and the Vice again. I mean, they're running it back.
Listen, on Lotus, the sites on Lotus are notoriously hard to hold from the outside. You generally have to be in them in the post part of that attacking team. So it's possible that we're seeing the trend towards, you know, agents that can dig people out, right? Pressure with those guided salvos. Or
we just have the mirror. We have the mirror match.
Okay.
I was hoping for a little bit of adder deadlock. Oh, the non-challengers watchers are being robbed of some ridiculous play, but that's all right. I expect them to be perhaps, maybe not just as silly, because the Annihilation lineups are ridiculous, but we might still see some very cool setups from this man. He's a very creative player.
Right, the stage is set. This was a map selected by Furia. Clearly, and like we heard them in the interview beforehand, someone laughed when Riv asked them what kind of prep they were doing. You know, I don't know who it was, I'm not going to out anyone in the background, but you know, they've been really leveraging their chemistry as players that have played together for years. Nothing really concrete in terms of the practice of prep. There's no coach interview at halftime, is there? Because there isn't one.
There's no coach. I mean, it is just mental. They played a fantastic game on Haven. If they replicate that tier of defensive play on Lotus as well, oh my god, man. It might just be over for 2G in their debut right to the lower bracket.
But 2G finally gets to be the underdog in their debut game, right?
Oh yeah, it only took one map loss, unfortunate. And it's slow for them on attack with LZ really the only 2G player on any kind of explorations peeking towards a Rubble.
We're not seeing any Viper on this kind of map, so that lurk wall's a thing of the past here, keeping players pinned to a side of the map defensively. Not happening here.
And I have to feel that 2G are still feeling from map 1 a carryover of Furia's willingness to push so deep early on these rounds. We're 40-something odd seconds in, and they've just now went over to control Mound. They were expecting a push out this entire time.
You feel like in the next few seconds we're about to get an explosive push here on the
Furia
side.
have read this. Again, they're stacked on the right side.
They've not seen anything quite yet, but that smoke's now dissipated. Silence here trying to pave the way. Fault line going to come on in here, but Adder's already found Silence straight away. Wind out of the sails.
The rest of the team cut off by those guided salvos.
Oh no! Look, he's got behind them. Adder sneaks into the corner and finds his third for the round, and 2G just got hit with a soul read.
Stellar is reading these guys like a book, I say again, on round 1, because we just saw a whole half of Haven go the exact same way. Furia always had 3 players on the site that was going to be hit. 2G didn't make a peep that entire round up until the actual execute. That reposition from Adder is lovely, getting into the corner, 2 freebies.
One of the biggest criticisms that Stellar's VCT team got in 2023 was not being able to adapt to situations, to be able to read. Look at what we're seeing here, straight away, second map already.
And
Furia
actually struggling on the defensive side more than attack that year. This play is really sublime. I'm so impressed. I mean, I expected them to be good, but so far they've been great. Oh my god, all right, well, LZ just going insane with the Sheriff. Sure.
Sometimes you just take a fight. That was pretty raw. Cabrera falls here, Stellar's now to wrap around. Another couple for Stellar, and Zap's not even enough to stop him. Out up Silent. No spike plant though, and that is that. Furia wrap this one up again pretty quickly.
Wrap it up in what, 25 seconds? Despite LZ finding 2 immediate picks with the Sheriff. I want to see that on the replay. We saw it from the POV of those getting domed, but those shots must have been sick. I mean, here we go, just take that initial duel. Wow, yeah, adjustment onto B-Dog.
Look at all the util on that site there. There's like a shear, there's a razor fine set up, but none of that's relevant.
I feel like such a broken record here, but it's just the speed on these floods from Furia paying dividends. Again, despite being at this man advantage, Stellar's in there, Penny's in there, they're ready to fight. They're hitting them from all angles while they're trying to get the spike down.
That was an extremely fast wraparound from Stellar. Here though, bonus round for Furia. They have a rifle in his hands.
A side completely for free, pushed up with the boombot. All 4 players. If they go any further, they're going to meet the shear. It's just Adder anchoring on C. What can he do?
It's going to delay them a fair bit. They're going to pull out here. No use waiting for it to come down. It's what, 6 to 7 seconds, I think.
Yeah, so Furia, they proc that wall, and you can see Gobert's attention has been drawn. Has to be weary now of Furia flanking.
Adder's going to have to get busy. He's not the only rifle here. He's got to put it to good use. I'd say that's not bad for a start. Might look to slink away a little bit now as the guided salvos come in. It's LZ, the only one that actually gets ahead of this into the site. Stealth drone might have spotted Adder out here now. It's going to be an aftershock, forcing him out of position. He's only got 5 bullets. He has not had a chance to reload. Does that now.
2G, monotonous getting into the site, but at least now they get to bend. Look at Furia though, 4 players ready to
Lord,
go.
they're coming. Here's Penny, explodes out of the smoke immediately. LZ falls, Prize trying to set up with a flash here. That's going to be Adder falling. Gobert able to follow up on it. Still no spike plant. They've not gotten onto the site yet properly. And Penny wins out another one with the Guardian. Price has gotten forward here, but it's awkward. They're forced back now by a paint shell, and there's 20 seconds left in the round. 2G are trapped. They're encircled. And they're going to fight their way through the net. That's Prize with 2. And B-Dog has to salvage now. Still no plant just yet. Aftershock. Prize is just able to get away from it. And that's a great fault line. B-Dog has to get out.
Does just recover that rifle, though.
He's flashed himself back in. Price is so low. Zap has the off angle. He gets him by the skin of their teeth. 2G in a 2 versus 4 prevail in the third.
It looked like it was completely cooked. Furia maybe overplaying their hand there, trying to get back in. I mean, frankly, can you blame them, though? On the spike tap in a 4-on-2, they want to just rush in. They can't win the duels. It was a bit disconnected, though, with Penny fighting lower. There was that awkward satchel. I think he actually knocked himself back. What a recovery from 2G. Big credit to Zap, IGL stepping up. Economy would have been in tatters had they lost that round.
Yeah, a few guns go by the wayside. No one else. He's on a Guardian here. The Silence just sat in between that Venn diagram of murder.
Here comes that stealth drone, see if that gets any info. At least aware now that LZ is pressed up towards tree, though. Probably could have assumed that without the drone getting the info. It's just Stellar towards the A site. The rest of Furia, they've pushed out a B. They have a trap play set up. B-Dog has that fault line in hand, but ultimately it doesn't seem like it's going to matter one bit. 2G just want to explode out tree, get this A site, and they should pretty much for free. You know, Stellar's just hoping to maybe get 1 kill, fall back, play for a 5-on-4 retake.
That is a furious smoke there, thrown down. Silence here looks to challenge. Stella wins it out though. Solo player on the side. He's got to hold off for as long as he possibly can. Looks to challenge there into what was a flash, and here comes Jake from stairs. The cavalry has arrived, and Jake runs rough shot over him. It's just Cabrera, and he is too far away to intervene.
An Adder's already got a beat on him. Awkward, and the gun duel does win the first, but Penny Swift on the trade. 2 rounds in a row now. Despite 2G winning that prior, which came from a miracle 2v4, they are slow at getting into the sights right now. Stellar was alone there for how long? 15 seconds at least.
And he wasn't hiding. He pushed up like this.
They just never hit the gas into the site. And Furia, who were holding a trap set up on B main for ages, were still able to rotate in time to flood into support Stellar. 2G, it feels like they're losing some of the confidence. It's fading at the moment.
After that first map, it's hard to come back from. Now Fury actually push up here on the A side behind one of these Omen smokes, so they might look to challenge here a wrap through A, and there's no shear to slow this down. Oh my goodness! LZ, not ready for them to be so far up already.
And look at this, as soon as the wall is procced, here comes that fault line. B-Dog can't connect though.
He's got the util though, sort of follow it up. It's going to be a aftershock that gets thrown in. Stella makes his peek and goes 1 for 1. B-Dog's out of the action for the time being, but Jake, man, this guy's ready to rip and tear. Silent sitting heaven side without a real weapon to defend himself. Yet another one chalked up for Furia.
It's just ruthless from the NA Challengers team, having a nice little vacation in LA, play some Valorant with their buddies, and they've turned up in sick form.
That is absurd. You've got to be calling a timeout here if you're 2G. Nothing really has been working so far. Bit of an awkward buy round that last one. I think 3 players not in a position to get themselves rifles. All of 2G essentially challenge that sheer, get across onto the site, but it's very easy to be contained inside B.
The moment that spike gets tapped, they can just expect all 5 Furia players to be right on top of them. And even at that, it's in the early rounds. You're just seeing this death ball running around the map, taking fights. And frankly, this is actually how Penny's team, he was on YFP in 2024. When they played Lotus, that was the style that he was running. They were triple death balling, just running around, taking fights on the extremities, him in the breach, constantly. They're mega proactive, and that's carried over into this game.
Yeah, I mean, I think only Ada wasn't on YFP at some point. A lot of players crossed the fence between Turtle Troop and that YFP roster. Again, they play with each other for so long. This stuff just seems to be second nature for them now.
We've really arrived at a similar juncture now, early on into Haven, essentially taking a time out of the same spot, if not I think the exact same spot for 2G, coming into a round where all of the ults are going to be on the table, economy is on the line, it's must win. They actually lost this round on Haven, but then recovered by winning in Eco later. This is another big one. 2G have to win this.
2G have already let 4 defense rounds from Furia go. Not a good omen on this map, speaking of which. Jake gets brought down by Silence. Another burst of speed here for 2G. Okay, we're not ready for the TP behind, apparently. Penny trying to come in through on the ramp, but there's no one here to be affected by that Armageddon. Very fast hit for 2G. Overwhelms Furia.
Not a lot of attention being paid to this flank, though. Penny might be able to get,
please watch it,
1 for free. Nah, not going to happen now, as 2G have really put emphasis on stacking up towards Baby Door.
Stealth Drone's going to go towards Link, though, so won't snap this out. There it is, Cabrera! Always tucked in the corner, always good for 3. 2G finally get back into the game.
They just went from 0 to 100 in 2 seconds. That was the first time that they really just went with all-out speed, getting into the site. Little teleport play with LZ's ultimate as there was that satchel forward from Silence. A cool way to open this up.
Man, they hit this very fast. Yeah, it was an Omen TP crunch onto the B side.
And if you're Jake, you're just stunned that this raises in your face. 2 seconds have been shed off the clock. Not ready for that at all.
That's the decisiveness we've been looking for.
Yeah, I love that pace mix-up out of the timeout. Great call.
All right, LZ again quickly gets out towards Rubble. Has the TP for it, though. Guided salvos clearing parts of the map. Silence again, doubles. Satchel in. Oh, Stella's having to get away from that one. That one's going to bounce into drop, though, so a little bit dangerous. Silence already gets up to the upper side of the site. Stella drops down himself and goes 1 for 1. B-Dog in tree, trying to put roots down, but Cabrera pulls him out. Silent is sat inside that smoke. Ada awkwardly now has to put away the rifle.
And he pops that showstopper, trying to get out of Baby Doro. Can he actually find a target, though?
Making that noise to wake the dead, but Silence won't be roused. Barry deals with Adder eventually. He was playing from upper now. It's going to be up to Jake and Penny, respectively. The ladder from stairs might actually look to wrap here, so Jake might have to take a beat and syncopate this push.
Penny does have a grenade, could send that down. Now feels like he needs to use it close, and it's actually going to land right onto Prize, I believe. Forced back. Jake tries to get the adjustment in time.
Almost a breakneck flick there from Jake. LZ now behind the one-way.
He's got the info on both players now. Penny is wrapping back from stairs. Could get a free kill onto Gobera.
Timing is everything. 8 bullets left here. Penny finds him okay now. This one's on the table for Furia. It's up to LZ, who is behind a one-way and now needs to step up. Step into the fray and challenge it. Penny's there for 4. And Furia with an unlikely comeback get themselves back on the rails.
Lovely from Jake, who's been on an absence from VCT Americas post that stint with Cloud9.
In kickoff. That's when he got dropped.
That movement in tree was really excellent. Spotted out all of the players, got all of the information, remained this flanking presence, and then Penny having the presence of mind.
What are you doing?
Actually go around and capitalize off that info. Yeah, I'm doing my job, bro. I'm trying to get paid out here. What are you talking about?
I don't have to say to you. Penny like, wraps in between upper and stairs multiple times there. So active on that retake attempt. So 2G still able to buy, but at risk of being relegated down to weaker weapons in the next round. 5 defense rounds for Furia. That's got to feel good.
They've got this mount control. They're pressing up towards B as well, or 2G, or being collected onto Zap, and that's the Armageddon active. Could be great for a big execute, as the defenders have heavily rotated towards this seaside.
It's a good initial guess here from Furia. You have to imagine there will be some rotation required. Okay, well, the rat spot is noted. Another opts to linger for a time. We have Annihilation up here for Zap. The only ultimate on the field.
Silence trying to get this wall activated, and there it is. Second try a little bit better than the first, and that's drawing attention from the defenders. A paranoia actually expended from Jake, and that was just to get Penny back on the line into B.
How well can Ada anchor this situation?
This has been some good calling so far from 2G. They're working the map well. They're going to get this site for free. Ada just gets out of harm's way.
Very disoriented, I think, he'd be there as the Razorvine came in, but Furia now able to play for the retake. Penny, another beautiful opener there. Smoke comes down over towards the hall side, and Price is going to be forced away. Nice use of the guided salvo to buy time. What? He actually goes down. Stella picks him up with his signature ability, and there's no chance to plant. The pace from Furia, so hard to deal with, and Penny knocks 3.
When are you supposed to plant the spike? You really just cannot let the
best
time
part.
dwindle. I know, you cannot let the time dwindle to the extent that 2G are against this comp when they haven't gotten enough util out, when those guided salvos have been recycled from the earlier round use.
Oh, you're kidding me? That's the opener?
Some nice RNG spam.
Price is trying to dance between them.
Yeah, just trying to dance between little pulses that actually do the damage. It looked like there may have been a little sliver of open space he could have used, but tragically no.
Let's go for it again, round 9 here. Penny is 12-2, folks. That's a nasty paint shell.
That's juicy.
Look at Jake. He's up on Rubbly, might try and swing this, but LZ's going to be there to stop him in his tracks with the Guardian.
They know they got a lot of damage, but they really overplayed their hand.
They're taking a lot of damage as well. Wyatt, they are looking haggard. And again, it's Penny with an opener. He might look to repost on this angle behind him. Oh my god, that could have been nasty. Zap's out to take him down, at least though with the Sheriff. Spike's loose, not picked up yet. And Furia just picking 2G apart at their leisure.
It's just pure duels. Adder trying to get some spam off the Jiggle Peak. B-Dog with the most health in the server. More damage onto Gobera. Combined 67 for the remaining Brazilian players against B-Dog, who was having some outlandish moments in regards to the aim on map 1 Haven. Mostly just been, providing that supportive utility so far on Lotus, but you have to feel that he can just step up whenever necessary.
This one's a big ask though for B-Dog. Trying to retake this C site. So a question of whether he can catch Gobera early. LZ is not going to look to trade off of the Vice at all. Instead, just stop the plant from that passive mound position.
They're playing far away. Has the paranoia, actually.
In comes B-Dog's made no sound so far. About to, though. Fault Liner might look to deal with the threat here a bit closer. He's not checking Waterfall at all. Cabrera, though, doesn't get to see him. B-Dog has dropped down. Time, though, is of the essence, and there's not enough time for B-Dog to get these kills, turn around and go for a defuse. That's LZ low, and B-Dog will have to be satisfied with that for the round.
There's some damage at the very least, I suppose, but 2G play that pretty textbook in the 2v1. Best, most ideal plant spot. And even if B-Dog had tried to stick on that flank was coming from Gobert. They had that locked up, so well played to get their third on the board. And what was an eco round, by the way? I mean, not a pure eco. They had a couple decent weapons at the very least.
It was that messy trade out towards Rubble that they ended up sort of prevailing in that allowed them to pull out in the 2 versus 2, ping over to another side. That's that attacker's advantage, I guess, given how big this map is, but 3 attack side rounds for 2G.
Penny is ready to get back into tier 1 then.
Yeah.
This team's 14-3. What did that? I mean, I know he's been playing well, but it was pretty wild.
Long time coming for him. Showstopper in hand this round. Still guns to be bought for Furia. Can still work with this.
Half Furia pushed up with that mound control. Penny has to go really deep with the Showstopper. Shouldn't be able to get any value here. I can't imagine. Unless Gobert.
There's no way.
No,
He's so loose on it! Oh, that's just unreal. What kind of Q has he gotten for that? Maybe the footsteps. Either way, he's taken huge space and narrowed things down. Now Furia know that 2G are all here at A. And they're pretty committed. They're in the side proper. LZ, they're looking to take the fight. Boots on the ground. He is ready for it. Jake here, though, the timing from stairs is good enough to knock him loose, and the spike also out in the open.
Yeah, B-Dog just found a kill over towards Rubble as well, so the Furia players can pinch in through tree. A lot of angles of danger from 2G. They have to be weary of these flanks.
They're testing tree already. Furia with 2 players might look to double face this. Silence is going to be forced away, and that's Penny again! What an unreal showing from this guy! Lying in wait and then pouncing for 3.
And it was that flanking presence that just drew the crosshair from LZ away, and in that very moment, Penny just gets the 2 freest kills he's probably gotten in this series so far. And just like that.
And this is the series, by the way, a round where he just got that random showstopper kill. 3 of them
by the way, yeah, he did just. That is pretty tragic for Gobert. There really isn't anywhere else for him to go. LZ tried his best to recover this.
Yeah, he's been doggedly trying to play forward in a lot of these situations. Why? Good for a couple and a few of these rounds, but it's just not enough.
That was the economy breaker for 2G as well. It's typically a map that at least historically we've looked at as being more attacker-sided, though who knows exactly with the state of the new meta. I mean, that was back when we were seeing the Raze fade stuff all the time. There was still Viper being played, so we'll have to see how things shape out with Lotus back in the pool with all of these new agents. 2 of them we've got on both sides here. Still crazy that Teo's been out for 9 days and we've seen him 4 times in this series.
Yeah, just add water. He has been an instant plug and play for so many of our VCT rosters. 2G committed so many resources here to stop Penny. He might have their number here. Patient play, not looking to commit to that engagement.
Yeah, and even with them being on an eco round, there have been moments in the past where Furia on the anti-eco press forward. We're fighting all the way into A lobby. 2G want to bait out some of that aggression to find an opener, but it doesn't come, and they've headed towards C. This is where the execute is going to be coming through.
All right, Paranoia, and that's going to be Jake playing off it. Gets him 1, and Silence goes down. No, the spiritual leader Zap ends up taking one of his teammates out of the game, and Jake will find 4. 20 an hour starting to swing 2G around like ragdolls. It's not pretty.
Off to the danger of having so many explosives at the moment, and especially with Teo being pretty new. We're going to see some unfortunate
God, you cannot afford that.
This anchoring from Jake is sublime. Superior weaponry, of course, but
the fault line, so sick. Perfectly set up there by B-Dog. Nasty. And yeah, that's a round where you can't afford to lose a player to those Teho utility pieces.
Furia have the trap set up right now, but the showstopper, oh my God, it whips!
How does he miss? Penny gets behind him though, but realizes he does need to deal with Silence, who brings him down. B-Dog holds his ground, and Jake now knows he might need to go for a 1 and done. Going to be spotted out by this, and he doesn't have a TP available to get out right now. He's suppressed. Somehow, that's Aftershock. may have protected it.
Look at where LZ has inserted himself with the teleport. You know, circumvented all this utility, but he, oh my god, yeah, he definitely got spotted out by that stealth drone. This is a ridiculous fight over on A. What is happening? Okay, gets a kill there. The spike is going down on C. Okay, I mean, they've hit Furia with the razzle-dazzle. They don't know where any player is.
And Stellar doubles back over towards that A side here, but now they know the plant is over at C. B-Dog, quiet again, but been great on the utility. This time he has to do it himself, or buy time for Stellar to get there, but time again is short for this retake, and he's taking a huge amount of damage. 4-line avoided. Okay, a little special delivery also thrown up on the side there. Stellar's going to go for it. He's the healthy one right now, but Prize has a great timing. And the healthy Stellar is down. Why not commit the Rolling Thunder in the last round of the half here to secure your chances of winning the round? B-Dog once more will not have enough time to find a defuse here. It's been a rough first half here for 2G. Bookending it at least with a round win has got to feel good, but there's some climbing to do for this roster.
Once they eventually got the spike down on some of these rounds, we were able to set up those post plants, the crossfires for Mount. Sure, they're able to scrape by, but it required the ultimates on these rounds too. Funny enough, the most impactful one might have been Omen's teleport ultimate.
Onto the B side.
Yeah, they won both rounds that they used that, funny enough. And they won both rounds where they went fast into B. Their enemy was their slow play on too many rounds, and Furia capitalizing off of that with fast rotates.
Consistent pattern. 2 rounds won by Furia, 1 by 2G. Rinse and repeat. 8-4 is the half as Furia have a comfortable lead. Let's see what they've got in store for us in the second, but for now, a breather.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Paltry 4 attack side rounds picked up by 2G on Lotus. Furia's map pick, but this is where 2G need to come alive because they lost the first as well. Haven did not go their way. Lotus, Wyatt isn't looking much better.
Penny is on a quest to prove himself and return to Tier 1. He has said as much publicly for over a year at this point. I mean, he is definitely shown to be a really driven player that is making the most of this opportunity. 17 for 4 on the defense. Was running rampant, taking all the liberties, taking early duels. Great breach support util. Let's just see if he can keep it up to close this out. Furia, they just look like the better team today.
Yep. The setup for B-Dog, like you said, their breach util's been absolutely superb. Okay, decent little ping out there. Silence definitely noted. To nobody on Furia's surprise, it's a very heavily fortified B site.
There.
Penny has controlled all of Mound on his own, spotting out some of the utility littered by that Vice Sentinel Gobert, the lone 2G player trying to hold down C with the execute.
They might swing this all together. Clear the Razorvine. Okay, they actually draw out the Shear, but they leave Jake TPing into the site. I don't know if 2G are ready for this. 7 seconds, that Shear's got to come down. Paint shells there, a little concerning for Jake.
Are Furia going to commit or pivot away? Because look at Adder on the minimap all the way towards A right now.
Is he doing enough?
Cover fades, Jake. This is tough. Fault line comes through. They're taking fights. Adder is going through the A side right now. And yeah, the spike is now leaving. It's retreating. They're going towards A.
I can't believe that this has happened, Adder.
They've all gotten out, man.
Still, though, there's a chance here for 2G to maybe cut some players off, but they instead opt to play together as a 4. This means that Adder can take a couple shots and has to fall off this line.
Yeah, 2G know that someone could be positioned there. They have guns out ready for that. Full execute. I mean, that was a great arc, Rose, but
Furia are spread thin in this post-plant white. This is a little awkward now. They've got players watching B and over towards Rubble.
I like that those missiles, they actually cut off Silence. Jake gets that insta-trade. There's a refund coming from B-Dog.
Patience. Penny with some good damage there through the smoke. Now 2G are looking to group up as a deathfall. They've got to go for this, but B-Dog again looking to set them up with the util. Zap caught out by it. Jake able to find the swing, and B-Dog getting things done on his own. Gabera, can he save them? It's not enough. It was good, but not enough.
Essentially full map control for Furia. Adder gets all the space in A for absolute free. Somehow they retreat out of that C hit, only taking 13 total damage. That was on to Jake. Pivoting over, B-Dog re-wraps through B. It is just lovely.
That damage by
the Turtle Troop core, some of YFP, some of the best we have in NA Challengers. I mean, again, Furia could not have gotten a better squad together last second to come here. Experienced players on the stage, and they're showing it all.
They might like try and go a little bit faster here. Penny with a Guardian. Those salvos now clear. 2G unwilling to show themselves, but again, it's Adder who creates an opportunity across the map. It's over at C this time, and yet Furia still want to fight a little bit towards Rubble. Jake's a little low. Somewhat committed now, as Silent is going to walk this smoke, and Jake finds the perfect timing to slip through the net.
Just barely low HP. I mean, real danger. 2G, they want to press the issue. They're going all the way through into the attacker spawn. 4 players. I like that proactivity from them, trying to find a timing to set the trap with the guided salvos.
B-Dog's ready. Oh, he's tucked as well.
I mean, it's ready, but it's all on him.
He's good for one, surely. I love the shoulder pick there from Silence. B-Dog's going to have to stand and fight now. Can't get rid of any of the util. Awkward. And there's a chance here, a real one for 2G.
They still have to breach this choke point with all 4 players, but luckily no utility for Stellar. They should be able to press through right now.
Stellar playing passively off it. He knows he's no util. The leverage, oh, that's dirty. In a blink of an eye, 2 players from 2G picked out of the litter, and Stellar will double back for a third. Pulls on the thread, and the sweater comes apart.
Despite getting that kill onto B-Dog with some rare whiffs from him in this series, getting through that choke point with your pistol holding the players is a nightmare. Perfect angle held from Stellar.
He gives him nothing. He gives him absolutely nothing.
That is just effortless from the vet. Some moments of excitement for Furia. Penny up to 18. Jake on 15. Really turned it up on this map too, by the way.
I feel like just the setups here for Furia, the calling has been superb. Stellar's got to be credited with that. 6-round lead. 2G now with a buy.
A buy with everything on the line. Everyone sub 200 credits if the stealth drone comes through to get some information towards this C site. Sheer still there, that wall. Going to have to get that procced at some point so they can push in as a unit.
Might be a quick cancel call here. Shields over on the B side for Furia. That might have been triggered earlier, so they quickly check into connector.
Look at that. Jake actually has the dark cover placed at the choke point to cut off those angles, and he's just using it to get that wall nullified. Nice little micro play. Util for util trade, and it makes the site way easier to crack into.
Okay, Penny gets past so much of that util. He's in the site. And the rest of Furia now following him in. Jake has gotten up to waterfall now. Can again set up yet another smoke to cut that waterfall position off. And Adder always a loose end.
Yeah, an important duel here. Adder in the spawn, but goes down to LZ.
It's the player you want there. I think LZ has been very, very good when he just has to run at a wall. But we're in the post part now, well and truly. Jake waiting for some kind of action. There's got to be a double swing coming from Halls in just a moment. Here is that Armageddon. That's from Furia. And here's Zap, doesn't care for it at all, takes the challenge and finds 2. At 21, he has to back away. The flash would have been good to play off of, but B-Dog is getting there. A third for B-Dog, it's not enough. 2G able to salvage what could have been an ugly round for them again.
Trying to redeem those whiffs from the prior round, B-Dog. Good effort. That Armageddon just not extracting the necessary value to make up for the man deficit that LG was able to garner for 2G. Can't understate how crucial that engagement with Adder was earlier in the round. Opens up the possibility for flanks that Furia then have to watch for. And the team is just relegated to all playing in the site. They're trying to play crossfires with the spike planted towards Ben. They didn't have it planted for that mound spam position where we saw 2G finding what little success they had on their attack.
I feel like LZ was absolutely critical in that round. Gabera has been the best player for this 2G roster today as well.
That is pretty wild. The stand-in for Spike has really stepped up. That was the bonus, though, for Furia. This isn't the perfect buy. Adder has a Stinger. They have a lot of light armors.
Sheer wall there still to contend with. Looks like they might send 2 players in to deal with it. Yep, 1 TP pass. Oh, it's a dangerous challenge. Gabera's taken down. That means all of 2G's presence in the C side has been neutralized.
He definitely had a chance to get his 1 and slip away back into Waterfall. Just couldn't connect the crucial shots. Penny, a nice adjustment.
Oh, the timing's not there either for the aftershock, so Stella will be able to walk away unscathed.
And again, LZ on the flank. Look at him coming from Mount. Pivotal to wrangle this back for 2G.
This time it's going to be B-Dog, but he's tucked in that same corner. Last time he got undone. This time he keeps himself hidden, but look, he's just sitting there with the lineup. This is going to be punished. Silence gets concussed there. Oh, the follow-up was beautiful. The combo, special delivery, and that aftershock was good, but LZ has finally arrived. And he's dishing out retribution, but he's in a 1 versus 2. Jake repositions with a TP spots LZ with just a little shoulder peek. LZ would have had to ace to make it happen, but you had to believe. And that's Furia with their 11th.
What a beautiful little utility combo in the midst of that. The concuss coming through from Stellar.
Say it, Wyatt.
The special delivery. Such a ridiculous util name. It's the concuss. It came through from Stellar. Combos with the aftershock from B-Dog, which, by the way, LZ, you can't blame him for wanting to be patient on that flank, but if he pulled the trigger faster, he would have killed B-Dog before the aftershock came in and killed Silence. I mean, he can't know that. You want to be patient in that situation. It's just unfortunate that, you know, that was the first domino that got knocked over, and it fell apart. Great sight hold from Furia.
Last time we saw a timeout for Furia, I think it was 4-1. They ended up winning the next round, but unfortunately couldn't keep that momentum going. This is their last one here. You'll notice, of course, that Furia have not had to take a sidebar at all on Lotus thus far.
Sidebar with whom? These guys don't have a coach. They don't have a coach, man.
Just with their own thoughts, you know? a little bit of sensory deprivation in the middle of the match to reset you. That's a great point. Why am I talking about timeouts, bro? Ay, ay, ay.
And now, to call back to that round before the last, where B-Dog hit those snappy shots, but they still lost, it has resulted in 2G's economy not being good enough for a buy now. If they had just killed B-Dog quicker in that, what was it, 4v1 or so, they would be able to cobble something together here. But it looks like Furia should be able to get to 12. It's just a Bulldog for Silence. Maybe if things get scrappy, he can rip that showstopper to find a kill, or Zap can use the Armageddon. That's the only shot they have at flipping this round on its head.
They're going to push out of door here, I was going to say, for 2G, but instead, actually, they sit back. They're going to play off some of this util. Flash and fault line can be dispensed. Now they're going to go for it. Armageddon as well. Nice little combo. Penny has to go forward. He's got no choice but to stand and deliver. And they've caught out the raise.
They are sending it on this round out of the timeout. There's a big fight at Rubble.
And it's going to be Fury that wins it out there. We see Adder even get chiming in there with the Outlaw. That's his second. And unfortunately, 2G, a cute idea that gets them the kill on Penny, the main instigator for Furia. But after the fact, when Furia finally commit back into that space, they're outgunned.
They do a beautiful job at getting back in with their own utility. And it's disastrous. The 2G have expended ultimates here. I can't be mad at them for taking a risk like that as Adder cleans it up on the round to try and win that, try and not allow Furia to get to match point. But look at the state of things now. Penny, one orb away from the showstopper. Steel Garden for Adder. B-Dog has the Rolling Thunder. They have all the tools they need to end this game. Dominant on their map pick. And frankly, dominant on 2G's map pick of Haven.
At no point on Lotus have 2G been able to string more than one round consecutively together. It's been one round, then lose two. One round, then lose two. The whole game.
They want to go for this A control with guided salvos. Easy to get up pressed to this choke point. Here comes the Steel Garden, and it's actually Adder just sending it into B alone. Furia patient here.
He's taking the weight again, and now this fight's going to go down out towards Rubble, and they're going to get caught out by a fault line. The dark cover, though, does dissipate, and there's nobody there from Furia to capitalize, but no one is going to expect Adder to be here. They're looking, there's no way. Silence, oh, the reaction is good. Sometimes the best laid plans go to waste. But Fury still have this B side, they still have a Rolling Thunder to play with. B-Dog is ready. Okay. Stella's there, though, it's going to be traded back. Here's B-Dog from upper, gets rid of Zap now, the 2 versus 2. Penny here's Gaberi, he has to know this is happening. And Gaberi can't afford to check this corner. He'll have a timing on the Vice. And there's a tickle on the spike. Penny, though, puts him to bed. Showing the world that he's only gotten better.
I don't want to nerd out right now, but that last round was so cool from Furia. The Steel Garden cell coming into B, and then figuring that that would force the A Rubble players to want to push through and flank, because surely it's a B hit. And then Furia are just chilling in that dark cover A. I mean, this does not look like a team just thrown together, and that's because, again, to some extent, it isn't. It's that Turtle Troop YFP core that were dominant in Challengers in 2024. Unfortunate circumstances that led to them not being able to go on their expected run to Ascension, and yet somehow they still make it to America.
Can we just take a moment?
I can't believe it.
Can we just take stock of our surroundings right now? We've seen 2G come in, the Ascension team, they fall. The super sub team at the last minute cobbled, and I mean cobbled together for Furia, has triumphed, and not in any small manner. No, they thrashed 2G on that Lotus map.
Their inherent chemistry was on display. These guys have played with each other in so many variations of teams before. You have to give a lot of credit to, frankly, okay, across the board, these guys were hitting individually different times, but what a performance from Penny out of nowhere. Few years off, but back in a tier 1 match, plays like that, drops 20-something odd kills, and Stellar's IGLing was excellent. They read those 2G attacks like a book, playing too slow at times and exploited to the maximum. The Furia rotates were perfect. They were always stacking the right site.
Yeah, I mean, that's right. Sometimes the plan at the start of the round was just perfect. The rotation's absolutely beautiful. We now have this Furia team advancing in this upper bracket to take on some real heavyweights further down the line in competition. Normally we'd ask, what's the plan for this year? Like, what's the rest? But we have this Furia team now that we have to ask, how long can you keep this up for?
I'm still stunned. I mean, that was a fun game. I thought they would be good. They were definitely a bit better than good. These guys looked phenomenal, and it's just hilarious to see. I mean, I just can't believe that they won in that fashion, that they played at that level, and I believe we get to see them against Lev potentially again. I'm sure the Brazilian roster, they're happy they got this win, but tone it down a little bit. I want to keep my job.
How do you be the follow-up act to what your team is the standard that your team is set? The bar has been placed right on the top shelf by this Furia lineup, and we get to see them go up against a team with question marks. That Leviathan roster, you know, oh, the streets are saying Texas on duelist here. What's the tank doing? That team, we really don't know how to make heads or tails of them here. While behind us, we have players that have played together on so many different teams over the years and have grinded, persevered through Tier 2, and now have a chance to actually leverage that chemistry by coming together at the last moment and putting together an incredible game plan. I've got to hear more about this team. I'm loving seeing NA Challengers represented, so let's head over to Riv down on the stage with the Verizon post-match interview.
I am joined by Stellar of currently Furia, YFP, and Turtle Troop representing today, bringing home the win over 2G. Stellar, first off, it looked like you guys were having fun out there. Like, everybody was excited to be on the stage and putting out some shots.
Yeah, I mean, that was probably one of the most fun matches I've played in a long time. So, I mean, that was the goal. That was literally our main goal, is just to have some fun. So, and I'm glad we could win with it.
Is that like a kind of nugget experience now you can take? You're like, I'm going to try to inject this into the normal games that are actually pressure, because now you felt this kind of just relief on a stage and being able to play a whatever game.
I mean, yeah, for sure. It's like, obviously I've been a little known for being a little stern at times. So,
Okay,
I mean,
okay.
I've in the past, I've been working on having a little bit more fun and being a little bit more, you know, loose and having a bit more fun in practice and stuff in matches. So that was good to showcase and have fun with my friends and some of my teammates and formers. So yeah, good times.
And you're showcasing quite a bit of Tejo out on those maps.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts? You put him in there. Do you think he needs to be in there as much as that, or is it going to change?
I don't know. I think Tejo Breach is pretty good right now.
Okay.
I think it's pretty strong. You get zoned pretty hard. You could clear a lot of stuff without really needing to use too much. 2 free abilities is kind of, you know, I wouldn't say broken, but it's really strong. So I think, you know, trying it out here was cool.
And we heard the devs talking about it, how important this moment can be for a lot of you guys. You've been on this stage before and still being important to get a win like this, and that kind of showing. What kind of stuck out to you, if any of the players or whatnot, this being such a big moment for them?
I mean, they're all some of the most slept on players, I think, currently, especially in challengers. Penny has been, I mean, he was on an international stage super early. I haven't seen him, but he's still one of the best like free agent duelists ever. I mean, all of them are great. They all deserve chances. So I wish somebody will take the chance eventually.
Awesome. Well, it's hard to miss that when you got a showing against 2G with that win. Stellar, thank you so much. Congratulations on the win. And we are going to be taking a quick commercial break. I believe after this, we're coming back for NRG versus Cloud9. Don't go anywhere.
I've got a bunch of different mice.
When you find the one, you know it's the one.
저는 이게 제일 좋은 것 같아요.
Look at this. Isn't this perfect?
누가 만들었는지 알려주는 것도 같이 들어있고.
This mouse is ready for a fashion show.
It's Pulsar by me.
It's by me.
It's Pulsar by you.
Playing against NRG is going to be fun because I was teammates with Verno and Bunkar last year. We know each other's play styles so well.
Verno and Mata are definitely two massive additions to our team. For us, it's a blessing to have the rookies that we do because they are so hungry, and that kind of helps with the progress of the entire team.
I came from a team with Mata, Mitch came from a team with Verno, so I think it's a lot of mind games in a sense.
This is definitely the most confident we've been as a team and individually, but whoever's feeling it that day will always have a better chance of winning. Hey guys, it's NRG Sam here with NRG Verno, and today we're playing Never Have I Ever. Let's get into it. Never have I ever deleted a post because it didn't get likes. I have, for sure. But if I don't get above 1,000 likes, I always delete it. After 24 hours? Yeah, I don't know why. Actually, I know why. It hurts my ego.
It was like 3 years ago.
For you?
I got 1 like. Never have I ever forgotten my mouse and keyboard.
Yeah, I think I have.
Never.
I've had for like prac for like 1 day, but then I just like walk back and go get it again. But like, nothing serious.
Always remember it.
Yeah.
It's like the one thing that you need to bring.
Yeah, it's actually the only thing you need to bring. Never have I ever rage quit a game. I feel like every professional esports player has rage quit a game before.
It's all the time.
Yeah, like actually.
Yeah. Never have I ever lied to my coach.
I mean, I probably have, I just don't know when. Actually, yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I tell my coach I'm going clubbing every night. And then he's like, really? And I'm like, yeah. But then I'm just like at home playing games. So, all right, guys, that's it for Never Have I Ever. Thank you guys for watching, and we'll see you guys in the next one. Deuces.
All right, folks, welcome back to day 2 of VCT Americas Kickoff and our second match of this doubleheader. It's a North American clash between NRG and Cloud9. Of course, I'm Golden Boy here alongside with Mimi and Ender as we break it all down. And, you know, there's so much to talk about with these two teams because they've had some interesting off seasons.
And I mean, even before that, they had an interesting past, right? The last time we saw these teams play was the choke from NRG. 9 rounds in a row lost to not make playoffs, dropping out of the season there. But now they're back with a new roster.
Yeah, and that is crazy. I forgot all about that. I ejected that from my brain because of what happened, and I'm sure NRG did as well, probably.
Like, we thought Finesse and Sam were going to stay streamers, and then they make the decision to come back to NRG again this year.
And then it didn't quite make the workout, you know? But then, honestly, like what we saw from NRG in this offseason was also just extra madness on top, because now they're coming in as pretty heavy favorites, I think, in the kickoff tournament to a lot of people. But the journey they made to actually get here. This is the last 2 years, right? Going from the Demon 1 roster over the course to, you know, dropping Demon 1, Sam and FNS joining into the team. But this offseason is where it got wild. Crashies goes to Europe to play for Fnatic, and then Chet and Victor leave the team. And the Chet drama this offseason was just like, pull out the popcorn. It was wild. Him and Bonkar are like, you know, jabbing each other over online. Chet's talking about chicken nugget salaries to the point where I'm at this event at the NRG Castle where Andy Miller, NRG's owner, after they've let Chet go, is feeding him chicken nuggets. And Chet showed up for that. I'm like, what is going on here?
These people are masochists.
Like, why are they still stepping into the same room?
And wild. Bonkar as well saying in an interview about Chet that what makes him different, I actually know the game, was his answer.
Oh, dear.
Prompting the chicken nugget controversy.
Okay, well, you know, it's funny because I've known Bonkar for a while, actually.
Yeah.
I worked on Paladins when Bonkar was a competitor in that game.
You're the one guy who remembers.
Well, hey, you know, there's dozens of us. But the thing is, though, is that it's crazy to see how far this is all, like, you know, devolved into Ender. And now here we are, and both of these teams are kind of in similar.
Well, this super turbulent offseason turned into a massive success for NRG. They did super well at the Sin City Classic, winning that. And then the Soup League, I think, is where it was really popping off for them.
And the Soup League, in my opinion, was the most legit off-season
And what is
event.
the Soup League for people who may not have watched that?
Yeah, it's what used to be Africa TV. They were putting on an invitational in Korea. They invited
I had
teams
no
like
idea that they rebranded.
yeah, like Gen G. I mean, they played against some of the best teams in the world, and they won that event. Also winning against some of NA's best in Sun City, which you mentioned.
Yeah, honestly, to me, like watching this NRG team play in the offseason, whether it was Finesse's calling, running a lot of really cool fake ideas in their games in that tourney, to Verno stepping on the stage and being an absolute behemoth. Like, this team has the legs, I think.
And then you have this redemption arc story for Finesse and some now with a roster that they got to build from the ground up with a new coach alongside them, and then joining in a world champion, Ethan, who's obviously good friends with those guys as well. And to me, this team is the expectation is top 2. Like, if they are not making Bangkok, I think that's a failure for NRG.
Wow, that's hefty because
we said that last year.
I was going to literally say that sentence, sir.
Well done.
Well done. I was going to be like, because I'm pretty sure, like, when Demon 1 was on the team, we were like, this team's got to be top 2. And where were they? I don't remember, honestly.
They were top 4.
They
missed it by one game.
They were. But even then, though, it took a long time to get there. A lot had happened to get to that point. It was wild stuff, though. But ahead of this matchup, our incredible interviewer, Rivington, managed to catch up with one of the newest additions to NRG. Here's Mata.
I'm in the NRG practice room here with Mata. You've been in the Valorant scene for so long, now starting VCT, but with debuting with the likes of FNS, Ethan, Sam. How are you feeling about this? What are your expectations?
You know, pretty, no expectations. Everything's pretty straightforward. No pressure, nothing. Pretty troll team. Very,
Yeah, it's you. It's you.
Wait, what? Oh, yeah, no, it's a pretty troll team, very light environment, so there's not really any pressure. The guys made me feel pretty welcome, and yeah, happy to be here.
Boom, there you go. That's your interview.
Is Mata the interviewer? Wait, I like how Mata was like, the interview started off normally, and then out of nowhere, give me the mic.
She grabbed it and then doesn't know what to say.
Good chat. And you know what's going to happen? In the middle of a game, if he starts not liking Finesse's calling, all of a sudden, give me the mic.
Give me the mic.
It's me.
This guy, though, I'm so excited to watch. I think he's going to be one of the top rookies for 2025 in Americas. Playing in Challengers last year, he was pretty consistently like a top 3, maybe even best duelist in NA Challengers back then. His mechanical skill is incredible, and it's going to be so sick to get to see him have a shot on the Americas stage now.
Counterpoint, Verno's the GOAT.
Well, and I'm so glad you mentioned Verno, because you mentioned earlier as well, Mimi, that FNS had handpicked this roster, built this squad from the ground up. Here's what he had to say about Verno a year ago.
I genuinely believe that Verno is a top 5 player in North America. I'll explain my thought process though, because I know it's a very hot take and it's a very like controversial thing to say considering this guy's never played at a tier 1 level yet. But one, I know when I watch a player like what he is capable of doing, and he does it on a consistent basis. That's just my personal opinion. But it's not just his ability, it's the fact that to do it as consistently as he does it on the agents that he does it, he's literally mini Crashies actually. And I think if he was placed on a franchise roster right now, he would dominate. Obviously, he's not going to be a top 5 player in the world because he's not going to be in a franchise team. But if he was in a franchise team, I guarantee he would be a top 5 player in NA. If I was making a team, I would get that guy right away.
And it turns out he did. He did just that. And look, folks, I'm coming into this one, blind, because I want to know what we're going to be getting here. And apparently, Verno, I have been told, is the truth.
He's absolutely the truth. And while also so far all we've seen is a very small sample size playing against tier 1 competition, in that Soup League, this guy was absolutely dominating. In that final versus Gen G, he's 56 kills to 22 deaths. Unreal. And honestly, the clips I'm seeing when he's top fragging on these scout initiators, like he's top fragging on Sova, it's reminding me of a rookie Trent that was dominating servers on his own. I think Verno is next up.
You say Trent, the name that comes to mind for me is Leo, right? Like he is up there with the best initiator players in the world. His util was on point, specifically when he's playing Sova. He has excellent shock darts, his timing, playing around that refresh on the recon is always perfect.
Ultimates too are just spot on.
Insane, and that's very Trent-esque, but his just aim and mechanics are out of this world. He looks very calm when he's shooting. He's consistently hitting clips, and I think bar none, he was the MVP of that final in the Soup League, and that's a big team. That's Gen G he was playing against.
It really is fascinating how all this has kind of come to fruition for NRG, and now they find themselves in a position with a squad that could very well dominate the region. But now let's go ahead and shift over to Cloud9, their opponents. And well, I think actually, rather than us set it up, why don't we have our good friends Ethan and Baby set this one up.
Talking about what's going on with Cloud9 again. Oof. I feel like this is just the never-ending IGL swap. You said it earlier. Would you say it was like the IGL graveyard?
Yeah. You join that team as an IGL, you have a life expectancy of like 3 months, bro.
But you know what the thing with that team is? You might have a chance to come back.
That's
true.
You know
what I mean? Like, they might bring you back.
Yeah.
And you know what? Baby Bay actually was kind of right on that one because we need some visual aids for this because Cloud9 had a very, very hectic, controversial offseason.
Yeah.
What do we have here?
Well, I just love that we got like the really professional thing for NRG, and this one, we got some floating heads we're going to be working with. So right here, this is what Cloud9 were playing with last year, right? Vanity, Rooney, you got Oxy starting to pop off, but that offseason started off with a classic C9 maneuver. Everyone's heard of plus Rooney, minus Rooney, plus Rooney, minus Rooney. You know what? They did it again. They got him out of there.
That's Moose!
Wait, I just killed Moose!
He's not gone yet.
Moose! Sorry, Vanity also I killed. I didn't kill Vanity.
So who did they add and
dropped him.
You're already going crazy.
I'm going a little bit crazy right here. That's okay. Of course, we ended up bringing in Vic and Mitch to play in their stead.
But Mitch was just a stand-in at this time. This was playing the Red Bull home ground qualifier. They won that. They looked good, but this is under the assumption that he wasn't going to be staying.
Because they always wanted Rossi, right? So it's like, okay, let's bring in Rossi.
New IGL, fragging player, and it goes really well in those first couple tournaments. They struggle at Sun City Classic, but then they go on a run, make it to the finals of Red Bull home ground in Berlin.
Yeah, and it looked real nice for them.
So this is the roster, right?
Well, it's not the roster because of course we ended up having Moose play in that spotlight event, right? Moose was playing there, and then they were like, actually, what if?
But they didn't even kill him first.
Well, they didn't kill him first. Who'd they kill, Mimi?
Rossi.
Oh my God, they killed Rossi. Yeah, they instantly got rid of Rossi.
You're already losing your train.
Look, I don't even think C9 knew what was happening in the offseason. There were players, their heads flying left and right.
Okay, so minus Rossi, who did they add? No, they had.
Well, you got his face.
That was a test, and you failed. Now Mitch is the IGL. That's controversial already, but surely the roster is set.
I remember that guy. I casted him.
And then Moose doesn't diffuse in Spotlight, so he's gone.
No.
For reasons. I don't think that's the reason why, but that's what happened.
Yes. And this is a month before now where they remove him. They had Net back in, who's now.
He's over Moose. Moose can hang out there.
Moose is
okay,
gone.
Whatever. Well,
and
now Net's falling off.
This is a good representation of what happened this offseason.
Yeah, and the mastermind.
Of course.
We have Imi. So we don't know what any of this means because we saw C9 play a lot of games, but with 18 million different rosters. Yeah. So who knows how good they'll be because we've never seen them play yet.
And the context is the community hated this. You guys at home were pissed about every move that C9 made in the offseason, especially with the removal of Rossi and Moose. So, yet again, C9 is starting a season with a dark cloud over their team. But the question is, did Imi make the right call? Was there some mastermind move behind the madness?
It's hard to say because we haven't seen that evidence yet. And really, comparing these two teams, they had a similar trajectory, like drama in the offseason, lots of different roster moves, but NRG have proven that they are legit. C9, I don't know. They're like really in dire straits for me personally.
Both teams, right? They went out to try and find very strong prospects, found those prospects, but it seems like whatever happened in that communication or whatever happened in that, finding process didn't really pan out for them. Whereas for NRG, they ran away with it. I mean, look at who they managed to pick up.
For sure, but you still have Oxy, who was one of the all-stars last year in Americas.
That's true.
You're bringing in Vic, a really, really potent talent coming up from Tier 2. Like, this roster, if they started with it, it would have had potential. But because of the roster moves, they are clouded in this strange aura coming into
Actually,
the year.
Vanity can't even. He's like playing CS now. Hold on.
Well, let's go ahead and get some clarity, why don't we, on this whole situation and hear from Coach Emmy himself and hear what he had to say to Rivington.
I am hanging with Emmy before their first kickoff game, and I have to ask, I know you've been getting this one a lot, but you got 2 players from the core of Ulti9 returning, you got 1 recent, and a few new players coming into the mix. Are you feeling unlocked? What do you think about these changes? Are you feeling good?
I've mentioned this like 17 times now, but it's really good. It's really good. I've got no regrets about the changes. Everyone's on the same wavelength. We're all striving to push each other. So I think this is going to be a really good year for us.
What do you feel like is the strongest part about this team that you haven't seen in other iterations?
Just being able to set the culture, all working on the culture together, make sure we're super professional. And like I said, everyone just pushing each other to be better.
Can't wait to see it. Thanks, Emmy.
Well, you want to talk about pushing the culture to make sure everything's nice and positive. One guy that's actually going to be a big part of that is probably going to be Oxy, his energy, the way that he performs. And on top of that, too, I mean, the guy's an absolute freak in the server.
Yeah, he is the guy that Cloud9 fed their energy off of last year. Very stoic in that image, but when he's in the server...
Stoic.
Okay, my bad. Dude, I'm not Marcus Aurelius. I don't know everything, man.
Wow, okay.
Talk about the player.
Yeah. Well,
I mean,
Oxy's really okay. Truthfully, last year, remember, like we were doing there was all those jokes about Oxy's not actually thinking for himself and Vanity's doing everything, and then now there's no Vanity actually behind him. So we were joking, be like, who's actually going to think for him? At that Spotlight series, I was actually really impressed to hear how much he was actually calming in server. Like him and Alexis were doing the majority of the calling for that C9 Shopify crossover team. So I actually gained a lot of respect for him as a player in terms of his game knowledge, because we already knew he was cracked, but he was doing a lot of calling work, and that makes me think there's an even longer career ahead of him beyond just being the cracked duelist.
People really hated on Supper this offseason too, but he's another really vocal player who I think keeps that core that C9 once had together.
Yeah, I could not agree more. This is going to be an exciting match no matter how you shake it up, because you got NRG versus Cloud9, 2 teams that had tumultuous off seasons, but now it's time to put up or shut up. Let's go ahead and bring them out to the stage.
Riot Games Arena, it's time for a North American showdown from 2 of our finest. Give it up for NRG!
I actually can't believe it! NRG entering the stage.
The Chicken Nuggets have the Money in the Bank contract and they're about to cash it.
What in the WWE is this?
This is amazing. NRG make their way out to the stage, a squad that everyone should be fearing coming into the season. But we'll see, of course, whether or not they can put up the results that they found in that offseason. But it's certainly going to be exciting.
They're throwing out chicken nuggets.
They got chicken nuggets in the box, bro. What?
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, okay, NRG have 1 walkouts for the rest of time, I think.
Sorry, Boaster. I don't know if you're going to be able to top that one, pal.
Wow.
Wild. I'm honestly shocked that we got, the W. You couldn't have the golden arches, but you can have the golden W.
And you know what? I think Bunkar officially reversed the ratio with that one.
He did.
And now, let's bring out their opponent. Make some noise for Cloud9!
And Cloud9 make their way out to the stage, as we were talking about before, this squad in the offseason and what they had to overcome, but they're here to play, and you got some really talented players on the stage. We were just highlighting Oxy and what he brings to the table, and just across the board, I'm excited to see what Cloud9 can do this year.
Yeah, you have Mitch coming back into the fold, Net returning to VCT Americas as well after being dropped from the guard, and there's a lot of chances for these players to prove themselves and for the team to prove that this was the right direction, that the risks they took, the decisions they made in the offseason were the right call for Cloud9.
But Nate, make no mistake, like expectations coming into this matchup from from the offseason alone. A lot of the community, pros, whatever, you're going to be thinking this is a David versus Goliath type situation. NRG coming in super, super hot for C9. It's their first competitive game with this roster they'll be fielding today, and people just don't really have a ton of faith in what they're going to be pulling out.
But I will say, though, in a similar vein to what we saw Furia kind of go through in match 1, you can kind of maybe give a little bit of, like, tip the hat, if you will, to C9, because yes, there's expectations, yes, fans want them to perform, but, you know, coming into this, so many things happen that you kind of just got to go out there and just figure it out.
The issue is that Furia was playing against a team that was making their debut on an American stage, that didn't have experience over here in America now. NRG was playing more off-season events than most of the rest of the Americas teams. They won both big events they participated in. I think they've done basically the best job they could in the offseason to get their rookies ready for the Americas stage and come in prepared to today.
Well, here goes your series layout, and you got Fracture, courtesy of NRG, and then we have Lotus and Bind, if necessary.
Finesse was cooking in the Soup event. I think about them playing on Abyss, where he's pulling out this Vice Euro comp with a lot of really well thought through ideas there. I would expect almost something similar. I think Vice is viable on Fracture. I think Tejo is super strong on this map as well. There's so much room for creativity.
It's all of those super explosive, you know, early round comp ideas you can run. It's interesting though, because looking at Fracture, has getting a lot of play in EMEA. Yeah. They've actually really liked some double Sentinel ideas, whether that's with Sage or Vice thrown into the mix. Now, I don't expect that to be the read from our Americas teams. They've never been as thrilled about the double Senti outside of like the Ascent stuff, and especially in Tier 2. And on a map like Fracture, I think we're going very explosive.
Reminder what Tejo does to Killjoys in these compositions, and as soon as we're talking about creativity,
evil geniuses.
It's EG from 2023 back again.
And Verno's Sova. I am telling you, Verno's Sova is going to be the pick to watch this year. He is fantastic.
A lot of pressure on that young man, but he has lived up to the moments when they needed him in the past. But here comes the change on the other side for C9.
Double smoke, no breach, Mimi.
That's really interesting. I didn't expect a lot of teams to run solo Tejo. I feel like he pairs very well with that breach, can pair with other initiators as well.
They're playing no flashes. I don't know.
All right, folks, well, it's time to send it over to your casters. You can ban TikTok, but you'll never silence Doug and Baby Bay.
That might be true. Actually, I'm not sure. I feel like if the Senate decided that we were going to get banned or the Supreme Court decided so, we'd be out of here. It would be over. Speaking of getting cooked and things being over, Mimi mentioned it on the desk. The Tejo as a counter to the Killjoy. We can talk about the Sova, and I think Verno obviously is a player we need to watch, but that interaction is what I'm most curious to see.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting because there already is such limited spots to play on these sites as it is, right? So I think you're going to have to expect some very unconventional play, maybe playing a lot of retake style from the side of NRG in this matchup.
I mean, Fracture, the map kind of lends itself to that as well. So we'll see how things play out. We are guaranteed to have a very good match. Again, for NRG, there's just so much pedigree there, and it is time for Samsung start match. Load up fast with Samsung SSDs. Cloud9 starting on the attacking side. I want to very quickly mention what we were talking about previously. For Finesse, he's said it publicly in the offseason. This is likely his last year. Now he has the team that he wanted to put together to make a championship run, and that has to start today.
Yeah, but it almost just feels like it's too soon. Why not continue this on for more, surely?
So much towards B already, and keep a close eye on the minimap. There's a flank coming in from the northern side. Meanwhile, Zeppa getting bested by Sam. That kill looked secure. It looked done, but it doesn't go his way. Cloud9 still finding a little bit of space, though. 3 remaining on the defense, and one of them with the dink already.
One suppressed.
A lot of info gathered. A great nade from Oxy, getting 3 into the round.
That kid's already shooting. Ethan had nowhere to go. A great pistol for Cloud9.
Yeah, very decisive. And the finish, the execution on the actual B side, it looked like Zeppa was even ready to clear Finesse in that little corner. So homework done for Cloud9. And pistol round converted as well. What a great start for this team. And sometimes when you're the underdog like this, you really have nothing to lose.
Yeah, I think for as much as there were questions surrounding this team in the offseason, the one thing that's been answered is that Oxy can still shoot.
Yeah.
The guy is still nuts. 3 kills already to start the map. He's got a stinger in hand this time.
This is something that we've seen quite a bit before in Fracture. For those that haven't watched this map, in quite a long time. There's a lot of 4-1s that are done on the attacking side with the Killjoy being solo. And the pack that leads together, ready to trade out like that. Mitch getting 2.
Just pistols, really. I mean, the one benefit, or I guess takeaway for NRG, is they managed to grab 2 ult orbs at the beginning of this round. Mod is still playing back towards Dish, but the spike, all of Cloud9, with intentions towards B.
That little stealth bot running into the actual B side sees nothing, so you could probably deduct that they could be in heaven here, and that's where you're seeing the nade and the Tejo presence. It's huge right now. Verno gets flushed out.
Just full artillery. You've got salvos, you've got grenade. I mean, where do you go? A little fickle dance there with Ethan.
Jeez.
Going the way of the defense. Still just a ghost. The Stinger upgraded for the breach. As you see Cloud9 starting to dig their heels in. Still have a couple of rifles to work with. Zepp is weak, though. This is taking a little bit of time here. Mod is just now getting back to B.
Yeah, I think NRG want to die to the spike here. Maybe get a stun out on somebody, catch them lacking. Make it so they can't exit. I mean, if they can get one of these Phantoms out of the hands of Cloud9, that would be more than ideal.
Yeah, that's a win.
Footsteps are made. There's that stun that I was mentioning. It does delay Zeppa for a little bit.
Player standing.
That's 1 kill found.
That's Phantom.
Yeah, and they're not going to be able to recover that. You're right.
So yeah, an ult orb goes the way of Cloud9, but nobody really close to their ultimates besides Oxy, I believe, and a very successful anti-eco round from the side of NRG. But I do like the approach from Cloud9. Yeah, just everybody having their back. Mitch over there playing anti-stun.
Yeah, he was the only one who doesn't get tagged.
Yeah, and this is that utility that we saw in Heaven here. I mean, you cannot play this side of the map. That's the power of the Tejo and the Rays together.
And so into the next you go. Now NRG with rifles. Light armor on 2 members, and Cloud9 again with intentions towards B.
And a very healthy buy, Doug. Yeah, it's light armor across the board, but everyone really has a Phantom besides Net.
My brother, there is nowhere that you can play in tower. Just not an option. And then once the utility dissipates, Mitch fills the space.
Yeah, this is rough right now. Finesse not having a good time anchoring this B site so far from pistol round to now.
I don't know that they're going to get through this. Mitch is weak.
Yeah.
But are they at a point where they're saving already?
Yeah, it just feels like that's the icing on the cake with the spam of the Phantom through the smoke. And this is the power of the Cloud9 composition. If they're able to get on the actual site, now you have to retake with 2 controllers on the other end. I mean, everything's going to be smoked off. You have to run through blindly. Yeah, you have some of Ethan's utility, but spamming on this map is so prevalent. That's why you see these Phantoms coming out from multiple players of Cloud9. 3 on the board.
A bonus being converted there for Cloud9 is huge.
Yeah, what a great start to this first map of Fracture by Cloud9. Winning the bonus round. That's like half of the battle right there.
That just sets you up so well for the rest of the half.
I mean, after this highlight, it's that spam that I was talking about. No chance at all. But look at the money from the side of Cloud9, and they're still staying on that light armor. Like, they could totally invest in full armor right now and be okay, but they're looking for the long haul right now.
Well, if B's not broken, no reason to fix it. And so with that in mind, Cloud9 go again. There's a little bit more of a defensive presence here, though, as Sam gets the opener in the round.
Yeah, but 1 for 1, and then who got taken out, right? Sam.
No smokes.
That's no smokes now on the board for NRG. Now you have to face check. That's why FNS is trying to take peeks. He's so worried.
Targets destroyed.
Repositioning Yao back towards tower. He's got a smoke he can clear around. That's a spike in hand. You gotta be careful there. Mitch will fall and the spike will join him. They're gonna have to flood back in. Either take the fight or go to get the spike back. With numbers away of the defense and an ult in the hands of Mata, this could get dangerous. This could get messy.
This flank is going to be so perfect for Mata.
Vic carefully and quietly makes his way back to the payload, grabs the spike, now turns his attention towards the site. But again, NRG are poised They're posted up and surrounded, ready to go. Off of the tap, not fully committing to the bait. Now Vic committing to it.
Spike planted.
What's the cue for them to go? Ned's gone exploring. He's gonna take Verno down. What a shot! Now Mata on the trade. Ult now pops. Satchel forward, finds a target. Can he find another? Zeppa's gonna trade it back, leaving Ethan in a 1v1. Overheals for just a little bit, takes the swing, and Ethan ends out on top.
It was close, Doug. Ethan, some extra pop shots on the body there to Zeppa, but it wasn't pretty from the side of NRG. Net, he made such a fantastic play, pushing into spawn right there, getting proactive in that post plant.
In an awkward timing. Right? You wouldn't expect him to be pushing up at that point. I think that's what got Verno.
Not at all, and Verno, he's been so sharp all contender season, all off season even. For him to get caught sleeping behind the wheel like that is very rare. But the thing is once Verno gets in tune, it could just be over.
Striking pretty dissonant chords right now. But again, still plenty of Valorant to be played. An ult in the hands of Vic. And this is a different look from the attack.
Very aggressive.
That's messy. Mata will fall, the ult has been used. Oxy on the swing, and Ethan dead. They're gonna try to speed up around this, understanding they may have them crunched, but they're just waltzing into their deaths.
That Brim ultimate from Vic was perfect to counter the play. That aggressiveness from NRG. And NRG, they've been kind of making it obvious that they're fighting behind this breach utility, so that's why it's invested from the side of Vic. Verno just has to save. He got an orb before. But I'm not seeing too much value so far on this defensive side with the Sova from NRG.
Yeah, it's still early days, but you're right. They haven't been able to do a ton.
I haven't really seen many scans or even a chance to really use it on the retake. I mean, he got taken out by Net there.
I do like the way Cloud9 have approached the beginning of this map. Even for as much as we've talked about their aggression towards B, how they like to play around the northern side, completely different look here from the attack, and NRG walked right into what they wanted.
Yeah, they were holding for that the entire time. It's like they just had the intuition that it was going to be made.
Right.
And you don't really lose anything when you default like that either. You understand of the way that NRG has been using this breach utility to showcase the control that they're trying to take in the beginning of the round. And Sova Dart as well. I mean, on the defensive side, you want the info. You want to know where the attackers are going. So if you just wait and spawn, at the very least, you eliminate all that utility, and then you can make your move. In this case, you're ready for a counterpunch. On the defensive side, you want the info. You want to know where the attackers are going. So and now look at the ultimates on the field right now for Cloud9, Doug.
They have plenty.
4-1 approach from Cloud9 once more. And NRG, they are on pistols, so I don't know if Cloud9 really want to invest a Tejo ult or a Raze rocket into this round. If they could have it for the next gun round and break the economy again of NRG, that would be more than ideal. It's so quiet on the map right now.
And Cloud9's not really showing anything. A scan towards A.
Oh, that smoke is to block off what could have been a turret.
And you can hear a pin drop right now. Finally.
There's the contact, but it's too late with the breach stun. Sam already gets taken out, and then it's a freeze.
It is just pistols, as you said. Verno's the only one with a rifle.
But they're so patient. They're so cautious. Cloud9 do not want to give away anything.
I think, again, this is showing some of the dynamic calling that's coming out from Cloud9. Not only have they shown different looks, but they've shown different pace.
Destruction across this B site.
Nowhere is safe. Nowhere is safe right now for Ethan. Or Mata, for that matter.
Yeah.
Cloud9 subverting all expectations except perhaps their own, as they're up 4 early.
Yeah. Right here. And they still have all those ultimates online and available for this round. If you win another round like this, you break the economy once again of NRG, furthering the snowball. That was that little insta-kill. I like the ideas from NRG, though. They're trying to set up these traps based off the breach stun. The problem is Cloud9 are too sharp right now. They're hitting the shot before the utility is able to land.
Yeah, the timing just feels off. You're right. I mean, at least in that scenario, it did. But again, I've got to give credit and I've got to give kudos to the way Mitch and the rest of Cloud9 have approached the beginning of Fracture.
And they haven't really even dabbled at A at all. What happens, Doug, when they start dabbling towards that A side of the map?
Yeah, they've only played half the map. You're right.
They've literally only gone B. So it's very, very scary signs for NRG early on here. Because once Cloud9 do decide to run some fakes towards that A site or commit, it's just tough. Let alone the ults you're going to have to face in this round. You cannot play in sight. And Cloud9 know that. They're going to use that to their advantage. They're going to expect some aggressiveness from NRG. If you play too far back, that Tejo ultimate, that Armageddon is going to come for you.
I wondered if we would see something different, maybe something towards A, and that does seem like what NRG is expecting, at least with some of their Sentinel utility. But again, Cloud9 towards B. You mentioned the ults they have with them. Early smoke, flash traded, jarred out, not tagging. They're tucking inside of it, but they understand that's where the threat's coming from. That satchel was so good, but Zeppa still falls. Now popping the ult, has to be aggressive, has to take the fight, finds one, but him ultimately does fall anyway. They're investing the ult too. Perhaps a bit overkill, but again, they got everything they wanted.
It's just a decimation on the board right now. That satchel from Mata was so good to stop the showstopper from Oxy. But it's the spacing. Vic, he's so sharp right now when he swings out behind Oxy. It's the power of the Clove as well. It's basically like a pseudo-duelist. Zeppa, he drops right there to the Raze native Mata, but then he's able to swing out again with that second chance. Another save from the side of NRG.
I was on the other side of a timeout as well.
Yeah, this is very rough right now. This is on NRG's map pick. This is a map that Finesse basically innovated on. He made a meta on this map, really made it his. You remember the Neon with Victor.
You know, what's interesting is given how this map has gone, you would not think that it was Cloud9 who had just finalized their roster less than a month before the season started.
Yeah.
They look great. They look good. They look great.
Yeah, they've definitely cooked on this map with this composition so far. And we were talking about the Tejo, about how, you know, it doesn't feel like it's a make it or break it in this meta so far. It's more niche and how you play around it. So far, Cloud9 have played around it fantastically on this map of Fracture. And the double smokes, too, to just isolate certain fights that you want. Now we're dabbling in A.
Yeah, they're finally going towards A, and they're not being quiet about it. A couple footsteps made, the drone, which I've seen a couple of times. But that's all they've shown up until now.
Both cloak smokes invested onto that site.
Now they know. That should be the cue. The nade, the salvos, everything there. Finesse getting satcheled upon, but it's actually a little bit of friendly fire that takes down the duelist. And that might be the opening that they need as Verno comes alive. Zeppa and Ned have arrived at the scene. Zeppa's got 3 on the round. Hang on, they've taken this thing back. Can he get it on his own? He's found some, but the shots delivered from the defense as NRG get their second.
Zeppa is in form right now. Yeah, the friendly fire happens in the beginning, but the recovery was almost perfect. He's sitting at 12 and 6. Thank God for Sam. If you're an NRG fan, he really clutched it out at the end right there, because that would be a dagger in the back of NRG had it not gone that way. Look at these shots, man. A little bit of relief.
Well, I feel like we've been here before. I am being told it's a keyboard issue, which hopefully means that it will be a quick fix. But yeah, we've got a little tech pause again.
Let's keep the streak going, man.
I'd rather not. I don't want this streak. This is not what I had in mind.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, I didn't lie to you guys this time. We are going back in. It was fast. The situation has been fixed. And we are once again stepping into Fracture where Cloud9 have really run circles around NRG. But after the heroics from Som and now 4 ults to play around, maybe there's some room.
Yeah, good chance right here to bring some momentum back into your favor for NRG.
Ult popped, 1 found. Do you understand there's more against Zeppa? He can be the tip of the spear when he's got a second lease at life, and he gets a kill on Mata.
He's good. He's here for the rest of the round. He's here to stay. 4v5 on a map like this when you're on the defensive side, you kind of have to gamble. You cannot be spread thin. You can't play a 2-and-2 style.
No, it just changes their entire approach.
But the thing is, with complete control of that top side, that dish area, and that turret being down towards the bottom of A main, you have all the info in the world. Now you're able to split A for free. You have the numbers game you could contact in here. Even if there are members of NRG here, you're going to get the trades. It's a free site.
Right, which there are not. The site is entirely vacant. I think the question now becomes, how much is NRG willing to invest in this retake attempt? They have a lot of key ults, but they are down in numbers and in the score.
Yeah.
This half can get out of hand very quickly if they're not careful. Once again, Oxy just barely ahead of the timing with Zeppa over his shoulder. There's the swing. Ethan falls. Again, it seems like Cloud9 are just barely a step ahead. And that step is proving to be all the difference.
Forget about the ults when you're proactive in the post plant like that.
That's 2 situations now where we've seen it.
And you have to. Cloud9 are playing the right game right now. You see the ultimates on the side of NRG. The Killjoy ultimate, the Breach ultimate, Sova ult. Don't let them set up. Don't give them an inch to breathe.
One enemy remaining.
And now it's hunting season for Net. I've always been so impressed with the way that Net is able to find lurk timings on almost every single map. And it felt like for a little bit of time, Net's confidence was a little bit far gone, but I think joining a roster like this, getting a second chance of life, it can make it or break it for certain players.
You had your fun. My turn.
You imagine the frustration of being down as far as you are. You finally feel like you have found a little bit of footing. You get an opening kill, and then Clove happens.
Yeah.
And it's all gone.
And now Oxy, he does have that Outlaw in hand. A lot of light armors on play right now for the side of NRG.
It's a south side crunch for them too. But Cloud9 are ahead of it.
Yeah, they read into it again.
Stim beacon here.
And so they're gonna get out onto B with relative ease.
Yeah, with Heaven being cleared, it's kind of obvious. And Zeppa's already setting up for the disruption. It's gonna be the head-to-head against Finesse here in Underpass. What is that shot from Vic?
It's another slaughter. And again, the NRG aren't even allowed the opportunity to wonder on whether or not they should invest some of these big ults. They've gotten a run at it. Verno does have a rifle. And Zeppa is weak. Position now given away. Full set of utility. Takes a quick step back. Spike not playing it yet. Verno having to play this borderline perfectly if he wants to pull this off. And it's desperately needed for NRG. Can he make the magic happen? No. That's Zeppa with 4 and Cloud9 with 8.
The way that Cloud9 is slotting into these positions right now, it looks so effortless. And it really does look like they're 1, maybe 2 steps ahead of NRG at the moment. And I just feel like NRG playing this Sova Breach composition, they're so limited on what they can do. And it makes it a little bit obvious. And the problem is when it's so obvious like that, you kind of want to make an aggressive play, but Cloud9, they're thwarting it.
The NRG money's still bad.
This map can be so tough when you're getting snowballed just like this. I mean, nothing really going your way. You're losing almost every single aim duel.
Oxy's still running that Outlaw.
And look, reach flash, dart used towards that lower side of the map, and net, he gets out of dodge, so a lot of info gain right now for Cloud9. That's why you see the prodding up into that dish area.
Psalm found a lot of success with the Sheriff in the previous round. Not able to connect there. We'll still have a shot at it though. The spike makes its noise towards B and now rotates out.
Yeah, they get it. They got the 2 kills there. They know that NRG are probably going to want to compensate. Let's go the other way now. But they might miss their timing here.
Oh, Cloud9 look like they're ahead of the rotations, and even if they weren't, they have the barrage of utility that will allow it to work. A spam into the smokes.
30 seconds left.
And the team out on the site. I mean, is there even really a possibility here?
Not anymore.
They really have no choice but to sit back and wait. Ethan on the peak off the stun. The line giving up, and it's not a problem when it's filled back in like that. I said this earlier, and I really want to draw attention to it again. This Cloud9 roster wasn't even finalized up until about a month ago.
Oxy finishes the round. And here's the thing, yeah, there was a lot of drama. Rossi was definitely a heavy hitter for this roster before having to leave, but when you watched Mitch play in that Seattle event, that Red Bull Gaming event, he looked so good, it looked so fluid. That's why they won. His IGLing was so good in that moment. And IGLs have been, you know, the focal point of Cloud9.
Big round here. Again, we've been sitting on this ticking time bomb that's been the NRG ults. Last round of the half, they finally have guns, they finally have money. The problem is Cloud9 have an abundance of their own. A lot of Sentinel utility towards B.
Yeah, just watch how Cloud9 methodically clear out all these angles so they don't have to worry about it.
You should run.
A very nicely timed attack and killjoy ult. That'll bait out the Sova ultimate from Verno though.
Remember now, Finesse has one of his own, but again, Tejo's utility single-handedly counters all of that. The side has been carpet bombed between the ult, between the salvos. Finesse uncomfortably trying to find space to breathe and live, and does. And now Cloud9 frees the round.
And Zeppa dodges the drone as well, so no real info gathered from NRG. A false sense of security.
Vic also with the ult. This round will not seemingly be decided by the ult. It's going to be these first couple of kills. Now you see South forwards out from Oxy. He spotted one, not able to see the second. Psalm on the trade. And now ult invested. Zeppa takes some damage, but still swings out and gets Psalm.
And he has ult now.
I mean, the advantage that they had is gone. Cloud9 very comfortably in position to close out this half. They still have Vic's ult. Zeppa can play this very patiently. Off the satchel, still not able to get the kill. He will fall. But with the spike ticking away and Cloud9 still with the numbers advantage, this feels like a done deal.
Look at all this post-plant utility. They still have Brim ultimate too, like you said. It's just not fair right now. NRG are getting bullied in the server on their map pick Fracture.
What an outrageously impressive half out from Cloud9.
Doug,
you gotta give credit where it's due, man. That was impressive.
I had the chance to talk to Imi a bit about how much time he's been putting in. He was talking something about 18-hour days, and it's showing. This game plan going into this map so far has been impeccable.
I absolutely believe that. A 10-2 half the way of Cloud9. They rolled them. They rolled them in every way you could possibly think of and imagine, and I don't know that there's much room for comeback, but we'll see if that's the case. We'll be right back.
Tempo gives you wings.
To half the way of Cloud9, and Zeppa quietly put up, what, 20 kills? 19, 20 kills in that half? An outrageous performance, really from top to bottom for Cloud9.
He almost had an ace in that half as well. It was so close. It was down to the wire. Saw him just barely connecting on the headshot.
And that was what? One of 2 rounds that NRG won.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been brutal so far from the side of NRG. You have to win pistol. There's no other choice at this moment. If you lose pistol here, it's most likely done. GG, go next map, which is Lotus, a Cloud9 special, right? The bread and butter. I do have to say, out of all the teams I've seen in VCT so far play the Tejo, I think Cloud9 have made it look the best on this map of Fracture. I'm a big fan so far.
We'll see what it looks like on defense. Most of the hit is headed his way. A dart flash combo to secure a little bit of info and a little bit of space.
It's just so scary, Doug, because if you go into heaven here, those rockets, if they come out in the right timing.
Well, the problem is they're going to have to accelerate somewhere because they're nipping at their heels. They're pushing in from the northern side. Mitch has already fallen. There's nowhere to go but forward.
Zeppa, no signs of slowing down.
Ethan able to get one onto Vic. Mada's pushing into the smoke. They're going to be able to get out onto spawn. But Sam had to be careful there. Again, net proactive, Cloud9 proactive. The thing is, they've traded places. 3 members remain on the side of NRG. Verno with the ghost and light armor. As Oxy waits in the smoke with a little bit of regen, gets caught outnumbered. Net on his own with the classic in hand. A tap of the spike. Draws out the utility, trying to settle shots onto Ethan, and he can't. The ever desperately needed pistol for NRG goes their way.
Yeah, and it was looking good for Cloud9 too. It looked like they were going to have the full crunch on that side of the map. But the speed up from Mada and Verno onto the actual B site. It was too clean, the crunch, after FNS gets taken out. See the replay of that, pushing through the smokes right here. Mada heating up. Is it enough though? Look at this investment from NRG into this round. You have a Stinger, you have 2 players on Ghost.
Careful there.
Things could get very tricky here if you take some chip damage from the utility on the side of Cloud9.
Finesse might get overwhelmed here. He's got to get out.
It's that chip damage I was talking about. They're running him down right now.
Gonna try to get away.
Barely.
Now it's the second orb being funneled into Mada.
C9 have taken so much map control with so little. All they really had was classics.
Are they expecting this? On the ropes, they are going to spot him. They are going to find him. Oxy falls, Zeppa's on the trade, but again, the weaponry difference is too much for them to overcome.
It's so funny watching this approach. Another one. Mitch is taking the rope now. Stops making noise at the perfect timing, Ethan.
He's looking back.
His spidey senses are tingling.
30 seconds
The
left.
shots were not. At least not that time.
Look at these rockets.
Yeah, they speed up towards B. The rockets were a little late. I mean, intended to delay the rollout onto the site. Mitch falls, and now 2 classics remain.
It was a very timid approach from NRG so far, but it's been proven to be good so far. They do get that spike planted. It's not really in the open for them. They'll probably have to walk out a little bit more if somebody can creep on the site, but I don't think right now Cloud9 want to feed any more ult orbs to Sam or Mata, who are slowly creeping up close. Both 3 away.
You know, for NRG, the plan has been to try to get Mata's ult online, as we've seen how they've handled around the orb, so I think that makes a ton of sense.
Ideally, you'd want to get one up for the bonus round. So C9 have done a great job of not allowing that to happen.
One enemy remaining.
Sam is a little bit closer now. That will probably be a big, big focus into this next round. It's going to be a full buy from both sides, but it's light armor across the board for NRG. And this is something we haven't really seen so much, you know, this tournament so far, this kickoff, is teams investing into light armor like this on the actual gun rounds. Especially with how many Phantoms are in play right now, it seems kind of risky, no?
Well, we'll see if it pays off. Passive approach from the attack to start the round.
Yeah, just a walkthrough to B main.
That did miss the alarm bot.
And that drone will miss both players on the actual site as well, but they will be aware that no one's on the actual site. This alarm bot not being broken still could be very bad for NRG. If they decide to back off and lean towards A, it's going to be obvious that no one's in B main.
Yeah, the passive info from it still being up, you're right. Nade through, alarm bot goes off as the satchel does too. Now they know, there's no doubts about it. It's a hit towards B. Ethan committing to getting spiked down as Mata's flinging it through a jump scare. Gets the best of net. And is now looking for more. Cloud9 pause for just a moment, take a step back, wait. So he can bolster up the approach. They're waiting this a really long time here. Mata's playing in the smoke. Waiting for the challenge, she finds another. That's now twice with 7 bullets left. He's taking a lot of damage, but that swing is good.
Oh man, NRG, they win that round. Mata, I spoke about it earlier, he's heating up. He's feeling it right now. 15 and 11, gets the showstopper online as well. He was finessing around that smoke, right on a knife's edge. And even the way that he crept up to pinch the player running out of heaven right there.
That kill on the Mitch is wild.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And Mitch knows that's gonna happen. He knows the wide swing is inevitable.
The money now broken for Cloud9.
Standing ahead.
We're still 5 rounds between these two teams, but assuming this goes well, we're talking 4. NRG have a shot at a comeback.
And right now, NRG aware that there was a push down B main right there. So it's going to be the speed up on Dish. These are good reactions, good fundamental reactions from the side of NRG.
The drone is so good at clearing out spawn. Tejo's drone. They were able to clear out all of the southern side with just that one bit of utility. Now they can move forward, and that's exactly where NRG is. But even with that in mind, they're mowed over.
Yeah, just overwhelmed, outgunned, outmanned. Raise nade will deny the plan.
Just for a moment, but it's inevitable. NRG gets to 6, and now the comeback feels like it's on.
Just seems like both teams have such a good understanding of how to deal with the defensive aggression from each other. The reactions have been so cool to watch from both sides. NRG now in the driver's seat.
And an opportunity, or at least an attempt for Cloud9 to change that and turn those tides a bit, as Amy calls a timeout.
Yeah, both teams have struggled with trying to mask where they're being aggressive on the defensive side. I wonder now if Cloud9 take a more standard approach and maybe try to play a little bit more of a retake-y style.
Possibly. I think What I would love to hear from you, though, is what is it that is working for NRG? That's 4 rounds in a row now.
It's just the quick reactions that they're doing based off of the utility that Cloud9 is using in the early round. It's honestly the same thing that we were watching Cloud9 do to NRG themselves. So you have to try to either do mid-round re-clears, or you need to play retake on a site and just play a stack on the other. You have such a big lead. You've amassed such a big lead, a 10-2 half.
I mean, it's
like you could essentially 50-50, and you're bound to get lucky at least once, right?
Right, sure.
Once or twice, get that tie secured at least. Maybe start stacking your ultimates, which it looks like they're going to have some ultimates coming online and available on the defensive side. But they did such a good job on their attacking side to give them this buffer, because when you look at this roster of Cloud9, there's so much young talent here that really at any moment, one of those players could pop off and just take over an entire round.
It's been Zeppa who's done that for most of the map, but hasn't gone quiet since. Had 19 kills at halftime, has only gotten 2 since the flipping of the field.
We didn't get to see it, but we heard it.
That must have been Prius observing if we missed it.
Yeah, we heard it in and out of the server.
There.
And now you kind of have to gamble if you're Cloud9. But do you expose your body again?
I mean, you have to do something to get info, right?
Jeez, the lineup. Mata 3 to the round. He's on fire right now.
I don't know. How does Cloud9 really do anything here?
Player standing.
You don't. You talk about getting overwhelmed. As soon as those few kills go the way of NRG, they just accelerate. They push the pace.
And I get it from Cloud9. You're down a member very early on. You want to try to even the numbers. But the problem is when you play against NRG, who a lot of people compare to, like, you know, a very Counter-Strike fundamental style, it's a thing in Counter-Strike to wait after you get the first blood and wait for re-aggression. So you kind of have to bide your time even more and understand that. Maybe use utility behind it for the re-clear.
I think as we think about what the rest of the half may hold, again, Cloud9 are broke. And NRG they've done almost everything perfectly this half, but one of the things they have managed exceptionally well is how they've handled the eco situations, anti-eco situations. And so if they continue to be as disciplined, we can assume that there's a good chance they get to 8.
Yeah.
There's got to be something to stop the bleeding here for Cloud9.
It's got to be the ultimates. They're already stacking them. Why not? But it's just, when do you use them when this is happening? That is disgusting.
Off a wide swing, too. That's...
You should have seen what I just did the Mitch this round. You see that, Berna?
I love how calm he is as well when he's doing all that. Like, I feel like if that was anybody else, they'd just be popping off. Like, oh, did you see the shot I just hit?
Yeah, the duality of man. Vert,
it's just a guy.
Mata there, and then had Oxy done it.
Should have seen what I did, man.
Cloud9 with the spread approach. NRG with the spike towards the northern side of the map. And Mitch has not used his drone. Off of the stun as the other drone goes forward. Oxy could be in a world of hurt here.
Yeah, Mata slipping by. Nobody spotting him on the cross. He's getting inserted right now.
He does have ult, though. Oxy does. So plenty of firepower to punch back, but it seems like NRG are rotating away.
Yeah, this is a smart play. The double insert, triple insert, actually. If NRG can get these players off of Dish as well, it'll open up the map even more. That break of the dark gives the info to Finesse that there is a player towards that Dish side.
Well, and I think also for Cloud9, it's intended to suggest that that's where the hit's going.
Yeah,
but good stun. There's a stun, there's the ult popped, and it never has a chance to go off. Mata again. Heroics for NRG.
Oh my goodness.
As he continues to push the pace. A man on a mission, single-handedly taking them apart. The man has come to life. Finesse in a tough spot there, but now, again, the Tejo used. Som finding a little bit of solace, a little bit of safety. As 3's on the round. Spike has been planted. Ethan will fall. There's still an opportunity here, but Mata's going to have to do it on his own if he wants to pull this off. He's spotting Mitch, sees the missiles fly by. Off of the tap, can't take a step back. Now cleared, and now found, spamming into the first. He's got to get onto net, and he cannot. The defuse is stuck as Cloud9 get 11.
Cloud9, they steal this round away, Doug. That should have never happened. FNS, he fumbled the bag right there. It has to be said, it really did come down to that. You would have had numbers advantage. All of a sudden, you play a little bit more disciplined on the actual site. You don't have to peek out heaven. Mata, he did such a good job of busting open this site. But Zeppa winning the head-to-head in that main duel, that should never happen. It's not over yet, though.
Perhaps the possibility of numbers advantage again. That ult could be explosive, but the problem was Zeppa had already been killed. So now he pops his ult. The Raze rocket's negated. He still has to find some sort of damage and cannot.
He did chip down Mata down to 33 HP, though. And Verno down to 68. These are the heavy hitters of this NRG squad. Yeah, Verno's been a little bit quiet on this map. But Mata, he's been anything but that. Down numbers once again for Cloud9. They're getting proactive, clearing out all that top side of the map.
With all of that cleared, and with all of the utility they have towards A, NRG could be walking right into the teeth of this defense.
Yeah, this is so tough. But if Mitch gets picked off here, it could turn the tide for NRG if they decide to go through this door.
Does Net pop a proactive
30
ult?
seconds left.
I mean, there's only 30 seconds left. NRG are going to be left scrambling if they don't speed up. And there's still mollies on site. Look at where the mollies are. It's to deny any plant back site.
This could be disaster for NRG.
Oh, this is tough. The rockets as well.
And we'll delay a little bit longer. Now there's the ult.
Can the nade break it?
I mean, there's nowhere for them to go.
The nade doesn't break it.
There's no good situation for them. He has to commit to the plan, and he can't even do that. Cloud9 again. They're going to get to map point, and they did that in a beautiful way.
What a read from Cloud9.
Match point.
And that's all because of the proactivity. Clearing out all of Dish. The turret was posted up there the whole time. If they go B, it's fine. The gamble was perfect from the side of Cloud9.
NRG calling a timeout here. The ferocious attempt at a comeback that looked so promising has, for all intents and purposes, dissipated.
And the way it's happened, too, it's so rough. I can't imagine what it feels like in the server when something like that happens.
I mean, I hate
You
to
knew you had it.
Yeah, I hate to go back to this, though. If you weren't at a 10-2 half,
yeah, you're
we
never in
wouldn't
this
be
spot in the
situation.
first place.
Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly.
But the truth is, you're down 10-2 at half. It doesn't matter how great of a comeback it is. You fumble 1 round, 2 rounds, all of a sudden.
Yeah, you got to play perfect. Yeah, you're 100% correct, Doug. In Cloud9, even down numbers, it's like what I said, just gamble a site 50-50. It's okay to go for a re-aggro.
Yeah.
And if nobody's met, I mean, you have the entire map. Sova Ultimate, the only thing online right now for NRG. 1 off of the breach ult, 2 off the breach ult, I should say.
Meanwhile, Vic is just 1 off of his ult, too. Cloud9 have looked really good. Yeah, there's been a smudge on that performance in the beginning of this half, but they've played well enough to close this thing out. Can they do it here? NRG starting to speed up towards A.
And look at the reaction on the minimap from Cloud9. As soon as all this utility is made, Net is communicating. And Cloud9 push all the way down B main.
That drone was far back enough from Mitch that it didn't clear spawn.
Mm-hmm.
My ult's ready.
The entire B side of the map controlled right now by Cloud9. Now understanding that it is a heavy lean towards A for NRG. Finesse is going to need to go huge here, but there's 3 members on the other end.
You buy time, though, for Verno to clear some space, and maybe you go back B, but you're right, Finesse is in trouble. That's another kill down. The question is now, where do they go off of this?
They have to speed up, but there's, again, trips here. The rockets here.
Everything is here. Amada satcheling forward. Sobol to his face, not connecting on anything yet. Verno dropped.
He got flanked by Oxy, who took the rope.
30 seconds left.
They can't even commit to the plan here. Ethan's been flushed out. Saw him doing his best to contribute. With 20 seconds left, a second attempt at committing the spike down, and again, a second situation where they're flushed out.
So much utility, but Sam, he's the saving grace right now.
He's gotten another. Bond has joined the fray. Now Ethan, third time is a charm, manages to get the spike down. Zeppo on the swing. Bets Mata, and now the Rolling Thunder push them back to buy some time, to create some space, and that's exactly what they do. Vic in a 1v2, 45 HP, no armor. Trying to get them across the finish line, and it's gone from hard to harder. Just a sliver of health now, not able to stand by the stun. Sam gets 4, NRG stay alive.
Sam coming up huge right when NRG need him. That was such a good round from Cloud9. The delay on the spike plant was almost perfect. But taking the head-to-head against Oxy when you're down numbers like that, that's not an easy thing to do. Clutching up at the perfect moment, the perfect opportunity. Even that, just jumping over the molly, understanding that that's the finishing blow, making it so hard for Vic.
And managing to dodge the breach ult too. Very nicely done.
Just like that, Doug. C9 has no money. There is some light armor invested. Sheriffs across the board, except for Vic.
Yeah, if you guys haven't had enough of this emotional roller coaster, I don't think we're getting off this thing anytime soon.
Yeah, this is classic Fracture. Feels so good to be back.
They've essentially bullied them off of the site. Cloud9 forced to vacate the space. Sam committing to the plan will succeed. And now the orbital strike.
Yeah, full post plant here. Molly, orbital strike. You've got the breach sees. You look at Ethan in the lineup spot right now on Mata's screen.
There's a little bit of room here for Tevin if he's not careful.
Wow. Yeah. That's a big kill though from Sam once again.
How much further do they go? Oxy managed to upgrade a weapon. This is a late attempt, but they have nothing to lose.
Stun Molly.
It was just a tap, but it was enough.
One enemy
The spike will go off. A few more kills found, but I think the biggest one there to take away from was Finesse getting that kill at the end.
Yeah.
He's now 1 away from having his ult online.
And they were able to hold on to the Brimstone ultimate as well. Sam, understanding that he doesn't have to invest that. I was going to say the most ideal scenario is Cloud9 are able to bait that out, but with that not being baited out, it opens up another opportunity to come back for NRG. This time, full armor invested across the board for NRG, not dealing with those phantom headshots from Zeppa.
I mean,
they've had enough.
They are refusing to call it quits. Never say die for NRG. Does Finesse pop his ult here? Is that the plan, a Hell ult?
Yeah, it gives you a free sight. That's why you see proactivity from Cloud9 in A main. But the turret should be in range. It's not smoked off. Info now gathered from NRG that there is a flank.
But there are suspicions, if nothing else. Finesse is going to have a lot to do here. With Verno close by. A little sidestep, now a second swing. Just waiting patiently. Trying to pepper through the smokes, through the utility, and Vic falls.
Yeah, Mata pushes through the smoke in spawn, but he gets traded by Oxy now.
Right here.
They've got them boxed in. This is a very dangerous situation as the smoke goes down. Sam with very nice snaps! Unreal from the controller. We're gonna play another round. Barring a miracle from Oxy, and that will not be the case.
And Sam is just on a different level right now in the server. He has stepped up so huge in these last 3 rounds. The impact he has had is like nothing we've seen so far in this server. He is now above Mata, 27, 12, and 13 assists to his name.
Pushing 30. And clinical with it again.
Oh, man.
So smooth.
It reminds me of that Icebox clip of him playing in the back of A-Site by Yellow.
You just can't ask for much more.
So reminiscent.
For Cloud9, it's been bend but do not break, but the cracks are starting to show. With every round of heroics from NRG, they get that much more brittle.
And just to give some context, if you are Cloud9, yes, you have secured the tie no matter what, so it's not the end of the world. But if you let it go to OT, all of a sudden you start sweating. Your palms get sweaty. Your hands might start shaking a little bit.
You're not going to finish that Eminem reference?
No.
Honestly, I'm proud of you for not.
I heard somebody laugh in the crowd. I was like, yeah. Got him. You got him.
Cloud9, again, as has been the case for a couple of rounds now, on the doorstep of winning Fracture. That's a damn heavy door.
Yeah. A great buy from Mata, getting the Outlaw. Understanding that Cloud9 like to invest in that light armor, not only in these eco rounds, but gun rounds as well.
And he's just a few pips away from having his ult, which could be all the difference maker in an attempt for OT. And so in we go one more time.
And interesting smokes right now from Cloud9, denying both A main control and B main control, or upper B.
There's so many little trap setups here. Playing behind boxes, looking for cheeky kills. You've got a judge for Mitch.
Good stun. If this Roomba isn't shot, Oxy will be found out.
And it's cleared immediately.
There's that break. And does Oxy want to invest a showstopper here if contact is made? Maybe after he gets a kill? Looks like he's not going to get contact anyway, but maybe that was the idea.
Mitch might get caught with utility out here.
Yeah, this is so risky, but it's off the turret though, Doug. Is it a trap setup off the turret?
I mean, if they're tucked right beneath it, it's not going to matter.
But it's Sam again. What a heads-up play. We're talking about impact.
Bro, Short Kings, stand up.
Or maybe don't stand up. Maybe just stay
maybe
short.
Don't, yeah.
30 seconds.
Yeah, after that first blood, NRG understand that there is going to be re-aggression from Cloud9. Net gets taken out. It's a free site right now.
Oxy's not going to find any space. The spike is going to get planted. Ethan's plenty far away from having his ult online, but we'll get one step closer. As Sam swings out. Well done by Vic to get one, but NRG get to 11.
What a clean anti-eco, Doug. But the awareness to crouch under that turret, because you can't really hear that at that distance.
And I mean, you mentioned it. That's what the setup was. The turret goes off, the stun goes out.
That's brutal.
He swings and gets a kill.
That is absolutely brutal. You're never going to see that turret ever again from Cloud9 if we see them play Fracture again.
Not from that far back.
No way.
Yo, this guy had a bad turret.
Yes, he did.
Oh, man. It's not over yet, though.
Final round of regulation. Ults on either side. And they're both coming from a position of strength here. Light armor a little bit for Cloud9. Oxy's close. And remember, he's got that ult.
Oh, my God.
Does he dare pull the trigger? Yes, he does. Satchel's out, but there's high ground. Mata gets the best of him. What a play. Still more to be done, though. Zeppa gets cleaned up. Numbers advantage the way of the attack. Trying to commit to getting a spike down, and it's uncomfortable. It's not safe. They're all so weak. It's Finesse is the only one that's healthy. As Mitch tries to dance around the utility, tries to find a sliver of hope, a little bit of space, some breathing room to make a play.
Everyone's so low right now for NRG. 3 players, 1 shot.
The drone cleared out, not even getting the suppress. Meanwhile, eyes still trained towards Dish. Finesse is lying in wait. What's the call for the swing off the breach? And that's normally it, but again, A massive kill from the leader. He swings out, gets a second. Net by himself, still has 2 more to find. The molly at his feet as he continues to tick away. Another one there. He swings out and falls to Finesse. OT on the cards.
What an unbelievable comeback from NRG, and Finesse getting 3 to close it out. He made up for it and some. What a banger match, Doug.
Look, man, people can say what they want about Finesse and his fragging, and oftentimes it is fair criticism. But man, when he needs to step up.
And the calls were insane. That entire comeback starts with him.
Let's go,
being able to be composed, read into what Cloud9 are doing on the defensive side.
Immediately into overtime. The slate has been wiped clean. Cloud9 back on attack. And if you remember, this is where NRG struggled mightily.
Launching smoke.
Bomb grenade out.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's still even playing towards this heaven side.
Yeah,
with what he had to experience, right?
Yeah, given what we saw from him. First it's an nade, then it's the missiles. Really just kind of paving the way for Cloud9 to get into tower. And they're going to continue to push this. There's not even an insertion. I mean, they want to stay here. A dangerous predicament they find themselves in. But it's one they've made by their own volition. The swing up from Song tries to snap onto the second, and he does. Holy crap! Unreal!
That was ridiculous, but somehow it's only Ethan in play right now. He does have a lot of breach utility.
Almost all of it. 20 seconds left on the stun. Spike's still not even playing it yet.
Yeah, and last time Mitch was in this position,
30
he
seconds
crossed all the way over. That breach sees
Do
could be enough.
they try to leave? They don't have a lot of time for this here. The clove smokes.
So smart.
That's the difference maker.
But here's the problem. The time is running low right now. The breach C,
10 seconds
they
left.
can get him off. He's not going for it, though. He's just going to swing through dry and net. He'll take him out.
Switching sides.
Cloud9 again find themselves at the door of taking Fracture.
Wow, with so little time. I thought Ethan would surely use that breach seize, but maybe he thought it could have been a tap, but a reposition.
That is filthy.
But it's all for naught. Sam is sitting at 30, though.
Another attempt for NRG to extend the map. A lot of focus towards Arcade, as has been the case the entire map. Mata 2 away from his ult. They continue to put playmaking tools in the hands of the youngster, in the hands of the star. One in the making, satcheling forward, satchel's right by him, and Mitch was ready. He spams to get a second, and this very well might be it. Can Cloud9 finally drag themselves over the finish line?
Oh my goodness,
Or
Doug.
will Ethan do it again? The heroics from NRG, excuse me, that have been so problematic. Again, rear their ugly heads. They're weak, though. And Oxy's still alive. He didn't spot him. He didn't see him. Now finally spots him. Finesse on the trade.
Spike planted.
And now Zeppa filling in on the space that Oxy previously had. With Mitch not far off. Ethan has his ult, but he's not really playing in a position where he can invest it. Swings out onto one. Zeppa hadn't been tagged, and that will do it. He top fragged in the first half, and he closes things out. Cloud9 take Fracture.
An absolute banger. Map 1 on Fracture, NRG's map pick. But you said it perfectly, Zeppa, the one who stepped up in that first half. 19 and 10 was his score. Ending with almost 30, closing it out in OT, creeping up A main.
managing to dodge the breach ult. Yeah, Ethan was in a pretty miserable spot there, but that doesn't take away from the play that Zeppa made. That was enormous.
Hats off to NRG for fighting through that. That was a tough match to come back from.
I mean, they gave it a run. It just wasn't enough.
It's just every year I watch this Cloud9 squad, I just get so impressed. They really innovate. I mean, this composition, I was telling you beforehand, I was like, I'm not even sure how they're gonna get into sights. But they made the Teo look so good. I haven't seen a team really make it look this good. And Mitch, he's IGLing on the roll nonetheless.
I think Mitch's calling was really impressive. There are so many things to take away. Som was nuts. It was incredible, but again, Cloud9 walk away on top. They survive overtime, and they take a 1-0 series lead. We'll see you guys on the other side of this break.
Okay, Team Secret, we need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
Let's go. Let's go.
For real. I am joined by Mini. No, you got me. I am joined by Emmy here stage side after that nail biter game 1 versus NRG. What was the solution to close that out after almost losing it? And
Hey, I'm Mitch, and this is my team, Cloud9. First up, the man with the beautiful hair and the best flex in the game, Zeppa. Next up, the prodigy, the golden child, Oxy. The muscle man, wrestler, and the ghost, Vic. Last but not least, the man making his return to the VCT Americas stage, the grinder, Net.
I am joined by Emmy here stage side after that nail biter game 1 versus NRG. What was the solution to close that out after almost losing it? And
turns out we'll never know. Shame.
I'm an expert rip leader.
Go on, Ender.
I'm
What's
an
that
extra
word you
rip
said?
leader. I was going to say the trick was just killing Som and Mata first. And once those two players are gone at the start of the round, OT is easy.
Thank you so much, Coach Ender, for that
welcome.
breakdown. But that was a wild match, though. 14-12 finish. Cloud9 get the dub, but my goodness, did they have to dig deep at the end there? Because Mimi, I thought NRG were going to run away with it.
Hey, the script is so perfectly lined up. The last game for Som and Finesse, losing 9 rounds in a row to choke to C9. Here, they win 10 rounds and a half to get to OT. Finesse goes from pieing in his Reed debut to getting 3 kills to take it to OT, and it wasn't enough. C9 just locked in and closed it out in OT.
Yeah, genuinely, I'm just like shocked at what I just witnessed because it seemed like at the start when NRG were finding the momentum in the second half and getting it back, it was by really good entry pathing from Mata. I thought that once NRG were on the attacking side and running some of their set plays, their execs, it was working very nicely for them. And then Som came out of absolutely nowhere to go 30-15 in a loss. That's a rage quit if I've ever seen it.
Yeah, man, that's a tough one. But the thing is, though, is let's not forget, right? Like C9 had a buffer to work with because they were going in. Correct me if I'm wrong. Instead of half, like look,
10-2 up, yes, and still almost lost it. But that was a incredible game for Zeppa. He was the guy getting absolutely clowned on this offseason. He locked in here, and in the first half, I think what they really displayed was how strong this Tejo comp is, especially for taking Space Arcade and kind of winning the early fights on this map. You see there, they have so much utility, completely flushing out Heaven, winning this space. A few rounds later, NRG adapt, they try and fight forward. But C9 just has so many tools to win in these big team fights when they're combining all that initiator utility together.
And it's very easy to like push people out of those normal positions because you think about Fracture, those sites are actually pretty tiny. So having that double blast to make players peek you out of Heaven on the B site or swing you from bottom of site over on A, you force those fights and you force favorable angles for yourselves on the attack.
Yeah, and I think that's part of the reason why Finesse ended up pieing, right? They kept bullying his site. They were flushing him out of all those standard positions, using the Tejo utility to break the Killjoy util. It looked really well put together to start there for C9.
Yeah, I agree. I think C9 had a chip on their shoulder very clearly. They wanted to come out here and kind of just prove like, hey, we can't compete. Yeah, for sure. And I most definitely feel like they did just that. But it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. But let's go ahead, though, real fast and get some words on the other side of the field. We got the Chicken Nugget King standing by with Rivington.
I'm joined by Bonkar right before Game 2 here versus Cloud9. A really tough nail-biter back and forth, basically feeling every emotion there in that first game. You can't be too mad, though, with the way the team performed, but that win just out of reach. What are you thinking about Game 2 to make that the win?
I think we just need to start faster and not sleep the first couple of rounds. I think really important that we got a couple of rounds there on attack and we almost made a comeback, but if we just start faster, it's going to be fine.
All right, start fast. Hope to see it, Bonkar. Thank you so much.
Coach Bonkar is 100% on the money there. Start faster. That's literally what happened.
That's been the problem with Finesse and
That's
NRG
true.
and Optic before that,
Bonkar got the memo.
and V before that, of these slow starts. There's a history
Yeah.
with these guys, right? They come into a tournament. They almost always lose their first match. Even when they win the Soup League, lose the first match. Go down below, they won that tournament. This is a perennial problem for Finesse. So
I don't think this is real.
It's so real.
It happened in the
Masters
Soup League.
Copenhagen, champions.
You're
all the way
cherry
back
picking.
then.
What?
I'm not.
Yes. Okay. It's Sen City Classic.
Reykjavik.
They sweep.
Yeah,
How far back were you
an
going for
off-season
Reykjavik?
tournament.
A lot kickoff last year. They win the first game. They end up losing that one. Like stage 1, they win like.
Kickoff is less important than those big international tournaments that they won after
But this
losing
is
the first
kickoff.
match.
But this is kickoff. So you're applying this logic to kickoff.
Yes, I am, because it's a known
I think this
quantity.
is fake. This is fake. This is fake narrative.
We're a man made of straw.
Okay, what's the takeaway?
Wait, did you just say he's a man made of straw?
What? No, I've got heart, okay? I've got heart.
You just flat out said you soft. You gonna take
No,
that?
I didn't say that. It's
you gonna take that?
Wait, like
She's doing a very nerdy thing where she wins the debate by calling me a straw man. That's wrong.
I'm not saying you're a straw man, but you're saying you're
Yeah, well, you know what? You're a straw woman.
This is your B-roll. Talk about it.
Talk about your B-roll.
Okay, no, actually, look at this from Mata. So Mata did some cool entry pathing. He satchels into sight like he's going up into tower and then walks to catch the player escaping from tower. I really like this move from him. And during that the start of the second half, I did think that his just early openers were what got the momentum going back for this team. And you could see using some of that breach utility to flush out players worked nicely for them.
Yeah, Mata was sick.
Yeah, Mata was awesome. I mean, really, like in that series, right, or in that map rather, you know, I was so, as everyone was, concerned for NRG, but to see that bounce back shows me exactly what Coach Bangkok was talking about, the slow start. They got to make sure that they do not allow that to happen again, and to make sure that it's not a thing that we talk about. I think you have to really come out of the gate swinging here. You have no other choice if you're NRG, I think.
Truthfully, I'm not worried for NRG with what they showed in that second half. I do think Finesse and Ethan need to
But what happens
step
if
up
the
in a
same
big
thing
way.
happens again going into that?
They're going to be warm after that second half.
Yeah.
I would be shocked if they came out the gate with another like horrid half like they had at the start of Fracture.
Yeah.
That said, I would say like Lotus coming up is historically a very good map for C9. I would not be surprised to see them run something similar in terms of comp with like the double circle smokes. I think worked actually pretty nicely for them.
Zeppa's Clove was great.
Zeppa individually on the Clove looked ridiculous, but also I think just the way they were causing havoc on sites because they have extra smokes like drop down in the middle of a site to like create new angles to aggressively swing through. Like in that first half, C9 were winning rounds by just disrespecting and pushing through some of their own smokes to take times towards spawn or just out in the middle of the site that NRG weren't ready for because you don't play against that type of comp every day.
Really curious to see what they're gonna run on Lotus as well because we saw a pretty old comp, 2023 old EG, but they were innovating on the offseason, so maybe NRG have something cooked up for us.
Yeah, I'm pumped. Well, we're going to be getting ready for match 2 in a few. Agent Select is going to be coming up after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Go scare some crows.
Welcome back. Map 1 delivered in every way you could possibly fathom. And guess what? There's more. We still have to play Lotus. We're going to get into Agent Select here in just a moment. Dre, any like big takeaways after that first map?
You know, when I think of this matchup, I think a lot of players or a lot of people out there are like, okay, Mata versus Oxy. But what we just saw was truly Bonkar versus Mitch. I swear the battle of the brains, because it was so evenly matched, but the game planning from both sides on that attacking side, it was like this back and forth battle, and a lot of the reactions were the same.
Why Bonkar versus Mitch specifically?
Because they were coach and IGL duo for quite some time on Oxygen Esports. So this is like the mind game that you have to deal with. When you're in this matchup, you have to think about that like, oh, he knows my tendencies, but I know his. It's kind of like that Spider-Man meme where like they're both like, hey, I got you, you got me, you know what I mean? So it's a battle of the brains right now, and it's really who can adapt the fastest, and it was Cloud9 in that overtime that adapted very well.
Battle of the brains sounds really good and smart and analytical and whatever. I was looking at Zeppa versus Mata, and now that played out. I think Mimi touched on it on the desk. I mean, Zeppa carried through the first half. We mentioned it, 19 kills, and was a little quiet in the second half, but he was the one who got them over the finish line. I want to say it was a 3K in that last round of overtime, which was, I mean, exactly what they needed. And, you know, I do want to touch on the NRG starting slow conversation or debate, if you will, that took place on the desk, because I do think there has historically been that issue where they do kind of struggle at the beginning and then they go on a crazy run. So we see Agent Select coming through. Your thoughts on this? The Vice on Lotus, is it make you feel a certain type of way?
Oh, it's definitely legit. And the reason why I like it as well is now Finesse isn't stuck on site within playing with his Killjoy utility, right? He's not going to get bombarded by a Tejo. I mean, you would think, right? There's less of a chance, right? He's more free to roam around and play in certain spots. So I think it's going to be really good. The Flash is really good to take a lot of space on the attacking side even, which is where they're starting. And from the side of Cloud9, I like the deadlock. I like that they're running the deadlock here. I think it could be very annoying on this map. We've seen A lot of players use it, and it can be so cringe to play against. That's the word for it. It's just cringe.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen both sides of the spectrum there, where Deadlock is incredibly annoying to play around, particularly on C, and then there are other times where it just seems like it's pointless, right? So we'll see which Deadlock we get this time around, as Cloud9 will be starting on the defensive side, and lo and behold, Net is playing towards C. They're not going slow about this at all. He might be dead. Yeah, he's entirely dead. That was such a cool combo.
What a sick trap play.
The paranoia, the net, and then the salvos.
Instantly going to re-clear front B as well, getting all intro. There is no speed up here, but the lurk now identified. But are they aware that Mata has just slowly crept in here?
I think they are, because they have so much of the space A. So they've cleared A, they know about B. They're going to take a step back so they don't get overwhelmed, but they know where the hit is.
And they're worried about Mata making this play as well. Both members looking at both sides of the smoke.
A classic in 70 HP. Psalm will fall.
Zeppa is just not slowing down, Doug. That's 2 to the round already. First one off of utility. Second set of missiles.
This is not secure, though. The spike has been going off for a little bit. If they face into these kills, it could be disaster. After all of that from Finesse, it was not enough. Mitch gets 2, Cloud9 gets the pistol, and what was that?
It was a battle of the IGLs at the end of the day, Doug. Finesse, he actually stepped up huge in that pistol round, but just feels like whenever he's doing the most, NRG seems to not win. I guess that's the story. Continuing over. He had 3 to his name in that round, the only one picking up any kills. But this trap play, this was an amazing highlight.
Such a cool setup. You see Mitch there getting a couple of kills.
Nice, let's go!
I was hoping we'd get to see that Finesse 3K one more time, because I mean, it was pretty.
But the deadlock, Nate already getting value right there.
And that would be cringe.
Oh my gosh, it's so cringe.
That is.
You get deadlock, Nate, and then missiled.
You just sit there.
I said GG, go next for me. And now you have to worry about that everywhere. Imagine it on the retake. What if they hold on to it? You're playing in sight. It's over for you. See mount control again. Orb was gathered by Mata. And NRG, it seems like on these eco rounds, they tend to try to grab as many orbs as they can. Front B orb was also grabbed.
Flash place. Not ready yet.
It's very smart because you're already at a disadvantage. You might as well try to get any type of things in your favor.
Sure.
It's going to be a deadlock trap on this wall, but Zeppa, he's so sharp right now. He's so informed.
See the missiles out again. He still has his stun. Regen armor too. That was a bit of a whiff.
Yeah, a bit of a misfire. That will give the plant to NRG as well, so pretty successful eco round so far, even though they dropped early. But there's just too much utility.
Yeah, I mean the gun display, or the gun difference, excuse me. That's the big issue.
Oh, it's flawless. Almost flawless.
Zeppa with 4, he has his ult online now going into the third. Remember here, they were able to win the bonus on the first map, and that really was the start of a mess for NRG.
Yeah, and having the Armageddon puts you in a really good spot. I mean, you could really opt to just stack one site, play full retake on the other, because that ult basically clears out most of the lanes that you're dealing with. Like, that C site gets cut absolutely in half. That's crazy.
Yo, somebody backstage doesn't like Cloud9.
I promise it wasn't me.
That's crazy. Someone misses Rossi, I don't know.
Yeah, that was insane.
What's the buy situation look like for Cloud9? A couple Bulldogs, an Outlaw for Vic. And another speed up towards C. You imagine they get the orb from Mata and then they reset, as has been the case. Meanwhile, Sam just crept his way out towards A.
Very smart play from Sama. Perfectly timed lurk based off of all that pressure energy showed towards that C mound.
Well, and I think just having playing around his own orb so that he can get across. Well done.
And it's scary too because you heard the door open. know the Rays invested his nade as well.
Do they fully commit to this? With the wall in their face now, they are stuck.
Yeah, Zeppa, he's got some utility out and ready. To the top of the spike. There it is.
They're gonna get flushed out, but the spike should commit. Mata does fall. Ethan, snappy on the first. Sam's gonna try to do a bit of the same, but he cannot.
Enemy remaining.
Now Net left standing by himself. NRG get the first round.
Yeah, it was a good try on the retake. Sam, I think he had such a big kill there onto Mitch. Taking out the breach utility very early on. Sneaking, weaseling his way towards that rubble area. And if he's already getting kills like that on the lurk so early on, it's gonna have Cloud9 have to invest a lot of utility or maybe keep an extra guy around to do that reclear.
Light armor on every member of Cloud9. Quick break the door into pressure applied towards A main. There's a lot invested here.
Yeah, and this time it's a swap. Sam is lurking towards C.
They've inserted Oxy.
I don't think they're aware. I don't think NRG are aware of this.
Ethan's up too.
Whoa. He was way too far up. Nobody really to help him trade at all. That prompts the speed up of Sam towards that C mound area. But look at that deadlock stun that Vic is able to play off of. It's going to be a lot of delay here. Oxy, he's got the showstopper for the retake as well.
Cover going out.
They're creeping in.
They're ahead of the smokes. They've already gotten past it, and they realize that window of opportunity is closed. Finesse is going to have his ult off of this.
Yeah, this Mike's ultimate could
My ultimate's ready.
pay out. There's that flash to take deep spawn, but the problem is there's a showstopper on the other end.
Do they scale? It looks like they want to try. Oxy popping his ult. That's going to be the only real weapon they have.
Oh.
Forced back to secondaries.
Good nade.
That's really good. Most of their attention is back towards Spawn, and for good reason. That's the only one who is elsewhere now, rotating back over. Oxy trying to funnel his way out. He's going to get the best of out of Visual too. They've managed to claw their way back into that. What a gorgeous retake.
It was beautiful, dodging all the utility. I don't know how Oxy made it out of that alive in spawn. But then the scaling and the pacing on it. They all run out of spawn together. They understand with Net's jiggles that there's players in that water area. And the breach utility from Mitch. He's so good at these characters that are able to initiate, whether it's the KO, we saw him on Tejo. Now the breach.
Very nice retake. You saw, I mean, they were able to apply pressure, multiple angles, and it was too much for NRG.
Outlaw in the hands of Oxy. He's not gonna have to deal with it quite yet.
He stuck that?
A freebie for Net. An absolute freebie for him.
Wall's gonna get broken down. They still managed to get the spike planted.
Welcome to my world.
The thing is Net has his ultimate right now. It misses though. Nobody grabbed from the side of NRG.
And so now they can still play around this pit. Verno has his ult too.
Oh my gosh. Verno's dancing.
Yeah, if he manages to stay alive, yeah. That's gonna buy a little more time. Not really tagging on anyone though. They're gonna be able to funnel right into this. Mata with so much to do. Trying to keep up with Oxy and he can't. Once again, a beautiful retake from Cloud9.
Mata tried his best, but he just couldn't quite track him. It looked like he ran out of mousepad space. And then Oxy on top of that dunks on Finesse. How was he able to maneuver through that Viper's pit while getting full spray down and still find the kill? I mean, it must have been chaotic on his screen. It's so impressive. Yeah, that's that freebie. Oh, it was actually Zeppa that takes out Sam, but the diversion of Oxy.
Let's go!
These retakes are problematic. They've been that for NRG, and I think again Cloud9 showing that they can stand in here with the best of them.
And Net on Lotus, it truly does feel like he's so comfortable on this map. He knows when to spam. He knows when to play retake. And apparently Sam knows when to kill Oxy.
And Mitch. He might get a shot at Zeppa too.
Oh, wait a second. Nobody clears this.
Nope.
Nobody clears this!
Not one.
Oh my gosh, Zeppa with 3! It's not real.
Beautifully played.
One enemy remaining.
And that's the ult into the next. Might get a shot at the ace here.
Oh my gosh, if he plucks the showstopper out of the sky before falling, this would be
Mata has
really something special.
Mata has a shot at this. The spike is out of reach. For as explosive as the round has been, it now goes deadly quiet.
30 seconds left.
Neither player willing to make a mistake, willing to give anything away. Now Zeppa on the swing, there it is! The ace for Cloud9.
He couldn't get it on Fracture, but he gets it on Lotus. The Cloud9 special. Doug, he is 15-3. It's been 6 rounds.
He's just insane in the first half, huh?
He's out of this world. He's not human right now. He's an alien.
A ridiculous ace there, which gives me an opportunity to talk about the iBuyPower ace. They're giving away a PC for the first ace of the week, and then everything after that, a $100 Riot gift card and $100 in iBuyPower rewards. Follow at iBuyPower on social media and use hashtag #UnlockYourAce for a chance to win. And yeah, holy smoke, Zeppa.
Yeah. Yeah.
15-3. The kid's nuts.
Nobody clears the corner. It's so rough, especially in the mid round. If you play there right away, okay, sure. You might get cleared.
Yeah, spammed, you know, anything.
Yeah. But Sam, with those 2 kills, he thought surely there's not a third. We have a free sight. Zeppa just strikes right in the back. And that's his second Teo ultimate online. The first one wasn't able to get too much value. I'm wondering what Cloud9 has to cook up with this one.
Dude, it's round 7. You're right. He has 2
I
ults.
told you, man. This man is not normally in the server today. But he looked like this in the offseason as well. That's the impressive thing. He stepped up to a different degree.
Speed up towards C. The eye's already out. You've got 1 sensor there. That has been cleared. They're fully going forward here. They don't really have any ults to play around other than Mata's, but even with that in mind, they're choosing to persist. Now remember, that's historically been Finesse in that position.
Yeah.
This time it's Sam. If they try to flip back, they're going right into a lot of this pressure. What a shot from Sam. Traded back though. Zeppa has his ult, as we mentioned at the beginning of the round. Does he light the fuse? Does he hit the big red button, or do they hang on to it for the next? Mitch has been spammed through.
Oh, no way.
Zeppa getting another 3v2. Still a winnable situation here for Cloud9.
He's using it. They're committing.
Can he funnel out of this? Tries to get past it. Time is short. Time is really short.
Okay, that was sick from Ethan. I don't know if anybody caught that, but he TP'd out of the Armageddon. It's very small. It's a very hard round to win for Cloud9 anyway, but still. The timing you need in order to dodge that, that's sick. Look at this. He dodged it completely.
And then gets a kill onto Zeppa.
But it really did look like NRG just decided to run it down. They've had enough of getting bullied by Cloud9. Verno, he got that entry, taking things into his own hands.
A little bit of utility applying pressure towards door.
It's so cool, like the default that Cloud9 have been running with Mitch stunning from that door and the rockets coming out from B. But it looks like it's going to get punished this time. A walk-in to B main.
The shot triggers the stun. Now they know where he is. Do they try to hunt him down? Yes, they do.
Beautiful rocket.
Zeppa removed from the server, and now the spike planted. There's a lot of retake util here, though, for Cloud9.
Breach ultimate showstopper online.
They're in a really good spot here. That's going to tag a couple of members. Mitch trying to spam into the smoke. And they both get dropped. Still ult popped and still killed found. But Vic has been left on his own. All eyes onto the newest addition to the squad, and he cannot convert anything.
Gets deleted from the server. Verno, it finally looks like he's heating up. His aim is on point. This is what we've seen in the offseason. He was the MVP of Soup. Best KD. It will be a Cloud9 timeout, a smart moment, because it kind of does feel like NRG is getting back into the swing of things. That's 2 in a row now. Cloud9, they want to stop all the momentum. Probably going to lose this next round. Your money isn't that great. But this timeout is for the next. Hopefully they can ice some of these players on NRG like Verno.
I'm trying to figure out how anyone ices Zeppa.
I don't think you can at this point. He's just too consistent. I mean, you got to keep him off of a Vandal or a Phantom. He's a Phantom player. You got to keep him off of that.
He had 19 kills in the first half of map 1. Currently sitting at 16 kills. And we've played 8 rounds. That's an outrage. I mean, that's just dumb.
It is outrageous. But NRG, it looks like they have gotten a read of things. They've gotten a read of some gaps in Cloud9's defense. Now opting to walk into areas like that front B. We've seen the lurks towards that A side already work. And I guess that's just the problem with running a deadlock. You can shift past those trips, not have to deal with them until it's already too late.
Similar look for the defense here for Cloud9, the stun. And then you imagine some of that Raze utility, and there it is. That stun nade will give them a little bit of presence.
Yeah. Wow.
That hurts, but that hurts more. Great shot from Mata.
Ruba should clear out Mitch as well here.
Yeah, he has to be spotted.
And if not, the Ruba. What?
I mean, he got one for his troubles.
Yeah, I was going to say if not the Roomba, the Prowler, but jeez.
Cloud9 filling in on all this space in spawn. Vic does have a gun. No armor, though.
Yeah, this Vice Wall, too, will give a lot of info to NRG. It'll make them speed up into the site. There it is. Got to get a move on.
Unsure about how much is there. Still concerned with smoke and stairs. Yeah, and instead of speeding up, they just want to fight.
Well, okay.
Yeah, I understand why. 4 for Mata. Finesse gets the last. The gap is now 1.
You know what? I get it. The last time they tried to speed up towards A side of the map, Zeppa got an ace. Why not just wait and take the fight? You have a higher chance of winning, higher probability.
I still don't know how Mitch hit that shot.
Yeah, I don't even know how he did that. He must have saw him just right on time. And this is something new from Mata, an operator in play. He had an outlaw in the previous round. Maybe realize there's some success to be had here. And wow!
Same target.
That is such a hard shot to hit. You have to be so fast.
Mata shows that he's plenty fast enough. Verno getting the orb, 2 away from his ult. And a freeze on the round.
Yeah, I really like the smoke that NRG just threw out Ethan. Smoking the top site right now. Putting doubt in the minds of Cloud9. But it is cleared out now, so they are aware no one's actually crept into that C. Prowler in front B, I think it is heard by Zeppa. So he's kind of worried about it now. You see him looking back and forth on the mini-map. But so far, Finesse is calling a great round. He's going to the site where there's only 1 player spotting.
Mitch is playing in a position, too, where he can give up the space. He's not in real danger, unless he gets one-tapped, of course. or that.
And with seeing a Breach jump spotting from all the way that far back, it kind of makes it a little bit obvious that this is a retake setup.
And they do, I mean, they have Net's ult. That might just be enough. How far up does Som scale here?
Wait, they tap A and they're gonna end B.
That's beautiful.
With a deposit.
They still have some of that deadlock utility though. This is dangerous.
Yeah, could this be a little bit of an overcook?
Very well could be. 12 seconds left. They have to commit to him. That's exactly what they do. One has been snatched up. They're trying to free him from the cocoon, and they do. Som has fallen. Mata one away from his ult, trying to stay alive. Manages to do so. Finesse is on the cross, providing safe passage as he gets another. But Mitch, the counter punch is there. 2 remaining on either side as the spike ticks away. You're hearing some of the utility go through his net. Now creeping forward.
One enemy remaining.
With the net in hand, Mitch gets 3. Finesse will have to clutch it out. Can he pull it off for his team? No. Again, the retakes from Cloud9.
A 2v4. And it's all because of this man right here on your screen, Mitch, the IGL of Cloud9, taking out so many of those players in Baby Door.
I'm not getting the message. Leave it to me.
And that's just so rough if you're NRG losing a 4v2 in that fashion.
Bro, is that another multi-kill round for Finesse that they lose?
Yeah, every time it happens.
I'm starting to believe.
But Mitch was so clean. I mean, look at these shots. It really did look like the players of NRG had no chance, but maybe a little bit of an overheat.
Same setup here, establishing control A main. But this time NRG are way faster. The Judge connects, but so does the Rocket.
A great trade. The nade to follow up as well, so nobody else can run out. Now NRG have to reset the round. And it kind of feels like C9 are ready for this. Like, look at the positioning on the minimap.
Ultimate's ready.
They're a little ahead of the smokes, yeah. Dog confirming a little bit.
No way.
And 2 again. They can wait out the ult, but Ethan.
Wait a second.
Being able to see
There's
through
no
the smoke.
smoke.
Spike planted.
3v2 now, and it just got a little bit harder. Ethan managing to sidestep the flash. He has to give up a little bit more though. Playing on Knife's Edge, getting the best of Oxy. A 1v2.
It's planted for him.
Spike hasn't planted that long. He's got to get a little active here.
Cover going out.
First bit of bullets going through. He's starting to smoke himself also, and he can spam and he connects. Leaving it down in a 1v1 against Mitch.
Oh my goodness.
Second tap, just a threat as the bullets run out. 11 HP, and Ethan hits the shot. The Red Bull clutch for NRG.
Last round in the half.
Ethan's so good in these moments. Finally stepping up to the plate. So much experience on this man. And he's no stranger to spamming through those smokes. I'm getting flashbacks of Pearl and EG on that Champions run. But it's still so hard fought. I mean, if it peeks out in that moment and takes him out when he's planning, the round's done.
Last round of the half, the bye for Cloud9. Spotty. Mitch just picked up his ult, and they're going fast towards A.
Face your fear!
The question is, can Net hang on long enough? How much damage can he deal? He's only got a stinger.
He's got to get out of here.
And they're all running right at him, but Verno stunned, hits the shot. And now the site is theirs.
Spike planted.
Again, worth repeating, Mitch has that Rolling Thunder.
NRG right now, they need to be very careful.
Delayed by the wall for just a moment as Oxy gets on high ground, still gets a shot into Finesse. Verno can't see a damn thing, but settles and delivers. There's the ult that we were mentioning. It's going to tag up all of them. Vic filling in behind it very carefully, very quietly. Oh, not able to connect onto Ethan. Zeppa's left alone. He's been a demon. Can he deliver again? Not this time. Finally, the retake attempt fails as we're tied at 6.
And what a comeback to the half for NRG. It was looking dire. They needed something. They needed anything. And it was Ethan who really stepped up huge in that moment, winning that, 1v2 in the previous round. This retake almost comes to fruition. But again, Ethan clutches it out, taking out Zeppa.
One enemy remaining.
It was looking very bad for NRG. But the thing is now Cloud9 are on the attacking end. They'll be able to set the pace. If they can get onto these sites, it's going to be very rough for NRG.
They finally figured out how to deal with that retake attempt. Tied us up at 6 apiece. We got Riv standing by with pancakes and paint from Shopify Rebellion right there on the stage.
Riot Games Arena, let's make some noise for these two. It's Paint and Pancakes, hailing from Shopify Rebellion. We all know that name, a powerhouse in the Valorant scene. Paint, I gotta ask you already, NRG versus C9. Is this turning out the way you thought it would to start off?
Honestly, I thought NRG would have a more stronger lead, I guess, against C9. I thought for sure that C9 would kind of like choke it up a little bit more, and NRG would just take the lead because I found them to be stronger practicing against them. But it's turning out to be really even and close, I guess. I was actually really surprised that NRG was able to come back on Fracture almost, but it turned out to be fake, so.
All right, how are you feeling about the game? It surprised you?
I came in here expecting like an FNS masterclass.
Okay.
And he didn't really do that for me in the first game, so I'm hoping to see a little bit more for the second and third.
All right, we've been seeing Tejo quite a bit. What are you thinking about this?
Tejo is like pretty good against Killjoy, I would say. So I think the Vise pick is good for Mr. FNS here, and probably close out this map too.
All right. What about Vise for you? I know I switched it up. I was gonna ask him about Tejo, you guys, but what do you think?
I think Vise is actually really strong right now, given how much Tejo is able to break a lot of the Sentinel's util. So I actually think the Vise pick is probably the best against the agent right now. So.
All right, real quick, who wins?
I couldn't say, but right now I'm about to probably go with C9.
All right. Who wins?
NRG 14-12.
Oh, back to game.
A second OT? Back-to-back OTs? I mean, I'm here for it.
We can only wish.
Yeah.
We can only wish.
What a gift that would be.
The thing is I feel like Lotus is definitely an attack-sided map, especially when you're running that double controller. And Cloud9 did a great job of getting those early round wins off of the back of Zeppa, who has the same stat line as he had on Fracture. 19-9.
We can only hope for Cloud9 that history doesn't repeat itself, because again, he was quiet in the second half of Fracture.
It's so scary having to play against this composition from Cloud9. You cannot really anchor these sites. Look at this utility.
Just reckless abandon. He just satchels forward past all of the Vice stuff into the smoke, still gets a kill.
The fast reaction on the flank, though, from NRG, it's really good, but look at the power of the deadlock. You have to transition through that B door. You don't want to get stuck behind there just spamming away.
I think they recognize that too, and that's why they want to try to scale and spawn. Finesse is here with classic light armor, able to get one. Mod is there with them. Two found in exchange. And now all the monkey business that's in place in spawn delayed, the spike being planted. And now that's left Zeppa in a 1v2.
Surely not.
A tap, a threat, and misdirection. A step made, though, and that might have been enough to give the position away. Can Zeppa deliver once more? The high-low, that was dangerous.
He's got the rockets.
They're going to have to scale ahead of this or give up the space. 47 HP for Verno, 82 for Ethan. And now they decide to go. They're both so weak. One smoke used. Can Zeppa do it again? A little bit of a reposition, clearing out the fade util. Ethan jumping on top of him, what a snap! But Verno saves the day for NRG.
One bullet away from losing the pistol round, but it's Verno that takes over.
Honestly, Verno, same, bro. Same.
He's not amused at all. The composure that this NRG roster has had, it's really showing in these moments. It was so close. What a flick. Even Ethan can't believe it. He's like, he's playing out of his mind. I haven't seen Zeppa play like this in years.
Right there.
But NRG, a must-needed pistol round win if they want to even the tie.
Very similar setup to what we saw in the pistol of the first half, trying to utilize the missile net combo. Not connecting there, but you see some of the game planning that they had around the Tejo.
And it does secure them an orb as well. I mean, that A orb is so hard to get on the attacking side, especially when you don't have the firepower.
Absolutely.
It's very impressive. Gonna farm another one as well.
Just realized there were 2 judges for the defense.
Yeah. Tap of the orb this time, and it's gonna be a speedy hit on the actual site.
With thorns at their feet, the judge does connect.
Yeah, that's rough.
The spit getting action too. This is a really difficult thing for Cloud9 to be able to overcome here, and I don't think they will. Very clean eco.
Yeah, clean eco, very clean utility this time.
My question is though, I mean, what they saved 2 judges? What does the bonus look like here?
You know what? I like the buy just because of the fact that if you're not playing up front and personal against this composition, if you're playing far back, you're either going to have to go up against a brutal post plant because of the utility that Cloud9 has, or you're just going to get bombarded on the actual site. So I think the overall plan is to try to disrupt, take out as many players as you can before that site hit comes through. And what better of a weapon to do than a judge sitting in a corner, right?
Yeah. I see the vision. That stun just barely tagging. Modern Age to buy a little bit
Great
of time.
spam.
Getting 2 there feels criminal.
Yeah, he's waking up now. It was still a little bit of a slow start from NRG, but looks like they're in the swing of things. And you're so limited on what you can do right now. If you're Cloud9, you definitely don't have that C-mount control. And now you're running into Vice utility, but there's already a heavy lean from Verno. He's going to be supporting FNS here.
If not him, then the utility.
Mm-hmm. That tether can do some mad damage. I think what you're going to end up seeing here is Verno using a Prowler to identify if anyone is in this area after this utility has fallen.
It's a Guardian in the hands of Verno there.
It's an eye used instead.
Saw him taking a little bit of space towards B. So the time, the clock really is running out for Cloud9.
Remember, the longer that Cloud9 waits.
30 seconds left. Good hit.
But that said, though, they are creeping up. It's not like they aren't gaining anything on the other side of this.
It's so awkward. It's so awkward.
And it's successful for Cloud9. They're still a little bit outgunned, but they're managing to claw this thing back. Slow and steady wins the race for Cloud9.
He's stuck.
Mata managing to clear that out. Meanwhile, Som, we mentioned earlier, was taking the space towards mid, now in a position to really be able to impact.
What?
Just barely dodging that.
Did he just jump over it?
Looked like he sidestepped. Either way, still alive. Zeppa weak. Nets the healthy one. This fight is everything! And Som wins it out. Zeppa's been good, but yeah, 33 HP and a 1v2 good, I don't think so.
Oh my goodness. You just don't know when he's still alive. He might do it.
That's 9 for NRG.
But it's honestly a miracle that Cloud9 were even able to crawl back into that round. It looked like it was just all she wrote with the initial fight towards that C-mound area. NRG kind of letting things slip away in the mid-round there.
Timeout called there for Cloud9 is Ethan again.
What a nasty flick from that. And if that lands, maybe that's a round 1 for Cloud9. It was so close.
Yeah, because then it's a 2v1 in that situation.
And the last player, you know where he is. He's stuck behind that wall, that deadlock wall. Cloud9, they're going to take another timeout here. They don't want it to slip away too far. But NRG, they're in the driver's seat. 9-6 right now.
That was a bonus converted too. The eco for Cloud9 should be bad. NRG, excuse me, are in a great spot here.
Yeah. And we didn't even really get to see much action from the actual judges. It was Ethan who got the 2-piece.
Right. Yeah, that, you know, I'd posed the question at the beginning of the round, how do you deal with 2 judges in a bonus round? You just don't.
You don't.
Yeah, Ethan just gets
Ethan just, yeah. He hears the satchel, understands that he's going up into the one-way. Oxy had no chance at all to play into that round, but he will have a judge of his own. And this man can fly. If he can creep up close enough and use those satchels onto an actual sight hit, might be able to get a kill onto one of these NRG players that are anchoring. There will be another fight for C-Mound from the side of NRG, but no one there this time. You imagine that Mata's going to be left on that line with the Outlaw. And Sam is definitely communicating that it's an A default from the side of Cloud9.
He's got so much space.
Yeah, you're looking at the minimap. Yeah, Mata has everything right now at C. This is going to prompt a heavy lean.
Toxins going up.
Knocking of the door towards tree.
Toxin screen down.
Nobody walks in. This looks like they might try to split B to end. They're going to have to do with the Vice util, though.
He can save his paranoia here for the actual retake. The problem is these guns, these stingers, the judge, it's so good to have on B. Wall gets baited out. Spike will be planted.
Mata's got a lot here to deal with, yeah. Net was ready for it. And Mata, quite frankly, was not, and now they can push up with the judge. Finesse on the counter. Again, the stinger is a serious problem.
Especially on B site. It's so close quarters. This round is over. It's a thrifty round win from Cloud9. A bit of a lack of judgment from NRG giving that B site for free. And the proactivity from Mitch, that stun into heaven. That gives Oxy the freedom to just run through with that judge. And yeah, stuns could be cosmetic, but Oxy's gonna take that fight any day. He already only has a judge.
A couple of weapons upgraded too. So it is still one stinger carried over for Cloud9, but a rifle picked up. And now they can invest around it. There's that kill.
Yeah, that was clean.
Very nice from Ness.
Gets an outlaw as well. I mean, if you whiff that shot, the round's done.
Mata once again with an op in hand. He's going to hold the B line against Oxy, who's currently posted up.
Yeah, he doesn't want the post plan of Cloud9 working again in this front B.
Surely you don't swing this dry, right?
Whoa.
Surely there's something with this. Satchels away. Fortunately, too.
Wow. Nicely timed tether from Verno to stop the front B pressure. Cloud9 were ready to go in with that. Salatejo, rockets coming out.
Zeppa gonna have a hand at this again.
Man, it's proactivity.
Oh,
but they don't clear the right?
The dog went the other way! That's a critical mistake!
No way!
And Zeppa pounces on it. Now B wide open. NRG at a severe deficit, and they're gonna have to make these numbers work, and I don't think they can. Finesse left into 1v4. Converting at least one, and the spike's out. They're going A.
That wall's still gonna be up as well. Yeah, maybe Finesse is just gonna try to save the operator, bring it into the next round. That's such a big investment. But again, what was that reclear in B? The Prowler never went right, and it looked like Mata, he had the intuition that maybe somebody could be there, but he looks away at the very last second. And then he gets shocked. Zeppa's there, gets a free two-piece. Minimal effort in that as well for Zeppa.
Finesse waiting for the spike to go off. And yeah, I imagine he's going to try to save that up.
Yeah, Net's aware, though. I mean, Net will get an upgrade now. Don't know if he really needs it. He was looking so good with that Guardian in the previous round.
Still get Finesse.
He does. Okay, so Finesse will save the operator.
Stays alive. Clutching onto it. Now back in the hands of the duelist. You take a look at that again. That's the play right there. It looks to the right, but I guess just not right enough.
Yeah.
At first, I thought the smoke was part of the problem, but
I thought they were doing it on purpose so he could actually get swung by Mata with the operator. I thought Mata was peeking that angle with intent. A little bit of a bait.
Either way, bygones must be bygones. They're going to try to go fast around this towards A. There's the rocket used. Mata falls. Again, the op. Not finding anything.
Oxy was too high in the sky.
Oh, that drone getting cleared out. Oh, really investing the ult here.
Hit nobody. But there is still a lot of Vice utility towards this C site.
That's exactly where the mad dash is. TP through, Ethan joins the fold.
There's the wall.
Zeppa's left alone.
He can't move.
Where's the punish on this? I mean, he might not have to move. I think Finesse might be dead. Oh, just barely gets away. The attack's still in a really nice position. No flank to deal with, nothing else to consider. It's just Sam with the op.
Great shot.
That might be the problem. Tethered into their position. Forced to wait this thing out.
The spam back from Mitch.
Just one found. Again, Sam really doesn't have a weapon for it, but hang on, I might be entirely wrong about that. Now Pin invested. You hear the rattle off of these Phantoms, trying to spam through and catch any wandering target. Vic is in a really nice spot. Mitch is too. Oh, he's gonna play this up close. He knows.
Oh my goodness.
The play is telegraphed. Ness is waiting on the other side, and there it is. He goes down. Sam, again, in a position where you choose. Do you try to play this with the op? Do you try to save it? Choosing not to change weapons. He's getting surrounded. Here's the footsteps, lands a shot. Waiting, beckoning for the second swing, but the distance is just too far. We're tied at 9.
It's a very risky Viper's Pit for that reason alone. You kind of give the post plant defenders a lot of room to work with. They don't have to worry about so many angles. You kind of cut the pie for them. This was that flying rocket that Mata was just not able to see. He just gets a glimpse of that trail a little bit too late, tries to land a flick, but that Viper's Pit from Sam, I think it just did a little bit more bad than good for the side of NRG on that retake. And now they're on an eco.
So I'm feeling some of that pressure. There is a gun on the field for NRG. Problem is, it's still towards B. Trying to make a mad dash back to where the hit is.
Ooh.
If he tucks, there's a shot here. Mata does have his ult too.
Yeah, but look at Zeppa. Zeppa's just dialed in here on this flank.
He's in a great spot.
Yeah.
Also worth noting here, Mitch has his ult online.
Oh, man. It's going to be an absolute brawl.
The potential to inject chaos into the situation.
Okay. You know two are here at the very least.
Ethan has that paranoia ready.
Oh, my goodness. Baiting out the Viper's smoke.
Mata still has not moved.
Yeah, he's in such a good spot. Could be a round-winning spot, Doug.
Oh, but surely they think about the fact that B has gone uncleared. Surely they look. That's exactly what Vic does. And that's the gun. That's probably the round.
Such awareness.
No surprises.
I'm so impressed with how Cloud9 maneuvered around this C mound area and didn't take the bait of running into the actual C site.
And you imagine there's information coming in from other players in the mid-round there, but you gotta give Mitch the credit there.
What a great call. Wait.
No surprises.
Still a lot of work to be done.
Oh, man.
Not fooled yet. There's the Mitch has the stun ready.
And he's got a lineup as well. You're not getting that one, buddy. Damage was done, though. That is an upside for NRG.
I think the bigger upside here, though, is for Cloud9.
Yeah.
They've taken the lead back.
Most definitely. The awareness from Vic in that moment, I think he may have heard a step as well of Mata dropping from that little ledge. Yeah, it really came down to that. The only rifle in play.
Oh, not only the only rifle play, he had his ult.
Yeah,
and they were all in B main there.
Yeah.
That's like a Raze's
Oh,
dream.
man. Great mid-rounding from the IGL. So the last time out for NRG, suddenly they're on the back foot. And this was all after a timeout from Cloud9. Remember that, Doug. Cloud9 have run 4 in a row.
Remember in the previous map, it was NRG that attempted a comeback, and they fell just a little short. This time it's Cloud9 who's having their run at it, and so far, it's working.
I've been so impressed with how Cloud9 have approached both of these maps. The game plan, it's looked great. The hours that Imi has put in, along with Mitch, you can tell that they have a clear understanding of what they want to do, what they want to accomplish with this unique composition.
4 rounds in a row. You're right, the work is paid off, but the job's not done.
Deadlock ultimate available, Breach ultimate available.
Out of charges.
On the other end, we still have that showstopper. And a change of pace.
Verno's in trouble. Verno is the trouble.
Yeah, he is.
He might get more. Turns the flash. Does get caught by the ult though. Mitch funneling in behind it.
Oh my goodness.
That's one way to clear that out.
I've never seen someone use a raise rocket to get their teammate out of dodge like that.
Infinitely more efficient.
Yeah. Numbers the way of NRG now. But you can't count Cloud9 out.
I mean, they haven't gotten a ton yet. That's a bold swing.
It's hitting 3.
They're fully committing onto this, but I think this is going to be a fake. They could continue to hit back B, but it feels a little labored. It feels a little disjointed. Mitch is going to fall, and now the possibility of that is gone.
Mata was so clutch this round.
Quietly working their way towards A. Here's Cloud9. Cautious to check every single corner. Peek under every rock. And now committing.
30 seconds.
Full set of util for Vic.
I'm all eyes on Zeppa right now. He's in such a good spot. Is he going to get cleared? He's hearing the footsteps. He gets the info.
Timing is everything here.
Oh, man. This could be very deadly right now, Doug.
Oh, but Psalm's going back. He's not.
If Vic can even just get 1 kill here, or a crossfire is able to be made.
And again, he's got all of this util. The paranoia is going to buy a lot of time, but Zeppa not choosing to commit to the flank. Vic getting 1, Vic getting 2. Forget about Zeppa. It might just be Vic. The field has now been equalized.
No way.
Off of the tap. Can Zeppa be a hero again? Very well done. And he gets the kills. Cloud9 get to 11, the Red Bull clutch.
It's just ridiculous what Cloud9 is able to do when they're down numbers. Almost converting a 3v5, now winning a 2v4. Sometimes when you play too disciplined, like NRG, it can work against you. You take a little too much time to clear out everything.
Yes! Nice, baby!
Pure vibes from Cloud9, they can taste it.
The vibes have to be forgotten though, because we're right next into the next round. Deep smoke to provide a little bit of cover. Cloud9 uncomfortable towards A.
And Doug, even that Omen smoke that comes up, you can tell that there's a little bit of frustration, maybe lack of communication from NRG, because Cloud9 already smoked that off. There's no need for you to invest yours. So NRG a little bit flustered after losing that 2v4. They need to bounce back. They need to keep the mental strong. But there's so much riding on Finesse right here.
Psalm's the one who's getting pushed back. And they've left net back A. As net starts to creep forward a little bit, you see the rest of Cloud9 joining him. There's a lot of the defense here.
NRG not moving.
Yeah, and they just don't really have gun
30
strength.
seconds left.
Well,
Big pick.
Okay. I mean, huge. That nade will buy a little bit of time as well. He's going to have to do it more than once, but he can.
Jeez.
A great swing out from Oxy off the flash and the kill found. Finesse with the Bulldog. Trying to keep this thing back himself. Psalm has now arrived up in heaven. Cloud9 sitting comfortably on the site. And series point is what's up for grabs.
Oh man, the triple swing on top of it. Cloud9, they're on point.
I mean, it's gorgeous.
Whoa.
Snappy from Finesse, still 2 more to be found. No reason not to try to make a play here. He is weak, 60 HP. Can the leader roll back the years? No. That's Cloud9 on series point.
And yet again, NRG having to come back to bring this out of regulation.
Pancake said it would be what, 14-12?
Yeah.
NRG?
Yeah.
Possible.
It is, especially when you look at the ultimates that are going to become available from the side of NRG. Wait, that is crazy.
Bro, that only works on land.
Wait, what?
Only works
I didn't even know that was an angle. With a ridiculous entry and still losing the round. That's rough. There's that grab net setup that we saw in the pistol round.
Bookending the map potentially. Success on the pistol. Perhaps here in the last round of the map too. Sam's going really fast, but they're all turning back towards him. He's only able to find one. Are they expecting a second? And now the TP committed. Ethan here.
Oh no.
That's all right. I was scared too. They don't know. What is this round?
It's so interesting.
They're still gonna swing into it. Finesse only able to get one, and there's Ethan, the spike on the ground.
One enemy remaining.
Net will have to clutch this out on his own. Can he put them away?
I have the spike.
Spike grabbed. Verno moving forward. Head spotted, shot not delivered. Ethan taking a step back.
Oh my gosh.
Not winning out on the fight. The 2 massive threats have been dealt with. Now Net can turn forward back towards A, but again, Verno ahead of it. The eye will buy some time. The spam not connecting.
30 seconds left.
Honestly impressed that he's made it this far.
Yeah.
This might be one of the silliest rounds we've ever seen.
100% Duck.
Net marked, decayed, alone. With the Prowler behind him. Net still in a position to pull this thing off.
You can't hear anything.
Remember, he was outnumbered. NRG will get to 10. Yeah, now we can talk about
Doug, it was so ridiculous.
Yeah, we can talk about
I
it
was
now.
holding on to that laugh for so long.
Yeah, go ahead.
I cannot believe that FNS turns around, flicks Ethan in the head, by the way.
Yeah,
If that was Vic,
Yeah.
if that was Vic, Vic was deleted. But on top of that, Cloud9 didn't even hear that somehow. And this happens. It's just, it was ridiculous. But a great ult from Verno there to make sure that Net isn't able to hear the scaling from the side of NRG. Yeah, a sigh of relief for sure. That was one of the craziest rounds of VALORANT I think I've seen.
I'd love to see the epic pen trying to break down that round. Good luck.
There's that big investment as well to get that A space of very unique Viper's Pit. This does leave tree open, but NRG are aware of that. That's why you have the Vice utility set up there. Flash delay as well.
The drone didn't tag anything.
Flash didn't either. Still a very heavy lean. Mata pushed all the way up front B, hearing for that rotate all the way back.
Looking for the flash.
Finesse's ult here would be huge. But Verno, he's the only man in sight right now.
There it is.
Oh, this is big, but they have to aggress with it. But that Omen smoke is great.
The nade will help.
Oh my god.
But the thing is, I mean, Cloud9 have frozen in situations like this so many times and still managed to pull it off. They're gonna leave.
The rotation should be heard here by Mata though.
And they don't have a ton of time. So either they go into the pit or they go back B where Mata is, as you mentioned.
But he's not gonna peek here because if he falls, the round's done.
I mean, the trampling of Clydesdales, he knows they're there, and he's biding his time. Patient with it.
A smart Omen ult invested very early on to guarantee that space onto C. Mata has to go huge here.
13 seconds left.
Oh my god, Net is finessing around Mound.
Is he tucked behind the wall?
Yeah, he is, but Verno gets 2 somehow, 3!
Net getting 1. They've somehow snatched his way back into this again. It's at the hands of Mitch. The ult out. The shot delivered. Can Mitch put him away?
It's
yes,
done.
he can.
Doug, it's over.
What a finish. What a way for that to end! Cloud9 shock the world. And 2-0 NRG. The fact that Net's ult goes off right before he dies.
Unreal. This has truly been a close series. Yeah, Cloud9 take this one away, but it was hard fought from both sides. Comebacks on either end. Crazy performances out of players we didn't expect. What a huge dub for Cloud9. Taking out the Titans of the offseason. I mean, NRG looked perfect.
A warm welcome back to a winner's foul for Cloud9.
A warm welcome back for Mitch to Cloud9 as well. And Net back into VCT.
And those last couple of rounds had some of the wildest things I think I've ever seen.
It was insanity in the server.
But
I can't even imagine how it felt playing that.
A deadlock ult.
And Mitch is just staring at it.
Just watching
He knew he had it in the bag.
Yeah.
It's like watching a home run. Taking your time, walking through all the bases. I do have to say, these jerseys are amazing. That Cloud9 jersey is insane.
You talked a couple of times about the preparation and the work that Cloud9 were putting in.
Yeah.
Getting ready for this and the long hours. And again, they had an incredibly tumultuous offseason.
Yeah.
Roster changes up until the very last minute. And Imi had been asked, I believe he said 17 times, about some of the changes, and he didn't regret any of them.
Do you regret it?
I mean, after a win like that, I believe him.
He's a man of his word. Yeah, he literally was telling me 18-hour days. 18-hour days.
The man of the hour, though, Zeppa. The amount of ridiculous moments that he had on both maps. I didn't see how many kills he ended with it on that to close things out there on Lotus, but
many.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty safe bet. I'd go with many, yeah.
And also the performance from Mitch, not only in the IGLing role, but the clutch kills that he got. Bringing rounds back consistently on that initiator role. Whether it was the Tejo, the Breach. I'm excited to see him play KO as well. He's known for that. It's insane. It's nice to see him back in the league, seriously.
They do it every time. They make believers out of people.
Yeah.
And just when you think, nah, there's no way they do it again, here we are. Lo and behold, a 2-0 series sweep over NRG. We're going to throw it down to Riv at the stage for the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'm joined by Zeppa from Cloud9 as they take down NRG. I think a lot of people felt this was going to go the other way today. I mean, it was a nail-biter. It was amazing for the viewers, but it had to be pretty damn stressful on stage. Walk me through what it took to take down NRG in 2.
I mean, I wouldn't say it was very stressful.
Okay.
No. In a sense, like the first game was 10-2, first half, and then it got stressful. But, I mean, no better way to start it. You know, obviously winning against NRG, one of the teams I wanted to play, considering, like, you know, all the talks they'd be doing, but feels great.
Oh, absolutely. I was talking to Imi between the maps, and he was talking, or before even, he talked about culture and how that's working with the team and has been a benefit. You've been with the team such a long time. How is the culture now benefiting you, and what is it allowing you to do to play better?
I don't know about how it's allowing me to play all better. I feel like I've been the same. You know, feels like we finally maybe have the right pieces around me and obviously everybody else. Like I said, Mitch is a fantastic IGL, and we have Oxy, probably one of the best duelists, and then the three of us, the three Stooges. But feels great now.
I was actually going to ask about Mitch. What's it like having him come back? Is it kind of the same voice you heard before, or has everything evolved and you're all just that much better?
I'd say personality, it's the same, but obviously he wasn't an IGL when I was playing with him. He was just like more of the sentinel lurking. So it is different hearing his voice every single round, because obviously Vanity was the IGL before, so. But I mean, having Mitch on the team is great because he fits our personality very well. And as you can see, we mesh.
Before I get to the next game you guys are playing, I want to back up for a second. You mentioned that the way the team is kind of built really helps you to do more. What does that mean? What is it allowing you to do more? What is the team giving you so you have that space, you have that work to do?
It's hard to say because I feel like every iteration of the team, I have that trust, I have that confidence. You know, like I've never felt out of place with any of the teammates I had before. Yeah. But I mean, there's nothing to say. Actually, there's nothing to say.
Looking at G2, that's going to be a tough one. We were just talking here. You wanted this game first. You wanted NRG, so that kind of little pressure off. But G2 is still going to be there. That's still going to be a banger. What are you thinking?
Like I said, the first 2 games, I would say, is probably the 2 hardest games. I'd say these like the top 3 teams, G2 and NRG. So I mean, if we can't beat the best, then we don't deserve to be here. So I'm excited to play the top 3 teams.
Damn. All right. So before we go, as they're setting up on desk, I want to ask you your opinion on Teo coming into this season. We also got Vice. How are these mixing and matching for you? Or do you think it's going to be more for Cloud9? Do you think you guys can play without it?
Hard to say because I don't do the drawing on the board. People, they just tell me what I play and what I do, and that's it.
Now, let me get these right here. Let's get these. Let's start throwing these out. Crowd, get your hands up. Cloud9 taking the win today. Zeppa, thank you so much for this interview with me. We are going to be throwing the match point with Vic and Oxy. Do not go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for being hyped. Let's head to the desk.
What's good, everyone, and welcome to the Match Point, our end of the day show. And as Riv said, we're joined by Vic and Oxy here to talk about that win over NRG. Holy crap, that was wild.
That was wild. That was wild.
Okay, well let's real quick just dive into that real fast because coming into this, look, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I think a lot of people were discounting you guys, especially what NRG did in the offseason.
Yes.
That win had to feel good though.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that felt very good. Obviously they beat us in the offseason and stuff like that, but honestly, the more exhilarating thing is we won, and I played that was the worst series I've ever played. I think I did dead ass.
Does that feel good though to know that your teammates have your back in that situation?
Oh yeah, it feels great. I knew this guy's the best player in the game, but Jesus.
So now, Vic, you're coming into this team. A lot of pressure, for you, for Cloud9, the fans, I'm sure. What has the experience been like for you getting into this team, but also now having tasted victory on the main stage like that?
Yeah, I mean, we had a lot of roster changes during the offseason, a lot of ups and downs. I think we learned from it. I think all of us are confident in our abilities and to overcome the adversity, and the community, it doesn't really matter. I think we're just working hard on our
You want the
sides.
results to show for itself, and then let the community make their assessment from there. No, it makes perfect sense. I mean, and then also too, Oxy, you had a good year last year, but this year I know a lot of people are really honing in on you. So for you to start off the way that you did, but yet still be able to walk away with a dub, still be able to have your head held high. Yeah. How does that feel in this moment in time?
I mean, obviously, NRG is an insane team. They have like Sam, FNS, Mata, Verno, Ethan, like world champions. Like, I mean, it feels great. I'm not gonna lie, but Jesus, it's okay. I'll be back.
You'll be back. We'll be back. All right. Okay. So look, here's the games. We like to do some games here at the end of the day. All right. Because we got a little duo here. All right. The name of the game is Duo Cues. We want to see how well these two work together. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you a question, and then Vic, you have to answer this one, and then we'll switch it off from there. So, Vic, what is Oxy's favorite music genre? You write it down and write down your answer. All right. What is Oxy's favorite music genre? Chat, make sure you participate as well. Love to hear from you. All right.
I don't know what the genre is called, but I know his favorite song is.
You know what's oh, interesting. You know what his favorite song?
You want to do favorite song?
Let's stick with the genre, but I'm curious to see the song, though. I am curious to see the song. So give me brownie points for that. I write the song, too.
Let's put the song.
And then for the genre, it can be whatever. Because now I'm curious.
I think that's what it's called.
To know your boy's favorite song.
It's not my favorite genre, though. That's the thing.
Okay, it's not your favorite genre.
I got it.
I've been best friends with my boys for 15 years. Can't tell them a single one of the songs they like. All right, let's go. The question was, what's Oxy's favorite music genre? Vic?
I think it's K-pop, and his favorite song is 505 by Arctic Monkeys.
Okay, that's interesting. All right. And?
K-pop, Arctic Monkeys. Hey.
Holy crap. You guys got it right.
100%.
Well done. Well done. All right, let's go ahead and flip the script. How tall is Vic? Oxy, you're going to answer this one now.
Jesus. We got to go to the height?
Now I would reckon to say quite tall, but...
That's all I was thinking.
Now, the pressure's on. What do they win? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Love and adoration from the people at home. All right. How tall is Vic? Oxy?
5'7". 5'6".
5'6".
What? 5'8".
Survey says?
No.
my driver license, it says
there's no
5'8".
way.
What is
There's
this
no
guy
way.
saying?
My man rolled up there and put 5'8" on the
This guy's
thing.
5'4", trying to put me down below with him.
I gotta take him down, you know? It's all good.
Bring him down a couple of levels
Yeah,
there.
100%.
All right, here we go. Now, this is a game-related one, all right? It's about Oxy, Vic. What is Oxy's sensitivity in-game?
Oh, easy.
Easy?
Okay,
Look, this
easy.
guy knows me. Jesus.
Okay. I didn't realize there's such a symbiotic relationship here forming.
This is
between
crazy out here.
one mind. All right. Are you good? Okay, Vic, what is the answer?
0.23, 800 DPI.
Okay. Did he nail it? Survey says.
0.23.
Hey!
800 DPI, but he's got everything. Jesus.
Wait, do you do 800 DPI?
Yep.
Oh my
There it
goodness.
is.
I know. Look at this guy.
Okay, and we have one final question. Who goes to bed the latest
Oh, wow.
between you two?
Oh, between us two?
Yes, between you two. And then if you want to, throw someone in the team under the bus, feel free to.
Oh, cool. I got one.
I always encourage it, And chat, make sure you guys are out there participating as well. We want to know who you think is the one that goes to sleep the latest. All right, let's go ahead and flip it at the same time. 3, 2, 1, flip it. Oxy, but really calling out Zeppa.
100%.
The latest you go to sleep.
Latest? I mean, like 2 a.m. is the latest.
Damn.
Yeah, it's pretty late. I'm
Not gonna lie, I'm old. I can't handle that anymore.
Hey, but this guy, Zeppa, best player on our team, this guy plays TFT till late and then gets off at late. Jesus.
Just called him out on 4K. All right, guys, well, there you go. Thank you so much for participating in Duo Qs with 2 days of the kickoff play in the books. Let's go ahead and take a look at our bracket and see where we are right now, because Cloud9, with that win, will move on. Face off against G2 Esports. And then we have Leviathan going up against Furia. Those are the results of your matches here today. But fellas, I want to talk to you about this G2 C9 game. G2's coming in with a lot of hype. I know you guys had a little bit of a run-in with them on Spotlight as well. You excited for that game? How you feeling, Vic?
Yeah, I think we're excited with our new iteration of the roster.
You feel like you match up well?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Okay. Have you scrimmed at all or no?
We haven't scrimmed them at all. Last time we played them was at Red Bull, but they didn't have that much practice with Jogamo, and now, I mean, I don't really have anything to say.
Yeah, you just have to assume they have a lot of practice to jog at this point. You're familiar with them, having competed against these guys, all these guys on the stage here. How are you feeling about your
I mean, they're an insane team. Come on now. What, they've gone second place or third place. Like, they've made it to every international. Obviously, one of, if not the best team in Americas. And, I mean, we played against them in Spotlight, which was a little, we had a good clash, but obviously Jaw is an insane add to the team. He was a world champion duelist. I mean, it's just gonna be fun.
Hey, but you know what? Coming into today, everyone said y'all weren't gonna pick up the dub against NRG, and look here, you're talking to me right now.
Yep.
One in the column. You love to see it. Vic, Oxy, I want to thank you so much for your time, fellas. Thank you for joining me here on Match Point. But we're gonna be waiting for a moment here, and because we do like this awesome end of day rollout, so just wanted to have that going. But before we do that, though, one final question that I have for the both of you. When you guys were coming into the season, knowing everything that you knew and how tumultuous it was for you, did you feel like, despite it all, this was an inevitability that you guys would be able to pick up a win like this today? Did you still feel that confidence within one another, despite everything that had happened?
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I think every day in practice, we're striving to be better and striving to be a team that can beat these certain teams. So if we don't come into these matches believing that, then I don't see why.
Yeah, no, for sure. Same thing for you, I'm assuming, then?
Oh, 100%. When we were playing, jeez, the new Tao, oh my God, that shit gave us too much confidence. I'm not gonna lie. That shit's broken. Just kidding, of course. But yeah, we felt very confident coming into the match always, but obviously the public thinks we're gonna lose NRG, but.
Yeah. And also, just, it's wild because you were the rookie last year. We were also like, oh, Oxy this, Oxy that. But no, you got some experience under your belt. Do you feel that? Do you feel that with the squad, or you still feel like you're still learning?
Honestly, I always feel like I'm learning. And honestly, it still feels still feels like my rookie year, and I'm just playing, having fun.
Hey man, just take it one game at a time. That's all that matters. Now I will say goodbye to you all. So thank you once again. Appreciate you guys for taking the time with me and dealing with me. But that is gonna do it for us here. But what's in store for 2025? Let's hear from the pros about the new map pool, the meta, and so much more. Enjoy.
The map pool for 25 at the start this year, it's right up my alley. Fracture's back into the mix.
Fracture's back with, EG was the best team in the world on Fracture. So, I like that as the IGL.
This Rolling Thunder could be monstrous. Pushes them all back, plus, no way! He just draws out the knife, but he shuts him down!
Personally, not excited to see Fracture then. The last time I played it, I played Canteen 12 rounds in a row on defense. I would say fractured comps are gonna look exactly just like 2023 because there's not much you can change on that map.
I don't think the 23 comp of Sova, KJ, Breach is gonna be the standard, but it's definitely a good starting point for all the teams.
Sempre gostei muito de Lotus e Fracture, então tô pouco ansioso também pela volta deles. Eu sempre gostei bastante de jogar.
A lot of things are different. You're gonna see a lot of more brawly agents. You're gonna see a lot less jet oppers, that's for sure. You're gonna see a lot of Raze, the Neon nerf. Overall, I think a lot more fast-paced gameplay, just brawly and heavy executable styles where you just kind of retake and execute bomb sites and try to play off of those.
I mean, to be honest, Neon, it kind of got nerfed. There's only one slide now is probably the biggest nerf. Before, you could waste one of your slides to go peek something, but now you can't really waste it. You need it for entry.
The thing I'm excited about is the new agent variety. I'm excited to see Vise, who was also recently released. I think Vise has a lot of potential and that teams are going to be using her a lot, so I'm excited to see how she does. At the same time, Neon just got nerfed, so there's a little bit more Raze, Jet, Yoru, even Phoenix. I think it would be fun to play Phoenix. I would be, if I got some Phoenix maps, I would be quite excited, but we'll have to see.
And that's our show, everyone. We thank you so much for tuning in. And don't worry, we'll be back here tomorrow with plenty more Valorant action right here at VCT Americas. So thank you so much for watching. Once again, here's your Samsung SSD Fast Replay.
The Secret timeline is never going to be the same. Who would have thought 2G make it through Ascension in the fashion they did and don't even get to be the underdog in their debut game in VCT? What is happening?
I'm excited to see this. You can expose players.
Guided Salva, not quite enough shot slow to really put pressure on the attackers here, but Estella, my goodness, okay. That happened very quickly. See a commitment here, and they're going to get it. Cabrera sat in the corner, easy as you like. That's 3 for the super stand-in. And a quick sheriff shot rings out. Awkward spot for B-Dog, but they've interrupted the plant, and the smoke set up for Jake is perfect. They're able to get onto the site. Not dead yet, Pop, but it wasn't even needed. That is stunning from Furia. That'll be Furia, shockingly, from NA Challengers with Love to take the first map in this series. Haven is at 13-7.
Find a target, though.
Making that noise to wake the dead, but Silence won't be roused.
Back, Jake tries. The adjustment in time.
The timing is everything. 8 bullets left here. Penny finds him. Okay, now this one's on the table for Furia. It's up to LZ, who is behind it one way and now needs to step up. Step into the fray and challenge it. Penny's there for 4. And Furia with an unlikely comeback. Stella playing passively off it. He knows he's no util to leverage. Oh, that's dirty. In a blink of an eye, 2 players from 2G picked out of the literate Stella. Will double back for a 3rd. Penny hears Cabrera. He has to know this is happening. He'll have a timing on the Vice. And there's a tickle on the spike. Penny, though, puts them to bed. The super sub team at the last minute cobbled, and I mean cobbled together for Furia, has triumphed, and not in any small manner. No, they thrashed 2G.